Hello students, I am Prakash, Chartered Accountant and acting as academic advisor in Masterminds from the past 23 years. So I am very much aware that students appearing for CMA Final Exams in December 2025 attempt are eagerly waiting for Masterminds to upload their marathon session on indirect tax laws. Since it is a voluminous syllabus, it's not practically possible to cover everything in just one single video of 12 hours. That's why we have decided to upload 15 hours of marathon, which will cover all the important provisions in the indirect tax laws, and we divided this into two parts. So it's definitely advantage for all the students to watch this marathon so that they can quickly revise all these important provisions in just a matter of 15 hours. It's almost like doing the revision of entire subject once. So we uploaded a similar video in November 2024 and nearly 19,000 plus students have watched the same. And here is the latest video for upcoming attempt, that is December 2025 attempt. If you are watching this video for 2026 attempt, then I request you to update yourself with the latest amendments that are applicable to June 2026. I cannot say that this is a substitute to your preparation. Just watch this marathon and go to the exam. No, I will never say that. This is just purely complementary to your preparation. Whatever the preparation you are doing, you continue with that. So this will only help as a revision tool, so with which we can quickly revise all the concepts. And this marathon is recorded by our faculty, C.A. Rajshekhar sir, having 19 years of rich teaching experience in our organization. Now coming to few details about this marathon, this is recorded in 100% English. And chapter wise timestamps information is already provided in the description of this video. So generally marathons are extracted from the videos that were recorded in the classrooms, or they generally record in the recording studios. But here in our case, we recorded this marathon in face-to-face classes where more than 100 students have physically attended the marathon. If you like this video, please press the like button so that YouTube can recommend this video to still more number of students. So if you got benefited by watching this marathon video, then please do share the same with your friends so that they will also get benefited by watching this video. So whatever your feedback is there, please do mention the same in the comment section. So if at all, if there is anything to be improved, then definitely our team will try to improve the same in the upcoming marathon sessions. And that positive feedback will also help as a motivation to our entire team to bring this kind of good content to all the students. Now the faculty has shown one material while teaching the marathon session, and whatever the material the faculty has shown, you can download the same free of cost. Here is a procedure. First of all, in a Android mobile or tab, you first need to install our app, that is Masterminds online classes. So you need to give your mobile number and mail ID and register, that is sign up. After that, in the top left corner, you will find 3 horizontal lines. Click the same, it's nothing but menu. In that menu, please select the option, free material. So in that, there will be a documents tab where we have uploaded the materials of all the marathon sessions. So open the relevant folder, for example, CMA Final Marathon December 2025. In that manner, open the relevant folder. In that folder, you will find the relevant file that is related to IDT. Once you click it, you will be asked to select the app with which you are supposed to open the document. Either you select Acrobat Reader or some other PDF reader app. So after that, you can share, you can download, or even you can take the printout of that marathon material. Now let us see how you can purchase the best recorded videos of CA and CMA courses. So first of all, visit our website mastermindsindia.com. So after that, in the top right corner, you will find a button called Buy Video Courses, and select the appropriate course. And before purchasing, please read the entire description once. Immediately after making the payment, our team will call you and guide you in all the aspects. Now, if you like this video, please do subscribe to our channel so that as and when we upload a similar video which is useful to all the students, you will get a notification. Don't forget to press the notification bell icon. Now you can start enjoying the marathon, my dear students. All the best for your December 2025 attempt examinations. Bye.
So initially we need to start with the topic supply, whereas with respect to supply. So what is the taxable event here with respect to this supply? So what is the taxable event? What is meant by the word taxable event first of all? What is meant by the word taxable event? When tax is attracted, when tax is levied, or what is the triggering point of taxation, it is known as taxable event. Yes, Nama? So with respect to the taxable event, let's say for example, with respect to your income tax, what is the taxable event? What is the trigger point for your income tax? As per section 4. What section 4 says? Every person whose total income of the previous year exceeds the maximum amount not chargeable to tax is an assessee and required to pay the income tax at this particular act or as per the Finance Act as determined by the residential status. This was there in the charging section, section 4. In that, what is the triggering point there? Triggering point for your income tax. When your total income exceeds the basic exemption limit, that is the trigger point for your income tax. So every tax has its own trigger point. In the same way, GST will also have its own trigger point. That trigger point is known as taxable event. That taxable event is known as supply. So the taxable event with respect to our GST is supply. Whereas with respect to your income tax, what is the section number? 4 deals with taxable event. But whereas with respect to this GST, the taxable event will be dealt by this section 7. So how many subsections are there in 7? How many subsections are there in 7? In fact, in the Bare Act, there are 3 subsections. Sorry, in fact, in Bare Act, there are 4. 7.1, 7.1a, 7.2 and 7.3. 7.3 is also there. But whereas for academic, because nothing was notified under 7.3 till now. Therefore, for academic purpose, there are only 3 subsections, 7.1, 7.1a and 7.2. So what does 7.1a deals with? 7.1 deals with? 7.1 basically deals with, what is the topic, ma? What does 7.1 basically deals with? So in this section 7.1, how many clauses are there, ma? 4 clauses, 7.1a, 7.1a and 7.1c. If you observe these things, 7.1a deals with general meaning of supply. That means there will be few conditions that are prescribed in 7.1, technically 4 conditions here and 2 conditions some other place. So if those 6 conditions are satisfied, as per 7.1a, you are required to pay the GST. And every rule has its own exceptions, because rules will be there. But there must be, or there will be somebody who will not follow that. Yes or no? Those things are called as exceptions. So definitely for 7.1a, also there will be some exceptions. That means even though these conditions are not satisfied, but still you are required to pay the GST. Those points will be these 2. These 2 are technically the exceptions to 7.1a, which deals with general meaning of supply. So what are the exceptions here? Anybody remembers what are the conditions that will be there in 7.1a, ma? What are the conditions that will be there in 7.1a? First condition is it should be covered in forms of supply. And what is the second condition? It should be of goods or service. And what is the third one? It should be done for a consideration. And what is the fourth one? It should be done for business purpose. And along with these 4, another 2 conditions. It should be made by a taxable person and it should be a taxable supply. If all these 6 conditions are satisfied, definitely as per 7.1a, we are required to pay the GST. Yes, Nama? Fine. In this, that means if all these conditions are satisfied, then only you are required to pay the GST. But even though it is not for business purpose. Even though it is not for business purpose, but still you are required to pay the GST. What is the section number that deals with that? 71B. And if even though there is no consideration, but still, that means no consideration, but still you are required to pay the GST. That will be there in 71C. And another exception will be, in order to treat any activity as a supply, there must be two parties. Na? Forms of supply occurs when supplier and recipient, both parties are there. Yes, sir. But the activities which are prescribed in 71AA, even though two separate persons are not there, but still it is a supply. Those points will be there in 71AA. So 71A deals with general meaning of supply. That means there will be few conditions that are required to be satisfied. If those conditions are satisfied, then only you are required to pay the GST. That is the fundamental rule or basic rule or golden rule, what we can say. The golden rule of GST will be specified in 7 subsection 1 clause A. If those conditions are met, then only you are required to pay the GST. But whereas, even though any one of those conditions are not satisfied, but still we are required to pay the GST. In that, the first one is, even though it is not for business purpose, we are required to pay the GST. It will be there in 71B. And even though there is no consideration, but still we are required to pay the GST, that will be there in 71C. And even though all the conditions are satisfied, even though all the conditions are satisfied, but still no GST. That will be there in 7 subsection 2 negative list of GST. This is the overview of the supply chapter, what we are going to discuss now. Yes, Nama? Fine. So, technically all the conditions are satisfied, but still no GST. So, all these are 71AA, 71B, 71C and 72. These are the exceptions to 71A, what we can say. And if at all you want to remember this, 71B, what is the point that is missing here? Business purpose. That's why B is there. And what is the point that is missing here? Consideration. That's why 71C. You can remember in such a manner also for the memory purpose. 71B. In brackets, what is the letter that is there? B. What is the condition that is missing there? That means even though for non-business, you are required to pay the GST. 71C, what is the letter that is there in brackets? C. That means what is the condition that is missing there? Consideration. And in 71AA, the two A's are there. That means two parties are there. Even though there are no two separate parties, but still you are required to pay the GST. So this is the way you can memorize the things based on, by remembering the section number, you can remember the content also. Okay, ma? Fine. So this is the overview of the topic, and now I am proceeding to the material. So this is the overview, what I have explained it to you. So what is the first condition in 71A? What is the first condition in 71A? Forms of supply. That means, technically, ma, if at all you want to remember 71A conditions, it can be said in 3 points. ABC test. What is this ABC test? A for activity, B for business, C for consideration. So 71A short form also we can say ABC test. What is meant by ABC test? A for activity, B for business, C for consideration. ABC of goods or service. ABC test of goods or service is satisfied. 71A is triggered. You are required to pay the GST. What is this ABC test? A for activity, B for business, C for consideration. So ABC test of goods or service is satisfied, then definitely as per 71A, you are required to pay the GST. I think you remember now. Okay. Activity means forms of supply here. So how many forms of supplies are there, ma? How many forms of supplies are there? 8 forms. Sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, disposal. See, And see, that is the point I told you, na? 7-1A. See, goods or service ABC test. A, this is B, and this is C. ABC test of goods or service is satisfied, then definitely we are required to pay the GST. Okay, fine. In this forms of supply, what we can say is here, in the entire 8 forms, I think you know the word starts with includes here. Definitions can be divided into 2 types: exhaustive definition, inclusive definition. What is meant by exhaustive definition, ma? The scope of the definition that can be neither increased nor decreased. That definition is known as exhaustive definition. What is meant by inclusive definition? The scope of the definition that can be either increased or decreased. The best example for that is your income tax person definition. Person definition starts with the word includes. Further, the extension will be there in AJP, artificial judicial person. If at all it is not covered elsewhere, it will be covered under AJP in your income tax. So that is the best example for your inclusive definition. Okay, ma. And I think in audit or something, the role of auditor will be there. That exhaustive list will be there. Some 6 duties or 6 functions, I can't remember. When I am studying, that point was there. There must be, while giving the audit report, there must be some functions or some duties of the auditor will be there, ma. I can't remember the company law section number because long ago I just studied that. So in that, the 6 points or 8 points will be there. That is exhaustive list. Just like Karo checklist also, I think like that only, na. Whatever the points that are there in Karo checklist, so you need to follow those things. Exhaustive. Neither you can increase that nor decrease that. Those are called exhaustive. But what is meant by inclusive, ma? Means the scope can be changed according to circumstances. Here, supply definition is exhaustive or inclusive. Inclusive. That means at present, 8 forms are there. In future, they may be 6 or they may be 14. Okay. In this supply, there are 8 forms, ma. In this, I'm not going to discuss everything because time is the constraint. The important points are barter and exchange. What is the difference between barter and exchange? Okay, I will tell you in brief. Sale means if the ownership is going to be transferred permanently, sale. What is meant by the word transfer? Without transfer of ownership, only the possession is going to be shifted. It is called as transfer. Just example, hire purchase. With respect to hire purchase, what will happen? You will receive the ownership only upon the receipt of last install. Yes or no? And now come to the major point, barter and exchange. So what is the difference between barter and exchange, ma? If 2 parties exchanges non-monetary consideration, it is called as barter. If 2 parties, where it is? If 2 parties exchanges, that means, let's say X is there, Y is there. If 2 parties exchanges non-monetary consideration, let's say this person has given the mobile, this person also given the mobile to him. Then it is called as non-monetary consideration and it is called as barter. Now, what is meant by exchange then? Some part in money, some part in non-monetary, it is known as exchange. Like mobile to mobile plus some 20K. It will be covered under this exchange. If 2 parties exchanges 100% non-monetary consideration, it is called as barter. Some part in money, some part in non-monetary consideration, it is called as exchange. If at all it is 100% monetary, then it is called as sale. That is the difference between these 3. If 2 parties exchanges 100% non-monetary consideration, it is called as barter. Some part in money, some part in kind, it is known as exchange. 100% it was the monetary consideration, then it is called as sale. That is the difference, ma. 100% in money, sale. 100% in non-monetary form, barter. Some part in money, some part in non-monetary form, it is called as exchange. Anyway, all the 3 will be covered under the word supply. And apart from that, another point you need to remember is what is the difference between lease and rent. So what is the difference between lease and rent, ma? I think you know this. Lease generally will be used for movable property. Rent will be used for immovable property. Apart from that, time period with respect to lease, longer period. Whereas with respect to rental, shorter period. Next. Whereas lease, what will be there? Either lump sum payment or installments. Whereas rent, always installments. Apart from that, at the end of the lease period, you can purchase it. Which lease this is called as? Finance lease. Operating lease, finance lease, two will be there now. Operating lease, I think you don't have the option to buy it at the end of the lease period. But whereas with respect to finance lease, you'll have the option to buy that. Yes, Nama? That's why at the end of the finance lease, you'll have the option to purchase that. No option to buy. So, and last but not the least, fifth one, parties are called as lessor and lessee. Here parties are known as landlord and tenant. So these can be the 5 differences you can say for lease and rentals. Lease, movable property. Rent, immovable property. Lease generally for a longer period of time, whereas rent is for a shorter period of time. Whereas in lease, lump sum payments can be there as well as installments. But whereas with respect to rentals, only installments will be there. At the end of the lease period, you have the option to buy that. Whereas with respect to rentals, you don't have such option to buy that. Last but not the least, the parties are known as lessor and lessee in lease, whereas here they are known as landlord and tenant. Landlord and tenant. So last but not the least, I think a license is naam ke vaste. Simply I can say permission to use the IPR. Permission to use the IPR. What is meant by the word IPR? Intellectual property rights means intangible assets like patents, copyrights, brand name, trade name, etc. The examples, KFC, Ibaco, whatever the brand names that are there, those are given to the people to use their brand name. For that, what the people will pay there? I think royalty they will pay. So why royalty will be paid, ma? For giving the license to use your brand name. So what is meant by the word license? Permission to use the IPR is known as license. Last but not the least, disposal. What is meant by the word disposal? At the end of the lifetime, sold as a scrap or a second-hand good. In both cases, it is known as disposal. In both cases, it is known as disposal. That means at the end of the, because everything will have its own expiry, na? Human life, relations, drugs, medicines, everything will have expiry. So here also, that life of the asset will also have the expiry. After the expiry, when it was sold, it is known as scrap. Life means here useful life. Just like human beings, when use is over, you are expired. In the same way, your life is not expired. Useful life is expired. That means asset will be there, but it is not useful for your business. If at all it is sold, it is known as scrap. But whereas while the useful life is still pending, still there, but still you sold it to get some upgrade, in those cases, definitely it is known as second-hand good. For example, let's say I'm using iPhone 14 Plus. So let us assume that this phone after 10 years, its useful life is gone. Physically, it was in existence, but no software updates, no more battery life, everything was gone. If at all I sold at that particular point of time, after 10 years, it is known as scrap. Let's say, for example, recently, for example, iPhone 8, suppose I purchased it. Let us take the example like I purchased it, for example, iPhone 8. It was a limited edition. I just more passionate about that. I purchased it. Still, I'm having useful life with this. If at all I sold this phone, it is called as second-hand good. If at all I sold here, because still I'm having the useful life of this iPhone, but still I just want to upgrade it for the sake of processor. Because it is having A14 chipset, that one is having A19 Pro chipset, which give me the more edge, that means more fast, more speed. Therefore, I shifted to iPhone 8, but still it is having the useful life. Huh? When it is sold, it is called as second-hand good. So whether it is sold as a scrap or a second-hand good, in both cases, it is called as disposal. Okay. In these 8 forms, how many forms are in relation to goods? In these 8 forms, how many forms are in relation to goods? I think sale, transfer, barter, exchange, disposal. Total how many forms, ma? 5 forms are in relation to goods. How many forms are in relation to service? Transfer, barter, license, rentals, lease. Exchange is not applicable to service. But why exchange is not applicable? For exchange, identical ones are needed. Goods can be identical. Persons and services will not be identical. No? Yes or no? Exchange of identical goods can be there. Exchange of identical services cannot be there. Similar services will be there, ma. Identical services will not be there. Because same person will teach you, some, say for example, same class before 6 years, I may have some different enthusiasm. I may have taught you in a different manner. Same person, same concept, same GST. If at all I taught now, I may have different enthusiasm now. So situation changes, automatically the thought process of the person also changes. So that means same person cannot deliver the same quality at different times. That's why services cannot be identical. Services can be similar. But in order to be qualified as exchange, there must be identical ones. Therefore, exchange is not applicable for service. This is the point. Okay. This is the first form of supply, ma'am. You should remember. And what is the second condition? That form of supply should be of goods or service. I think you know this one. Goods means every kind of movable property. What is meant by the word movable property? What is meant by the word movable property? What is meant by movable property? If the item can be shifted from one place to another place in the same condition, it is movable. If it requires dismantling and re-erection, it is known as immovable. I think you know that. But the word movable property was not defined in GST. It was neither defined in GCA. General Clauses Act. GCA means General Clauses Act. Then we are going by court judgment. What the court said in that case? What is meant by movable property? If the item can be shifted in the same condition, then it is called as movable property. In order to shift that, dismantling and re-erection is required. It is known as immovable property. It is known as immovable property. Let's say mobile is there. It can be shifted now from one place to another place in the same condition. Is there any dismantling of mobile phone is required to shift it from here to there? No, no. With respect to camera, any dismantling is required. You can take it as it is. Yes. What about the lift and Pushpa? Can we shift it to a different place in the same condition? What is the thing you need to do there? First, you need to dismantle it and you need to re-erect. So, whenever any dismantling is required to shift it from one place to another place, it is immovable. Whereas, no dismantling is required. As it is, we can shift that. It will be called as movable. So, now what is meant by the word movable property, ma? If the item can be shifted from one place to another place in the same condition, it is movable. When it is called as immovable, dismantling is required to move it from one place to another place. It is called as immovable. Okay, fine. And it includes actionable claim. What is meant by the word actionable claim? What is meant by the word actionable claim? The claim on which we can take legal action even though there is no security. It is known as actionable claim. What is meant by the word actionable claim? What is meant by the word actionable claim? even though there is no security, but still we can take legal action. It is known as actionable claim. The claim on which we can take legal action, even though there is no security, it is known as actionable claim. Sir, what is meant by without security? No security means, if at all security is there, what they are called as? Mortgage, pledge, hypothecation. If these three are there, they are not actionable claims. Mortgage means immovable property is offered as the security, it is called as mortgage. And whereas any movable property was offered as a security, it is known as pledge or hypothecation. So what is the difference between pledge and hypothecation, ma? Both are movable property, na? Immovable property is offered as a security is called as mortgage. Movable property means pledge or hypothecation. What is the difference between pledge or hypothecation? Very good. The possession is going to be shifted. It is called as pledge. Possession is not going to be shifted. It is called as hypothecation. The best example is gold loan. While the gold loan was given, gold is there with you or there with the banker? Banker. That means it is moving physically, na? When it is moving physically, it is known as pledge. Best example for hypothecation is stock audit, ma. I think some of you has done the stock audits, now you're expertise in that. Some people in the class, I think so at least. Because whenever I ask it for experience, you will say that, okay, I'm having the experience in stock audit. Assignment basis, that too. Fine, so what is the purpose of stock audit, ma? Purpose is the ultimate purpose, that is okay. So, what is the purpose of stock audits? Only getting 1,000 or 2,000 per day. Stock is hypothecated to the banker to get the OD or a cash credit, CCMA. Banker want to check that whether the stock that was hypothecated to the bank was there or not. That's why you will physically count them and verify them and value them and give a certificate that, okay, bank, don't worry. How much stock that was given you as the security, that much stock was maintained by the company or manufacturer. That is the purpose of stock audit. Yes, no? So why stock audit is there? Stocks are hypothecated. They are not physically moved to the bank. They are with the borrower only. That is called as hypothecation. Best example for that is vehicle loans also. If you purchase the vehicle on finance basis, vehicle is with you or until the loan is completed, the bike or car is there with this showroom with us only, na? That's why it is called as hypothecation. If any of these three are there, it is not actionable claim. The actionable claim is neither the pledge, nor the hypothecation, nor the mortgage is there, but still you are able to go to the court of law to show the other party, if at all there is any breach, it is known as actionable claim. The best example for that is promissory note. There is no security for promissory note, no pledge, no hypothecation, no mortgage. But still, what is the thing you can do? You can go to the court of law and sue the other party. Yes, sir. That's why promissory note comes under actionable claim. Any other example for actionable claim? That means yes, lotteries, betting, gambling, casinos, horse races, online money gaming, arrears of rent, insurance claims, negotiable instruments, all these things we can say for example to actionable claims. Ma. All these things we can say to example for actionable claims. Yes, Nama? So the question is here, sir, every actionable claim is a good? Is every actionable claim is the good? Yes, every actionable claim is the good. Sir, that means on every actionable claim, are we required to pay GST? Answer is no. What is the question? First I ask, is every actionable claim is the good? Yes, every actionable claim is the good. Sir, that means on every actionable claim, are we required to pay GST? No. Why, sir? Why on every actionable claim we are not required to pay GST? The answer is simple. 7 subsection 2 negatively says that only on the 6 specified actionable claims you are liable to pay the GST as per 7 subsection 2 negative list of GST. Only on the 6 specified actionable claims we are required to pay the GST. On other actionable claims, we are not required to pay any GST. On other actionable claims, we are not required to pay any GST. Okay. So betting, okay, what is the difference between gambling and betting, ma? What is the difference between gambling and betting? What is the difference between gambling and betting? Yes, ma? It's not skill, ma. Gambling and betting, if at all, you are betting, you are doing some activity, some contingent one, depending upon the skill set of the other, it is known as betting. While doing something on your skill set, like playing cards, for example, play cards because some people will have the God-gifted hand, ma. Because by the hand, whatever the thing they will pick up, it will be a joker. And so actually, you will get more income. Actually, it is one of the income source. Actually, recently I heard from somebody that. So because they're having that particular lucky hand or golden hand, what we can say, because of that golden hand, those people have the skill set to earn something that is called as gambling. But whereas, if at all you purely rely on other parties' skill set, like horse races technically, or what is a Dream 11. In Dream 11, you are not playing the game. Somebody else playing the game, you are betting on them. That means betting depends upon other person's skill set. But whereas gambling will depends upon your own skill set. So which one is better in life? Betting or gambling? We need to do something, because in order to get the success in life, definitely we need to do something which is not to be done. Then only we'll get the success, na? So that's why betting means depending on other skill set. So on gambling means depends upon your own skill set. So in life, everybody should depend upon their own skills. They should not depend on others. When you depend on others, when other party is gone, your skill is also gone. That means definitely it will create damage. Na? What the people say, tea stall, I don't know about that much. Okay, so that's why betting comes under depending upon other skill set. Gambling comes under our own skill set. Which one is better in life now? Gambling. We can gamble with life. We can't bet with life. We can gamble because in gamble, if success comes, you'll be a star. But if you bet on your life, we don't know what is the outcome. So that is what the people say generally. We can gamble with life, but we can't bet on our life. Okay, fine. Now come to this casinos. We know them, horse races, lotteries, online money gaming. So what is the difference between online gaming and online money gaming? Money is the thing. What is the difference between online gaming and online money gaming? For playing the game, you need to have some money. It is known as online gaming. By playing the game, if at all you are getting something, it is known as online money game. What is meant by online gaming? Let's say with respect to few games, you need to buy some diamonds or coins with the money. Free Fire, okay, I don't know that. Generally, I play the games in real life, not in the mobile. So that's why I don't know that much about them. Anyway, Subhash told me that, okay, Free Fire is the game. So that's okay with me, whether it is Free Fire or something. Actually, fire in the real game is very good, na? Yes, Subhu? Fine. So with respect to this one, okay, with respect to online games, for playing a game, money is required. It is known as online game. By playing the game, you are getting some money. It is known as, best example is, for this also playing cards, we can say online Rummy, I think. Rummy Circle, the website name. What is that? A? Aviator, what is that? Okay, I don't know about them. Okay, actually, I don't know those games. I think something was there in those games. Okay, let's come to the point. So, take a deep breath. So, online gaming means that playing the game, money is required. It is called as online game. And what is meant by online money game? By playing the game, you are getting some money. It is known as online money gaming. Which one is a specified actionable crime? Online games or online money games? So with respect to the 6 specified actionable crimes, definitely we are required to pay the GST. On the rest of the things, we are not required to pay any GST on it. Okay. Next, come to this one. Sir, say for example, a teakwood tree is there. Generally, teakwood industry, and even with respect to what is this, I can't remember what it will be called in English. Emu birds, emu cold and chip in olden days in Godavari districts, definitely they are more passionate about them because their every body part can be exported, including their feathers. Each egg will cost you 5,000 omelette to grow it. Okay. So, but it will take 10 years or something. A longer period of time is there. So, longer period of time is there. Okay. That's why they will, if you observe, if anybody went for NABARD audit, when I just went for NABARD audit, NABARD is a public financial institution. I think NABARD, ICICA, IDBA, when I just went to NABARD, I saw so many number of loans with respect to Godavari districts, with respect to these emu birds like that. I did not actually understood why these people are getting this much of. Then the banker explained me, sir, this is the thing actually got more export orders. Every body part, even because that particular one is meat is something I can't remember exactly. Some medicinal properties is there for them. That's why, along with that fisheries, this type of business was more in Godavari district. But it took a longer period of time. That's why they will go to NABARD. Same point is applicable to teakwood tree. A minimum of 25 years is required to get a good market value for the tree. I think some people will know that who are growing them, or your parents or somebody else. A minimum of 25 years is required for a teakwood to have some market value. Bank will not wait until you get 25 years. Now. In those cases, they will go to this, what we can say, public financial institutions. Now let's come to the point. Okay. After 25 years, I sold my teakwood tree or red sandalwood tree. Red sandalwood trees are there. Na? I think Tirumala also, you can see them. Even by the roadside also. While actually coming down, right side, we can see a few red sandalwood trees. In Tirumala still, till now. I just went in the month of May. At that time also I observed. I just took a pic of them. In future, okay, I can be a Pushpa 2 or Pushpa 3, something like that. Okay. So that's why I just took a pic of that at the time. If at all that red sandalwood tree was sold, is it a good or not? Is it a good? If I sold the red sandalwood tree, is it a good? If I sold the red sandalwood tree, is it a good? Is it a good? We need to see the agreement there. If at all there is an agreement to cut the red sandalwood tree on taking it away, then definitely it is a good. I just sold along with the land that particular red sandalwood tree, it is not a good. This is what this point is saying. See, forming part of the land which are agreed to be separated before supply or under the contract of supply. So, if I sold the red sandalwood tree along with the land there, okay, this in this, say for example, it is there in 1 acre, and I sold this red sandalwood trees along with the land, then it is not a good. But if at all there is agreement to only cut the red sandalwood tree, land belongs to me only. Definitely there is an agreement, there is a contract to separate it before making a supply. Depending upon that, answer will change. That's why underline the words, the things which are forming part of the land, red sandalwood tree, which are agreed to be separated either before supply or as per the agreement. That means here there is an agreement to separate the red sandalwood tree, then it is called as a good. But if at all I sold along with the land those trees also, it is not a good. It will be covered under sale of the land. Because it comes under composite supply. What is the principal supply there? Land. What is the supporting one there? Trees. So what is the rate that is applicable? Principal supply. Principal supply is land. It is there in the negative list. Therefore, trees are also automatically will go to negative list. But if at all there is a separate agreement to cut those trees, definitely it will be a good and we are required to pay the GST. This is the goods definition you need to remember. Now comes to service. What is meant by the word service, ma'am? Anything other than goods is a service. Anything other than goods is a service. Technically, everything other than goods is a service. That's why goods are compared to the boys, and services are compared to the girls. Because we just confined ourselves to something. If at all we are there, we'll stuck in that particular thing only. Just like F3 movie, I think. We will be there in only one box at a time. While we are there, you will stuck with somebody. Your mind will be stuck with somebody only. It will not be roaming like this. But just like in F3, girls will think, okay, while they are there in a particular place, they think about their career, their parents, their ex or their wife, their shed, like that. So they think about everyone there. So service definition is just like that. Because if at all it is not a good, it is a service. Everything will be covered under the word service. If at all it is not a good, that's why service will have a broader view. Service was defined in such a way that nothing can escape from the GST liability. That's why they said that everything other than good is a service. What about the sale of the land and building? Land and buildings are movable. Just 1 second. So pass go. Sorry, ma. So, with respect to service, what is the point that is there? Anything other than goods. Technically, everything other than goods is a service. In that case, sale of the land, sale of the building, whether they will fit in the definition of service. That means whether they will be called as a service point of view within the scope. Land and buildings, whether they will be covered under the definition of service. Okay, the question is, land and building is a movable property. Okay. If at all it is not a movable property, is it a good? Is it a good? If at all it is not a good, is it a service? If at all it is not a good, is it a service? Yes, it is a service. But real estate people went to the government and made the request, sir, my lord, already we are paying registration fee, stamp duty, capital gains. If at all you asked us to pay the GST also, the real estate sector will collapse. That's why the government accepted the consideration and put it in 7 subsection. What is 7.2? In that, on the sale of the land, on the sale of the building, we are not required to pay GST. That's why there is no GST. It does not mean that land and buildings are not covered under service. They are covered under the definition of service. That much powerful service definition was. If at all it is not a good, automatically it will be covered under the word service. It is a point one should remember. Okay, ma. So, another point is, money and securities are neither the goods nor the service. Money and cash, both are same, or is there any difference apart from spelling and pronunciation? What is the difference between money and cash? Cash means currency only. Money means cash plus cash equivalents. What is this cash equivalents? What is this cash equivalents? Means what we can say, the liquid assets like a check, letter of credit, money order, pay order, debit card payments, credit card payments, online transfers, UPI transfers, all these things will come under this money. So money is a much more wider term than the word. Therefore, money is equal to cash plus cash equivalents. So money is neither the goods nor the service. But for using the money, if at all you are paying something in addition to that, then it is called a supply of service. Best example, you just took a loan. Recently, somebody actually gave me 10,000 rupees to play my shares. That fellow is very smart person, very calculated. Actually, he's one of my friend. Actually, what he has done is, while some chit-chat is going on between us at that time, and he's having 10,000 surplus with him. Okay, he just gave me the 10,000 because in futures, that means in commodity futures, a natural gas mini future can be purchased at 14,000 per lot. That fellow was a very smart person. Every day actually we used to talk generally. So the person will ask me every time, okay, today shares are over. Yes. Okay, did you get the profit? Okay. How much? The next question automatically comes, how much? So that person has got that, okay, by investing this 14,000, definitely I will get some money. Therefore, he made me an offer. I will give you my surplus 10,000 to you. For that, you need to pay me 500 rupees commission every month. Because I'm giving you the opportunity to buy the natural gas miner because I don't have the money. That fellow gave me the money to play. Actually, that is my bread and butter. Because of that 10,000 only, I'm living today. Okay, that's why that fellow, what that fellow has gave me the offer, okay, I will give you my 10,000. But for that, at the end of this month, you need to pay me 10,000 plus 500 rupees commission, 10,500. Whether is it a supply of service? Whether it is a supply of service? Yes or no, ma? Definitely it is a supply of service. Why? Because I am using his money, 10,000. The question is here, and for that, I am paying the additional consideration of 500 for using other person's money. I need to pay, or I am paying some additional consideration. It is known as supply of service. The next question, or how much amount I am required to pay the GST? Is it 500 or 10,500? 500 only, because the 10,000 comes under transaction in money, no GST. How much additional consideration I am paying? On that additional consideration only I am required to pay the GST. How much additional consideration I am paying there? 500. Down that 500 only I am required to pay the GST. That is use of money. Okay. Next one is conversion. Generally, conversion means from one form to another form. Means one form to another form means cash to DD. Because demand draft is one form of money, cash is another form of money. We are changing one form of money, cash, to the another form of money, demand draft. Banker will do it for free. Bank will charge DD charges. That DD charges comes under supply of service and we are required to pay the GST. In the same way, one currency to another currency, rupee to dollar or dollar to pound, something like that. And one denomination to another denomination. Generally, 500 note is going to be converted to some 510 rupees, 500 rupees like that. So in those cases, definitely what is the position? This is also a supply of service, but you need to keep focus on this word. It will be treated as a supply of service only when there is a separate consideration. If at all I done it for free, in those cases, no GST will be there. Okay, conversion may be there, but for that conversion, I did not charge anything. So, for example, somebody came to me and asked me, Subbu came to me, sir, do you have change for 500? I just gave him 500 notes and I got that 500. Anything I charged there? So, is it a supply of service then? No. But some calculated persons will be there. They will compare the Rapido auto with the Rapido bike, and for a difference of 20 rupees also, they will count everything. Gangadhar is like that. Okay, another person is also there in the planet. I thought that person is only the person. Another also do like that. Okay, so nice. So these people are so calculated. So they will say, okay, are you having any change? I will give you the change. For that, I will charge you 10 rupees. Why this 10 rupees? Because for getting this 500, I just walk to that particular ATM and actually withdraw the money. I consumed my energy. For that sake, you need to give me the 10 rupees. That much calculated these people are. In this case, so what they are getting, 490 rupees. Yes, na? And 10 rupees is a commission. They will ask commission in everything. So that's why that 10 rupees is the additional consideration you are receiving for conversion. So on the 500, you are required to pay the GST or only on the 10? Only on the 10. How much you got that money? On that only you are required to pay the GST. Okay. So this is the point. And next point is securities. Securities are neither the goods nor the service. Means securities are neither the goods nor the service. Why securities are neither the goods nor the service? Because the point is simple. LOS, POS is not known with respect to securities. We can buy from anywhere. We don't know who is the seller because all the things are processed through stock exchange. We don't know who is the seller. We don't know who is the buyer. LOS, POS is not known. Na? That's why with respect to securities, they are neither the goods nor the service. But facilitating in these securities like stockbrokers, Zerodha, Upstocks, or I think Grow is coming for IPO. 7,000 crores, I think the IPO is. Grow is coming. Lenskart is also coming to IPO. I think 5 IPOs are there. I can't remember exactly. Lenskart is there. Grow is there. Physics Wala is there. Another 2 is there. I can't remember. Okay, I will tell you later on. So these people, okay, the coming type, that is different story. They will facilitate in securities. No? They will facilitate in securities. For that, stockbroker will charge some commission. That commission definitely is required to pay the GST. That is the second condition. So we are discussing about 7-1A. 7-1A goods or services complete. And what is the second one? Sorry, first one, forms of supply complete. Second one, goods or service. Now third one, it should done for a consideration. So here, consideration. Sir, what is meant by the word consideration? Something is known as consideration. Subbu? Something is known as consideration. That means something in return for something given, it is known as consideration. Quid pro quo. Yes, no? Fine. So regarding that, consideration means whether all payments, whether made or pending. That means consideration can be past, present or future. Pending means future consideration. Made means it can be present or past. So consideration can be a past consideration, present consideration or future consideration. That means past consideration means before supply. Present consideration means during supply. Future consideration means after supply. Consideration is whether present, past or future, all the three are valid. And whether in cash or in kind. Cash, you know that kind means non-monetary consideration or any other forms of consideration. Any other forms means cash, okay, monetary consideration, kind, okay, non-monetary consideration. What is meant by any other form of consideration? Tolerance. Here, other party will not give you in the form of money. Tolerance. Some people will be there, psychos. We need to bear them. We don't have any option. For bearing those things, they need to give us some money. Ulta, they will ask us. So what we are doing there? We are there. Psycho friends will be there, na? Psychopath. Generally, what they will do, their mood swings will be too much. So suddenly they will smile, suddenly they will cry, suddenly they will scold the people. So those things will happen just like stock markets. I'm a stock market person, therefore I'm able to handle them. But no other person is able to handle them generally. So this is called, by handling them, we ask them, please pay us every month 10,000 rupees. Why? Because we are tolerating you. That one here, what I am doing, from me anything cash is moving or any non-monetary consideration is moving, I am bearing the things. That one comes under tolerance. Tolerance is also another form of consideration. Forbearance is also another form of consideration. Got the point, ma? So consideration should not be always in money or in kind. Some other things like tolerance, forbearance, those things are also called as valid considerations. Okay, ma. Next one. Monetary value of acts or omissions. Action means to do something. Omission means not to do something. Sometimes to do something is a valid consideration. In the same way, sometimes not to do something is also a valid consideration. So, for example, today onwards, I'm a changed person. I just want to study well. Therefore, I asked my friend, "Are yaar, you don't do anything. Please actually don't disturb me. For that, I will give you one Milky Bar on a daily basis." Here, I'm asking my friend not to do something. Okay, I'm just asking you to stay, please, where you are. Don't make me to fluctuate. Okay, because you are the persons who are doing all these fluctuations. That's why I'm unable to concentrate on my studies. If at all you did not do anything, you kept yourself silent, I will give you one Milky Bar. Here, what the other party is expecting from me, or what I'm expecting the other party, to keep silent, don't make me fluctuate. For that, what is the thing actually the person is getting? One Milky Bar there. So that's why this comes under omission. So to do something is a valid consideration. In the same way, not to do something is also a valid consideration. Next one. Consideration may be from the recipient or from any other person. For example, I just want to go to a study hall from today onwards. But I don't have the money because I used the money only for the sake of food and nothing else. I will use my money only for food. I don't have the money to go to study hall. That one is not important for me. I need to eat samosas and all these things which are there. Okay. So that's why, but for important things, I will not save the money. But I will lecture the people on money. Because I will preach. Okay, I will not follow. Okay. That's why what happened is, I just want to go to the study hall and study. But I don't have the money because I ate the money. So I ate those things for samosas. Okay, samosas are there. Because they will actually give us a good marks. By eating how many number of samosas, I will get that many number of marks. So I don't have the money. My friend, Subbu, paid me to go to the study hall. The question is here, I did not make the payment to the study hall. Whether on that, are we required to pay any GST? Are we required to pay any GST on that? It does not matter who is paying the money. As long as there is a consideration, it is immaterial who is paying that. The consideration can be moved from the recipient or from any other person. It is not every time required that consideration will move from recipient. It can be moved from a third party also. Next one, subsidy. What is meant by the word subsidy? What is meant by the word subsidy? Subsidy is nothing but a financial assistance. Subsidy is nothing but a financial assistance. This financial assistance can be made. This financial assistance can be made either by the government or by the non-government. Which one is a consideration and which one is not a consideration? Financial assistance by the government is not a consideration. Financial assistance by non-government, it is a consideration. Yes, Nama? For example, take books. Some school books are there. With respect to that school books, let's say its cost is 720. And government gave the subsidy of 500, 220 was paid to that bookseller. In that case, what is the consideration to that bookseller there? 220. Why ma? This 500 was paid to the bookseller by the government. Government subsidy is not a consideration and not includable. If this subsidy was given by somebody else like Mukesh Ambani, Rajshekhar, like that, in those cases, definitely what is the position, ma? It is the consideration or not? Yes, it is a consideration because subsidy was given by non-government. Subsidy from government, excludable. Subsidy from any person other than government, includable. Subsidy from government, excludable. Subsidy from any person other than government, includable. Next one is security deposit. What about the security deposit? Caution deposit. This is nothing but. Why the caution deposit will be taken? Any loss happens, I told you the example of Goli Sodas actually. Let's quality tea stall is there. Goli Soda manufacturer will take a caution deposit from quality tea stall there. Why will take that caution deposit? Anything happen to the bottles, then that caution deposit forfeited. When it is a consideration, when it is not a consideration. Security deposit is refundable, it is not a consideration. But security deposit is not refunded, it is forfeited, then definitely what is the position, ma? Is it a consideration or not? Yes, it is a consideration. Not the point, ma. And last but not the least here, non-refundable is a consideration. It is part of here, ma. It is part of fifth point. Refundable, not a consideration. Not refundable, consideration. It should be there in the point number 5. It was there in by mistake point number 6, ma. Please note it down. So next one is donations. What are the donations? Donation means, what is meant by the word donation much generally? What is meant by the word donation? What is meant by the word donation? Consideration without activity is known as donation. Consideration without activity is known as donation. Because we will give you something. Let's say, for example, yesterday, I just went to Lord Venkateshwara temple in Gorantla. Generally, every year I use it to give money because in every year at this month, they are going to conduct Satyanarayana Swami Vratas actually. For that, actually, Murti untundi, the Swami, that one, silver one, I used it to donate. Yesterday, they just made a call to me. Yesterday, they just made a call to me and just went there and gave some X amount for that. Because every year I will donate the money for that particular devotional thing. I use it to be every year. In this year also, they're going to conduct in this month only. So for that, I just gave the money. For that, I'm getting anything in return? No, ma. Except salve actually will be done. On that particular date, when Swamiji will come and he will give Ashirvada to me. Okay, you done the good thing. So I need to touch his feet. Okay, even though I don't like it, but my Home Minister insists to do that. Okay, but that's why I need to touch Swamiji's feet and he will bless me. So that is the only thing I will get blessings. A prasad, pulihora they will give, but I don't like them actually. I like only tirtha. Fine. So, whereas with respect to this, so whatever the amount I just gave there, in return I am getting anything? No. That's why those are called as donations. Sir, donations can be treated as supply. Donations can be treated as consideration. Answer is no. But by using it as a loophole, corporates are diverting the money in such a manner. They will give the money. In fact, it is the investment, but in the shape of donation they will give. Fox in the sheep. Okay. That means in that way, what they will do, they will look like the sheep, but in fact they are fox. The people are like that only. Externally look like the sheep, and in fact, internally are more cunning, fox. Just like that. That fellow is like that. Now got the point. Yes, you look like sheep. Bootu Betty, innocent, property, this, first, bite talk. Okay, fine. So, whereas with respect to this one, yes, sir, 100% he matches for that. So, now come to the point. So, with respect to that particular donation, while giving that particular donation, if at all, the investment is in the name of donation and they're getting something in return, like cancer treatment, I told you, and those things. Here, that's why the government come up with a circular. If the donation is given, if at all it is a conditional donation, it is a supply. If at all it is an unconditional donation, it is not a supply. So any conditions are attached to that. That means the research findings must be shared with me, or whatever the things they will do, they need to share the secrets of that. Definitely it is a supply or not a supply. Supply. Unconditional donations like what we can say, PM relief fund, CM relief fund, like that will be there. Na? So with respect to them, what is the position? Ma? We don't have any conditions. We can't ask Modi to come and have a cup of chai. Modi, I am giving the money to the PM relief fund. Please come and have a cup of chai, Snapchat. I just want to make one video with you. Hi guys, actually. So this Kaju Barfi is gold. So I'm a guy. taking a coffee with or a tea with Modi ji. So please like, subscribe and share it. Definitely you can't say those things, na? Is it possible to say those things? No, na? So that's why is it conditional or unconditional? Unconditional. If at all it is unconditional, is it a supply, ma? It is not a supply. In the same way, another one, which name is going to be displayed. Somebody will give you, while actually, while going to any marriages or something like that, gifts can be of two types. One, they will give you the gift, that's okay. Somebody will give you the gift by printing their name. Even they will give you the steel plate, they just want to publicity those things. So that is the thing. So when you went to some function, some silver or steel items will be given up. Some people will give the items that let it go. But some people will think that they just want to make publicity out of this also. They'll print their names. Maybe plate చూసినప్పుడల్లా వీడు ఆర్థిక సహాయంతో భోజనం చేస్తున్నాను మనకు తెలియాలి. చూసినప్పుడల్లా ఓకే వీడు ఆర్థిక సహాయం చేశాడు ప్లేట్ కొనడానికి. We need to know like that. Okay, some people will do like this and some people do like this. Which one is a supply and which one is not a supply? So plate without name is not a supply. Plate with name, definitely it is a supply. Yes or no, ma? That is the point. So, and in that also, name we need to see whose name is going to be displayed. If it all is a business name, then it is a supply. And if it all it is a personal name, it is not a supply. So, if there are some family names, they will specify that. So, if some family names are there, flowers, photo good as so, like that, if it all it is a personal name, if it all it is a personal name, it is not a supply. If at all it is a business name, definitely it is a supply. This is what we can say, ma, third condition. And business definition, I just not gave there, ma. It is not that much important from the examination point of view. Simply, I can say, if at all it is for, in the course or furtherance of business, then only GST is going to be attracted. These are the major points in 7.1a you need to remember. If all these conditions are satisfied, you are required to pay the GST as per 7.1a. Now come to 7.1b. Before that, taxable person and taxable supply. I will tell you in brief. In order to attract the GST, the supplier must be a taxable person. Take the example of Raghavendra Defense. That means opposite to Pratap campus, where I used it to eat. Raghavendra Defense, the first question, ABC test is satisfied or not there? First one, is it a good or a service? Raghavendra Defense. That means one Ulikaram dosa and one masala dosa I eat on a daily basis. At 11, I will give you the break. We use it to go in the tiffin class. So I need to go there. So, yes. Untudra, na kosam unstadu. Fine, now 11 ke. I print the masala. Fine. On the phone. So with respect to that, Raghavendra Defense, is it what they are making, good or service? Service. They are making the service, ma. They are giving the process. It comes under service. And ABC test, A for activity. Is it a supply? Yes, it is a supply. B for business. Is doing it for charity? No. Business purpose. Is taking any consideration? Yes. That means ABC test is also satisfied. But is charging any GST for you? Why is not charging any GST? Because Raghavendra Defense is not a taxable person. Even though it is a taxable supply, Raghavendra Defense is not a taxable person. What is meant by the word taxable person? Whether you are a person that is required to take the registration or a registered person. When you are required to take the registration, being a supplier of service, when you are required to take the registration, Raghavendra Defense, when they are required to take the registration, when their annual turnover exceeds 20 lakhs, then Raghavendra Defense is required to take the registration. Yes or no? But Raghavendra Defense officially does not cross 20 lakhs. How much amount that is there in PhonePe, that is all official. Even PhonePe also can be manipulated. Scan code will be there, ma. It is going to you. Actually, I'm having one friend who is known as Suresh, ma. He's having some business deal with me since from some 6 months or something. So, when I deal with him, I will give him one number where I use it to PhonePe. This fellow works in a particular hotel, ma. Is a manager there, hotel manager, that fellow. Okay. So, what he will do is, he will give me one number. That number name is Subbamma. Seriously. That means, when I make the payment, the amount is not going to Mr. Suresh, ma. The amount is going to Subhama. He thinks that I don't know about that. But that's okay with me. So wherever the money goes, I don't bother about those things. That's why I just smiled at it and left it go. But that means PhonePe can also be manipulated. Scan code will be there, you will scan and pay. So definitely it is not required that the money should go to the business name only. Na? So that's why officially Raghavendra Defense turnover is not more than 20 lakhs. Therefore, is he a taxable person? No. That's why even though ABC test is satisfied, but still he's not required to pay the GST. Service ABC test satisfied. It is also a taxable supply, but that fellow is not a taxable person. So in order to attract the GST, if all the remaining conditions are satisfied, but still he should be a taxable person to attract the GST there. This is 7(1)(a). And 7(1)(b), simple story. What is the condition that is missing here? Business purpose. That means even though it is for business or non-business, both the purposes, it is a supply. But it covers import of service and consideration is mandatory. Import of service for a business purpose. Any example? Import of service for business purpose. Let's say this app we are using is Notability. The app. This is in Apple, what the app we are using to write all these things, Notability. I had my own subscription at home. This subscription belongs to MM. MM subscription to this Notability app, what we are using to write here, it is import of service for personal use. Import of service for, business purpose, MM. Where I used that particular thing at my home, Notability app, then it comes under personal use. Sir, which one is the supply as per 7(1)(b)? That means Notability subscription by MM or Notability subscription by Mr. Raj. Which one is the supply? Both are supplies on which we are required to pay the GST. Only business purpose, personal use is exempt. Both are supplies. Whether it is for business purpose or for personal use. Whether it is for business purpose or for personal use. Both are supplies. Sir, that means on both cases we are required to pay the GST? Answer is no. We are required to pay the GST only for business purpose. Non-business purpose is exempted. This is the point you need to remember in 7(1)(b). Our next point is 7(1)(c). 7(1)(c), what is the condition that is missing there? Consideration. Even though there is no consideration, but still we are required to pay the GST. How many activities are covered in 7(1)(c)? 4 activities. In that, what is the first one? Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where IDC have been avoided. That means there are 3 conditions in this. First one, it must be a business asset. Second one, it must be permanently transferred. Third one, RDC must be claimed. If all the 3 conditions are satisfied, then definitely we are required to pay the GST, even though it happens without consideration. Sir, what is meant by the word business asset? The asset which is used for business. Use here can be divided into 2 types. One is active use. Second one is passive use. What is meant by the word active use? If at all we are using it in the business, it is called as active use. And what is meant by passive use? Ready to use. That's why that one comes under business asset. Active use or passive use, both comes under business asset. And permanent transfer. What is meant by this permanent transfer, ma? Transfer can be of 2 types. One is revocable. Second one is irrevocable. What is meant by revocable? At the end of the lifetime, it is possible to take it back. It is known as revocable. At the end of the lifetime, it is not possible to take it back. It is known as irrevocable. Anukunnam kada appu gadichipoyina kalam, karigipoyina dhanam, ఇచ్చిన మాట, జరిగిన క్లాసు, పగిలిన గ్లాసు, విరిగిన మనసు. ఇవేవి కూడా తిరిగి వెనక్కి తీసుకోవడానికి పాసిబిలిటీ లేదు. All these things are irrevocable. Subbu knows it best. So overall with respect to this, definitely, so those things once have done, they are irrevocable. Those things are called known as permanent transfer in our GST. Okay. So that's why there should be a business asset and it should be transferred permanently. And third one, ITC must be claimed. Sir, if at all it is a business asset, definitely they will claim the ITC. Na? Then why it is as a condition? No. Here, because there are 2 points. One, not on every business asset we are able to claim the ITC. There is one negative list. That negative list is known as blocked credits. And what is the section number for that? 17 subsection 5. Even though it is a business asset, but if at all it is covered in the negative list, then you cannot claim the ITC. Best example for that is car. Car was donated by Masterminds to the orphanage. Is it a deemed supply? Car was donated by Masterminds to the orphanage. Is it a deemed supply? No, why ma? Because on car, we cannot claim the ITC because it was there in negative list. It was there in negative list. Therefore, when car is a business asset, yes. Is it permanently transferred? Yes. But ITC was not claimed. Therefore, it is not a deemed supply. Sir, why ITC was not claimed, sir? Because it is not allowed to be. Because it is not allowed to be. That's why 17.5 blocked credits. Another one is there. Even though it is allowed, but we did not take it. Ante kada? Life anedi ela untundante, if at all there is no chance of doing, then if at all you have not done that thing, you are not a good person. Even though you are having the opportunity to do that, but still you did not do that, then that person is known as a good fit. అంతే కదరా అవకాశం రానప్పుడు మనం మనుషులను నడిస్తాం. Just everybody will try to look like a perfect person in the world because they don't have the opportunity. But when the opportunity comes, when the situation arises, but still what you are, that will decide your identity and character. అవకాశం రానంత వరకు ప్రతి ఒక్కడు బతికారు. అవకాశం వచ్చినప్పుడు కూడా you need to stand by your words, which was before that. Then only you are called as a man of word. Yes, no? This second point is like that only. You are eligible for ITC, but you are not taking that. What is the first point here? ITC is not allowed at all. ITC is not allowed, therefore you did not take it. What about the second one? ITC is allowed, but you did not take it. Sir, why the people will do like that, sir? Because 16 subsection 3, if at all you are able to remember, ITC chapter, what does 16.3 deals? December an exam. December only you are writing the exam. Okay, in ITC chapter, what does 16.3 deals with? ITC on fixed assets, ma. Along with GST, if at all it is capitalized in the books of accounts, no ITC. Without GST, we are claiming the depreciation. ITC is allowed. That means we are having 2 options. One, claim it as ITC. Second one, claim it as depreciation. Which one you will suggest for your client? In practical world, if at all your client comes to you, which one you suggest? Which one you suggest? Which one? Yes, ma, saying something. Okay, if it all is not a blocked credit, then which one you suggest? Why ITC? Because this is GST class. If it already is income tax, then you will answer. Ramu is teaching, then you will say depreciation. Eh? Smart boy, people. The logic is simple, ma. You need to advise your client, you need to take the ITC. Taiko, depreciation will be given in installments. ITC will be given at once. Because if you purchase a machinery, lakhs of GST will be paid. This GST is merged into depreciation, you will claim it in installments. Client will get the benefit in installments. But if it only has taken the ITC, what will happen? He will get at a time. So working capital will not be blocked, na? That's why ITC is preferred. Okay, let's come to the point. So if ITC is not available, and even though it is available, we did not take that. In both cases, is it a deemed supply? No. Next one. Supply between distinct persons. So what is this distinct persons story? What is meant by distinct persons, first of all? even though they are part of same organization, but still, they are having the different registration certificates. Those people are known as distinct persons. Who are distinct persons? They are part of same organization, but with different GST numbers. Those people are known as distinct persons. అంతే కదా, మనం replica అనుకుంటాం కొంతమందిని. But those replicas sometimes may deviate from our ideology. Part of same organization అంటే మళ్ళానే ఉంటుంది, యాటిట్యూడ్ మళ్ళానే ఉంటుంది, మన replica అని అనుకుంటాం, but sometimes thought process may be different. Those are called as distinct persons, part of same organization but deemed to be distinct. So what happens if at all they are deemed to be distinct? In those cases, whatever the stock transfer that happens between them, definitely it is a deemed supply. What is meant by the word distinct persons, ma? Part of same organization with different GST numbers. Part of same organization with different GST numbers are known as distinct persons. If at all they are distinct persons, then what will happen? Whatever the stock transfer that happens between them, it is a deemed supply. Same point is applicable to related parties. Any transaction that happens between related persons in the course of business, even though it happens without consideration, but still it is a deemed supply. There are so many number of points like partners, employer and employee. Together they controls the third person, more than or equal to 25% of voting power, agent, both of them controlled by third person, same family members. In this, I am going to discuss only 2 points. Because these two are asking in the exam. Employer and employee. Second one is same family members. If these two relations are there, they are going to ask in the exam so many number of times, ma. When the persons are treated as same family members, ma, people will say always, you're part of my family. By words, not by their actions. You're part of my family. Till friends will say, same family will say. But it does not mean that you are their family member, unless it was shown by actions. Here, who are the same family members here? First one comes is spouse. Second one is children. Whether they are financially dependent or not, then only they are treated as same family members. Spouse and children, whether financially dependent or not, they will be treated as same family members. Whereas parents, grandparents, brother, sis. Generally, the people are used sis. So what is this sis? Sis అంటే చిన్నప్పుడు ఇంకో పేరు వాడేవాళ్ళం మేము. Okay. The shortcuts they are using nowadays. Okay. So bro, sis, like that. Okay. So parents, grandparents, brother, sister, if at all they are financially dependent on you, then only they are treated as same family members. So spouse and children, whether financially dependent or not, they are treated as same family members. Parents, grandparents, brother, sister, when financially dependent, then only they are treated as related persons. If any transaction that happens between them, definitely without consideration, it is a deemed supply. Same point is applicable to employer-employee relation. With respect to employer-employee, anything happens for a consideration. For example, let us assume that I am an Apple employee. I purchased an iPhone 8 from Apple store. I purchased it now. It happens for consideration. Therefore, it is a supply as per 7(1)(a). But whereas Apple gifted me Apple iPhone 8 phone, then it happens without consideration. Then we need to check whether it was given as a part of employment agreement or it is not a part of employment agreement. If that iPhone 8 was given as a part of employment agreement to me, because every year they need to give me one iPhone, that means in September month or October, they use it, there was an agreement. Every year, Apple employee will be given a new iPhone. Then that iPhone was given. Is it a part of employment agreement? Yes. In that case, is it a supply? No. It was not there in the agreement. It was not there in the agreement, but still we gave that. In that case, we need to check what is the value of the gift. If the value of the gift is less than or equal to 50,000, it is not a supply. If the value of the gift is more than 50,000, it is a supply. I'm going to say, for example, iPhone generally cost is more than 50,000. Therefore, let us assume that its price is 1,30,000. Let us assume that its price is 1,30,000. 120 is for 256 GB and 512 it comes to 130 or something. So that means the gift value is more than 50 or less than 50? More than 50. In that case, total 130 is taxable or excess 80 is taxable? Total 130 will be taxable. Entire value is going to be taxed. This is the stock transfer, what we have discussed. Next, in demat supplies, the third point is principal-agent relation. When principal-agent relation is covered under demat supplies, agents can be divided into two types. One is selling agent, second one is buying agent. What is meant by selling agent? Who sells on behalf of the principal. What is meant by buying agent? Who buys, procures the goods on behalf of the principal. That fellow is known as buying agent. When it is a demat supply, when it is not a demat supply, two lines. If invoice is in the name of agent, it is a demat supply. If the invoice is in the name of the principal, it is not a demat supply. See, while selling the goods, if the invoice is in the name of the selling agent, while purchasing the goods, if invoice is in the name of the buying agent, then it is a demat supply. Invoice is in the name of the principal, demat supply concept will not be applicable. Simple story, that one. Next one, import of service. Sir, here also in 7.1c import of service is there, na? Then what is the difference between 7.1b import of service and 7.1c import of service? What is the difference between 7.1b import of service and 7.1c import of service, ma? Three differences are there. 7.1b with consideration. 7.1b and 7.1c, three differences are there. With consideration, no consideration. 7.1b from any person, only from related persons, and any purpose, and only for business purpose. These are the three differences between 7.1b import of service and 7.1c import of service. 7.1b with consideration, 7.1c without consideration, and 7.1b from any person, 7.1c only from related persons, 7.1b for any purpose, 7.1c only for business purpose. And in order to be covered under 7.1c import of service, for 4 questions, answer shall be yes. Is it import of service? Yes. Is it without consideration? Yes. Or the related parties? Yes. Is it for business purpose? Yes. For all these 4 questions, answer is yes. Then only we are required to pay the GST as per 7.1c. This one I am not going to discuss now. This is 7 subsection 1a. I will tell you in 2 lines. What does 7.1a deals with? Classification. What is meant by the word classification? Whether it is the supply of the good or a supply of service. Why one need to classify? To know the rates. Why we need to know the rates? Because goods are having a different tax rate, services are having a different tax rate. Therefore, to know that, we need to classify the things. So 7 subsection 1a, I will tell you in simply 2 lines. If the ownership is going to be transferred, it is the supply of the good. Without transfer of ownership, only the possession is going to be shifted, supply of service. If the ownership is going to be shifted, it is known as supply of the goods. Without transfer of ownership, only the possession is going to be shifted, it is known as supply of service. This is all about 7 subsection 1a, not 1b. 1a. 7 subsection 1a is the subsection here. That one, section 7, subsection 1, clause A. We're talking about 7.1a. Here, 7 subsection 1a it is. Okay. I think we need to start from 7 subsection 2. Negative list. Right with... right with schedule 3. So what is 7 subsection 2 negative list deals with? Even though the conditions that are prescribed in 7.1a are satisfied, but still they are neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service. So that is the point what we are going to discuss. Why negative list was created? Why 7(2) a negative list was created? Because to keep the public interest in mind, sometimes it may be necessary for the government to not to levy any tax on few things. Those type of activities are prescribed in 7 subsection 2 negative list of GST. In that first one, already we completed this one, employer-employee relation. So what is the first one, ma'am? Employer-employee relation. When employer-employee relation is covered under GST, when it is not covered under GST. When employer-employee relation is not covered under GST, when it is covered under GST. Before the break, I told you, whatever the benefits employer gives to the employee as a part of employment agreement, it is covered under income tax and it will be taxable in the name of perquisites. But whereas whatever the benefits employer gives to the employee, which is outside the scope of employment agreement, it is covered under GST, provided the value is more than 50,000. That is the point we discussed. So now which one is there in the negative list then? Employer-employee relation within the course of employment. Okay, fine. Next one, judicial services. Whatever the things the court or tribunal generally will do. Take example with respect to court. Take the example of writ petition. I think you know the writ petition, which is going to be filed with the Supreme Court. When every legal system fails, nobody is serving you the justice. In those cases, directly you can file a suit with the Supreme Court by using the writ petition. But the problem is here, if at all actually there is no amount that is prescribed for that, that means nothing is specified, if at all it is free, then nobody will value that. That means if at all they are doing something for free, nobody will recognize. Take it in a normal way. Yes, no? So people, whenever you are doing it for free, people don't recognize the value because they will feel that, okay, it is done for free means it is qualityless, valueless, or if at all people are actually making time for you, they will feel that they are free. They don't think that they are making time for you. Just like that, the court is also like that. If that's why court fixes a minimum of 10,000 rupees court fee, Supreme Court, for this writ petition. If at all it was not like that, then what the people will do, they will go to the Supreme Court for even small things. They will say on MRP, 2 rupees extra were charged for me, for the cool drink, or for the ice cream. They will say that it is not a double roast karam dosa. It is only a single roast. I asked it for a double roast. They just gave me the single roast dosa. For all these petty issues, they will go to the Supreme Court. Yes, sir. So that's why Supreme Court put a materiality level for the 10,000. That means if at all you are serious about the issue, then only will go to the Supreme Court. Why so many students are actually not qualifying in the exam with respect to CR, CMA? Because of the lower exam fee. Because with respect to CA, CMA courses, the exam fee is only 2,000 or 3,000, something like that. Everybody will first pay the exam fees, then think about how many papers we can write, how many groups we can write. So, but as per the CA or CMA exams, the people who are registered for exams, definitely that count will be taken now while calculating the pass percentage. But if at all the exam fee is 50,000 rupees, when you are 100% ready, then only you will pay the exam fee. That's why if at all I become the board member or there is any suggestion that is needed to be given to the board, I will say, please make the registration fee as 0 and put the exam fee as 20,000. Then the pass percentage will be 100% more. Registration fee, please make it as 0. But whereas exam fee should be 20,000 or group 10,000. Then definitely the people who are serious about the exams, then only they will write the exam. Otherwise, they will study or keep quiet. Okay, that's a different story. Same point is applicable with respect to court. So court will fix a level of that 10,000 as a court fee. Because the persons who are for these Nellur Karam, they say double roast, or the people who are going for a cool drink will not go to the court now. The people who are actually serious about the issues, then only they will go to the court. That's why court fee is fixed. On that court fee, there will not be any GST. That is what the point number 2 is saying. On the court or tribunal fee, whatever it is there, definitely on them, there will not be any GST. That is the second one. And third one is, what about this third one? Government functions, duties as MPs, MLAs. That means people, elective members. What they will do? Service motive. What they will do? They will sacrificing their lives for the sake of us. Those politicians, they're actually putting their lives, their family lives, their personal lives only because of us. They just want to serve you. They just want to build the nation. So for this purpose, they're sacrificing their life now. Therefore, whatever the salaries or the amounts they will get, they are neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service. In the same way, constitutional post holders means President of India, Governor, Chief Justice, Chief Election Commissioner, all these people will hold their position as per the Constitution. Therefore, whatever the things they will do in that capacity, it is neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service. And appointees to the government bodies means government regulatory bodies, SEBI chairman, SEBI director, SEBI members, and IRDA, COI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, RBI, Reserve Bank of India, all these people will hold their position as per the Constitution. As per the Constitution. That's why what is the position now? All these activities are neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service. But remember one point here, in that capacity, what they will do, it is neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service. If anything done in the personal capacity, it attracts the GST. Say, for example, in the capacity of MP, what you will do, it is not a supply. If MP purchases a BMW car, it is not the function of the MP. Then in that case, GST is attracted. Whatever the things you will do in the capacity of MP, on them there will not be any GST. If MP or MLA or these people has done anything in their personal capacity, definitely in that case, what is the position? GST is attracted. Say, for example, President of India, President one lady, I can't remember the name of her. What is her name? Draupadi. Mummu. So whatever it is. Hey, Mummu, something, I can't remember these names generally. Okay, fine. Okay, that's okay. Recently went to Sabrimala, I think so. Just I saw that video. Okay, fine. Let's take the example. President actually, let's say for example, went to Bangalore or Udupi Grand. She ate actually pani puri and one idli sambar there. In that case, that president is required to pay any GST for that pani puri and idli sambar that was ate at Udupi Grand, or no GST is attracted in that case. President went to Bangalore ISKCON temple. Later on, somebody told her that okay, that the Grand Udupi was there and which is famous there. Idli sambar is so nice actually. She ate only half idli because of health issues at that time. So what is the position in that case? On that sambar idli and pani puri, are we required to pay any GST on that? Yes, it is not the duty of the president to eat sambar idli there. So president is required to go to Udupi Grand and actually eat that sambar idli or pani puri there. Is there any constitutional requirement to do that? Is there any constitutional requirement? No. That's why in the capacity of president, what she will do, it is there in the negative list. If it was, she has done something in her personal capacity, then definitely GST is attracted. Therefore, with respect to Udupi Hotel Bill, Udupi Grand, in that case, definitely are we required to pay any GST or not? Yes, we are required to pay the GST. Next, funeral services, burial. In few communities, where they will bury the people instead of cremation. So cremation means electronic means. Nowadays, people who are living in the Instagram society, they just want everything Insta, just like this. Whether it is success, money, name and fame, everything they just want instant. They don't have neither the guts nor the patience to wait until their time comes. They just want to do everything in a faster manner, in a different manner, and they want to achieve it instantly. That is the people's problem nowadays. Okay, just like that, with respect to deceased persons, also same story. Generally, as per Hindu Shastra, until the body is completely burned, and in our Telugu, we will call it as Kapala Moksha. Just like a popcorn sound will be, you will hear, body will move like this, and again it will set like this. Just took sir body moving, dead body. Then it is, as per Hindu says, complete ritual activities were done. Dana samskaral appudu complete ayinattu manaki. But nowadays people don't have the patience to wait until it may take at least 2 to 3 hours, a minimum, depending upon the situation. People don't have that much patience now nowadays. That's why they will go for crematorium. Electronic means instant. Just put the body, get the ashes instantly. Coolie movie. Yes, I like the Coolie movie, you know. Subbu, I tell you the reason later on. Some people advised me to see the movie. Okay. So crematorium, insta. The people want it, insta there, na. So body will be put there and you will get the ashes instantly. That one is crematorium. Electronic means mortuary, where our friends will be kept. Dead bodies. Well, nowadays people are also like that, na. Died inside, okay, only smiling outside. Acting, pretending, everything, the people are like that all. So these are all technically our friends. So where the dead bodies were kept, and deceased transportation, what we call it as Mahaprasthanam, Vaikuntham, vehicles will be there now, which is carrying the dead bodies. Those things are also comes under exemption, negative list, they are out of scope of supply. But remember one thing, only the activities in relation to deceased person will be covered in the negative list. Nowadays, recently I saw when I just going to some place, one deceased person transportation is going to be was happening there, and I heard the DJ sound. Initially, I thought that some marriage is going on. The DJ is there. Nowadays, with vehicles, speakers will be there, na. Lights are not there, but DJ is there. Some music is going on. People are dancing. I thought that it is a marriage. When I am crossing along with that, I saw a dead body. Okay, but bunch of direction. I think dead body likes that olden days. So in the memory of him, actually, those songs are kept, as far as I know. Here the question is here, though DJs and orchestra, whatever the thing they just set up there, whether it is exempted. Answer is no. Only the transportation was exempted, ma. Yes, ma, last one. Surely I will make it for you on a Saturday night. After 9. Okay, fine. You want me to do for you? Fine. So whereas with respect to this, yes, okay, ma. So whereas with respect to this, in relation to a deceased person activities, we are not required to pay any those DJs. And after that also, we will arrange some food related activities. Na? బతుకున్నప్పుడు అన్నం బెటర్ కానీ వాడు చనిపోయిన తర్వాత పులసను కోసి గోదావరిలో భోజనాలు పెడతారు. పులస అంటే వన్ ఫిష్ నేమ్ విచ్ ఇస్ కాస్ట్లీ వన్. గోదావరిలో అది స్పెసిఫిక్ సీజన్ లోనే ఇట్ విల్ బి అవైలబుల్. ఓవర్ రైనీ సీజన్ దట్టు అవి ఏమవుతాయంటే సముద్రం నుంచి ఇలా నది కలిసేటప్పుడు ఆ వాటర్ లో ఆ రెడ్ కలర్ వాటర్ ఉంటుంది చూసారు, ఆ టైంలో అది ఉల్టా ఈత్తు వస్తాయి. అవి అప్పుడు దొరుకుతాయి ఈ ఫిషర్మెన్ అంటే అవి ఏమవుతాయి, నార్మల్గా వెళ్తే దొరకదు, ఉల్టా ఈదుకుంటూ వస్తాయి లైఫ్ లో. వచ్చినప్పుడు ట్రాప్ లోకి వస్తాయి, చాలా టేస్ట్ ఉంటుంది అంటారు. ఐ డోంట్ నో బట్ పీపుల్ విల్ సే. బట్ దాన్ని కూసి పెడతారు గోదావరిలో. అది పెట్టడం అంటే ప్రెస్టేజ్ క్వశ్చన్ వాళ్ళకి. అమ్మ నాన్న బతుకున్నప్పుడు అన్నం పెట్టరు వీళ్ళు ఎవరు, చనిపోయిన తర్వాత ఈ కోసి ఈ ఊరు మొత్తానికి పెడతారు. దోస్ థింగ్స్ ఆర్ ఎగ్జాంప్టెడ్ ఆర్ taxable. Definitely those are taxable because they are not in relation to any deceased person. So whatever the activities you will do in relation to a deceased person, those things only, neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service. Whatever the other things you will do, definitely it is taxable. Okay, ba. And next one. Sale of land and buildings, I told you already. Actionable claims also, I think I told you already. With respect to actionable claims, which ones are? Exempted and which ones are taxable, ma? Which ones are exempted and which ones are taxable, ma? Specific actionable claims or specified actionable claims. Those 6 are taxable. Rest of the all other actionable claims are neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service. Now come to these two. High C sales. What is meant by high C sales? With respect to import of the goods, let's say we purchase a few goods, ma. Let's say, for example, for example, yeah, actually the goods are coming from this particular US to India. Okay, US to India, the goods are coming. So while the goods are in transit, I think you know up to which extent it will be covered here. I think here there will be one line that is known as exclusive economic zone. Here 200 nautical miles, I think so. And before that 24 nautical miles will be there. It is called as Indian customs waters, and 12 nautical miles will be there. It is known as Indian territorial waters. I think you know the drill. Okay. While the goods are coming from here, goods are actually coming from here, US, like this, the goods will come here. Now, while the goods are in transit like this, while the goods are there in transit, let's say I purchased the goods. Let's say Mr. Raj purchased the goods. Okay, from US. While the goods are in transit, okay, let's say assume that I purchased it some 100. Sorry, iPhone. No, I just ఇప్పుడు నా మనసు వాచ్ అల్ట్రా మీద పడిందిరా. అల్ట్రా 3 బాగుంది కదా, 1 lakh ఏమో పడుతున్నాడు. బట్ ఐ లైక్ దట్. ఓకే, ఐ జస్ట్ షిఫ్టెడ్ మై మూడ్ టు దిస్ వన్. ఈ వారం కొనాలి దాన్ని. ఫైన్. సో వేర్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు దిస్ వన్, లెట్స్ సే వాచ్ అల్ట్రా. So with respect to watch Ultra 3, let us assume that I just imported 100 items with titanium case. That means this one comes under titanium ones. So that one cost will some 24,000 and phone is 89. It will be 120,000 approximately that watch will cost. Okay. And I imported, let's assume, 100 watches. Meanwhile, the goods are in transit. Somebody approached me. Let's say, for example, Chinna. Chinna approached me for those watches, if at all. And I sold these watches to her while the goods are in transit. This is called high C sales. This is called high C sales. Sir, up to which extent they are called as high C sales? Until bill of entry is filed. Until bill of entry is filed, if the goods are sold by this original person who imported something to this particular person, Shina, definitely up to which extent, which stage it will be called like that? Until the bill of entry is filed. To that particular stage, if the goods are sold, they are called as high C sales. With respect to these high C sales, they are neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service, and we are not required to pay any GST. These are called as high C sales, and definitely we are not required to pay any GST. These are called as high C sales. These high C sales, no GST is required to be paid. Okay. Now come to another point. Okay, fine. We imported some goods from USA here. We imported some goods from USA. Let's take that Mr. Raj has imported some goods here. Okay. Now, when we imported the goods, we're having two options. Immediately, we will pay the customs duty and can remove the goods. Or you don't have the money to pay the customs duty, or you don't want the goods immediately, you can store them in the customs warehouse and you can clear them like form. I think you know that. At least you come across these things. Single reading is completed now with respect to customs or GST now. Okay, fine. So you're having two options. What is the first thing you can do, ma? Immediately you can actually remove those goods. And what is the second one there? Or you can clear the goods from the warehouse like that. Okay, I received the goods and I kept these goods in the customs warehouse. Okay, Raj actually kept the goods in the customs warehouse. While the goods are there in the customs warehouse, now the goods are sold to Chinna. Okay. So here, while depositing the goods in the customs warehouse, Raj need to give a bond mark. I think you know the bill of entry at the time it is called as Interbond bill of entry he is required to file. Later on, the goods are sold to Chinna. Who need to give the bond now? Chinna will give the bond to the customs authorities. Ex-bond bill of entry will be filed when the goods are removed from the warehouse. Here the goods are not removed. Goods are still there in the warehouse. But the ownership is going to be shifted from Raj to Chinna. Now, Chinna will give a bond, fresh bond. This is called bond-to-bond transfer. So, this bond-to-bond transfer, the goods sold by Raj to Chinna comes under bond-to-bond transfer and we are not required to pay any GS. Okay, I just want to change it a little bit now. Let's say Chinna actually sold the goods to Potti. Chinna sold the goods to Potti while they're still in the warehouse. Now Potti gave a bond. Is it also a bond-to-bond transfer? Yes, it is also a bond-to-bond transfer. Sir, in this case, are we required to pay any GST on this? No. Raj to Chinna is bond-to-bond transfer, no GST is required. Chinna to Potti, it is also a bond-to-bond transfer, we are not required to pay GST. Sir, when we are required to pay the GST, sir? When Potti files bill of entry, that is called ex-bond bill of entry, then we are required to pay the GST. Got the point, ma? These are called as bond-to-bond transfers. These are called as bond-to-bond transfers. Bond-to-bond transfers are neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service, and we are not required to pay any GST on them. And the next point is here, with respect to this. So here in this case, if you observe, let's say, Suraj is there in India, purchased some goods from US, which are going to be directly goes to China. The question is here, he is the person who put the order here. And the goods are going to be delivered to China. In this case, are we required to pay any GST on this transaction? No, ma. Why, ma? This is called as merchant trading. This is called as merchant trading without touching Indian territory. If the goods are moving from one country to another country, it is known as merchant trading, and we are not required to pay any GST on this. These are the 3 points. Okay. And along with that, 2 amendments are also there. These two amendments, one is with respect to co-insurance and second one is with respect to reinsurance. I think at that time it was there in the material. I think I don't know. These points are not there, but you have studied it later on. So these two are the new points that were added to the negative list, 7 subsection 2, even in the fast track. I think it is not given because it was prepared before that. So that's why I just come up with a few points which are not added there. So what is this clarification? Taxability of co-insurance premium. See, the point is here, what is this co-insurance first of all? Take the example of Mukesh Ambani's house, Antilla. Construction cost is some 8,000 crores. At present, its market value is 15,000 crores. We just want to insure that particular building. In that case, nobody will have the dare to take up that. In the country, boom saradaga 30 second breakdance say they need to pay 15,000 crores. It's not that much small issue. Na? That's why 2-3 people collectively will do that. Those 2-3 people collectively will do that. It is known as co-insurance. But in co-insurance, there must be one leader. Na? Because in every group, there must be a leader. Without leader, the group is actually waste. Yes, no? Even how many lines are there in the group, if the sheep is actually the leader, then it will not do anything. Even the line which is actually is having the team leader as the line, sheep also perform well. Team leader plays that much key role. Group lo unnavani simhalayana then lead chestunni sheep anukondamma, nothing will happen. Even group lo unnavani sheep can lead chestunni the line, right? You can succeed. That's why the leader. Some people will call them as well-wisher also nowadays. Okay, but that well-wisher or the guide or whatever the name, if at all that fellow is the line, definitely your life will be like that. So that's why there in this collective agreements, there must be some team leader. That team leader is known as lead insurer. The line is known as lead insurer. And the members who are in the group are known as co-insurers. Okay, they're collectively doing that, but there must be somebody to take the initiative. Na? That initiative taking person is known as lead insurer. The other group members are known as co-insurers. Okay, see, I just wrote the background also. In a co-insurance, multiple insurance company jointly covers the same risk under one policy. One company will act as the lead insurer, who will issue the policy, and he will collect the entire premium and coordinates the claim settlement. Other participating companies are known as co-insurers. Okay, ma. So this is the point. So if 2-3 insurance companies together use the policy, it is known as co-insurance. The person who is taking the initiative step, who will deal with the client, is known as lead insurer, and the supporting members are known as co-insurers. Okay. Who will get the entire premium from Mukesh Ambani in our case? Lead insurer will get the entire premium. After getting the premium, that amount is going to be distributed to these co-insurers. The question is here, when the amount is distributed by the lead insurer to the co-insurers, whether it amounts to GST, whether it amounts to supply. Answer is yes, but you are not required to pay the GST when the amount is distributed to the co-insurers, provided the lead insurer pays GST on entire premium. No double taxation. So I will tell you, see for example, what is the total sum issue? That means policy amount, 1 crore. What is the premium? 1 lakh. So what is the lead insurer? Let's say the ratio will be there now. What is the ratio? Lead insurer 40% risk, co-insurer A 30% risk, co-insurer B 30% risk. So that means these are the premium amounts. 1 lakh premium they receive now. In that 1 lakh, 40,000 will be retained by the lead insurer, and 30,000 will be given to the co-insurer A and co-insurer B. Sir, the question is here, when the amount is distributed on the 60,000, are we required to pay any GST on it? Answer is no, provided GST is paid by the lead insurer on the 1 lakh full premium. Further GST on apportionment, that is dividend, no, as full GST is already discharged by the lead insurer. Already on the 1 lakh we paid the GST, na? Therefore, again when the 60,000 is going to be distributed, we are not required to pay any GST. What will happen, ma? Insured will be there. He will pay the premium to the lead insurer. In our example, this 1 lakh rupees. After that, lead insurer will give 30,000 and 30,000 to this co-insurer A and co-insurer B. When the lead insurer is making payment on this 1 lakh GST, again when the amount is distributed, no GST is required to be paid. That is the point that is there in the negative list. Got the point, ma? When the amount is distributed, when the amount is paid by the lead insurer to the co-insurer, in our example, 30,000 and 30,000, we are not required to pay any GST. Why? Because already on the 1 lakh, the lead insurer has paid the GST, na? Yes. So what is the conclusion we can get now? Lead insurer pays GST on entire premium collected. In our example, on the 1 lakh, who need to pay the GST? Lead insurer. Then, on the apportionment of premium to co-insurers, in our example, 30,000 to A and 30,000 to B was given in the premium amount. At that time, are we required to pay any GST? No. Why, ma? GST was already paid on the total amount of 1 lakh by the lead insurer. Why this provision was created in negative list? To avoid double taxation. To avoid double taxation, this point was created. So this is another point that is there in the negative list. And next one is reinsurance. What is meant by reinsurance? What is the difference between co-insurance and reinsurance? Co-insurance means accepting that, okay, I can't take the 100% risk. I need my family support here. That one is co-insurance. All the three, that means lead insurer, insurer A, insurer B, together will give one policy to the insured. That is co-insurance. In reinsurance, what will happen is, let's say, Mukesh Ambani approach HDFC insurance. HDFC will say, okay, I will manage the risk. Don't worry, I'm here now. What the people will say, okay, I'm here, don't worry, I'm there for you. Generally will say, na, I'm there for you, don't worry. Okay, na, fine, they will say like this. Okay, but later on what happens is, on paper they are strong. On paper they look like, okay, I can do anything. I am this, I am that. But when the day comes, even they can't go for a mall on their own. Those people generally later on what they will do, they will go for reinsurance. First they will say, I can manage. Before, I can manage myself. I know what I am doing. So I am capable. So brave. So like that they will say like this. Okay. So that's why, but later on they will go to the another insurer to cover that risk. So what is the difference between co-insurance and reinsurance? Co-insurance, all the three parties together will give one policy. In reinsurance, two agreements will be there. One agreement is between the original insurer and the client, that is policy holder. Second agreement is between insurer and reinsurer. Second agreement is between insurer and reinsurer. Now the question is here, see the background, how the things will happen. Reinsurance is a mechanism by which an insurance company, that is insurer, transfers part of the risk to another insurance company. That another insurance company is known as reinsurer. What the insurer will pay to the reinsurer? Premium. Because let's say I got some 10 lakhs. HDFC got some 10 lakhs. 50% risk is transferred to ICICI. Then premium of 50% needs to go to ICICI. Insurer pays reinsurance premium to the insurer. But ikkade problem vachindi. Okay, then the insurer may ask the reinsurer, "Arey yaar, you are getting 50% of the premium free. I am the person who gave the advertisement. I am the person who put the marketing executives. I am the person who trapped." Nowadays, trapping is the new word. I trapped Mukesh Ambani to give the policy. I am the person who is trapping everything. Then you are getting everything for free now. How far it is fair? Then the reinsurer will say, yes, for trapping, definitely you incurred some expenditure. Na? I will give you in the form of some commission to you to recover that expenditure. Insurer, reinsurer ki premium pay చేశాడు. పే చేసినప్పుడు వాడికి మరి వాడు ఇదే క్వశ్చన్ అడుగుతాడు కదా, అరే నువ్వు కష్టపడకుండానే నా ప్రీమియంలో 50% తీసుకుంటున్నావు, కష్టపడి పార్టీని తెచ్చింది నేను, ట్రాప్ చేసింది నేను, అని ముగ్గులోకి లాగింది నేను, ఇంత నేను చేసిన తర్వాత చివరిలో నువ్వు వచ్చి 50% షేర్ తీసుకోవడం అంటే హౌ ఫార్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఫెయిర్. దానికి రీఇన్షూరర్ ఏమన్నాడు, ఓకే డెఫినెట్లీ, సో నీ ఏదైతే కష్టం ఉందో దానికి రిటర్న్ కింద ఐ విల్ గివ్ యూ సంథింగ్. సో టోటల్ 10 lakhs ఇస్తున్నావు కదా, టేక్ 1 lakh బ్యాక్. దట్ 1 lakh ఈస్ నోన్ యాజ్ సీడింగ్ కమిషన్. Ceding commission, the commission that is paid by the reinsurer to the insurer to cover the administrative cost. To cover the administrative cost, what the premium that is, what is the commission, what is the amount that is paid by reinsurer to the insurer, it is known as ceding commission. The question is here, on that ceding commission, are we required to pay any GST? ఇన్సూరర్, ఎందుకని ఎవరెవరికి పే చేస్తున్నారు ఇక్కడ? రీఇన్సూరర్ ఈస్ పేయింగ్ టు ద ఇన్సూరర్ సీడింగ్ కమిషన్. ఆన్ దట్ ఇన్సూరర్ ఈస్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు పే ఎనీ జిఎస్టీ. ఆన్సర్ ఈస్ నో, ప్రొవైడెడ్ రీఇన్సూరర్ పేస్ జిఎస్టీ ఆన్ ఎంటైర్ 10 lakhs బిఫోర్ డిడక్టింగ్ దట్ 1 lakh. టోటల్ 10 lakhs వాడికి వచ్చిన ప్రీమియం, ఆ 10 lakhs లో 1 lakh రిటర్న్ ఇచ్చాడు. ఇప్పుడు వాడి 9 lakhs మీద కట్టాడు అనుకోండి, ఆ 1 lakh మీద ఇన్సూరర్ కట్టాలి సీడింగ్ కమిషన్ మీద. టోటల్ 10 lakhs మీద వీడే పే చేస్తాడు అనుకోండి అమ్మా, ఇన్ దట్ కేస్ దట్ ఇన్సూరర్ ఇస్ నాట్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు పే జిఎస్టీ ఆన్ దట్ సీడింగ్ కమిషన్. See, I just gave you an example. So what is the reinsurance premium? 10 lakhs. What is this reinsurance premium means? Premium paid by the insurer to the reinsurer. Insurer means original insurer. Reinsurer means second time insurer. Okay, 10 lakhs. What is the ceding commission? 1 lakh. Deducted by the insurer before remitting the payment. What is the net amount that is paid to the reinsurer? 9 lakhs. That is 10 lakhs is the premium. In that ceding commission, 1 lakh was deducted and remaining 9 lakhs was paid. Now GST liability. See the point. Reinsurer pays GST on this entire 10 lakhs gross amount, including 1 lakh commission. Then any separate GST on the commission? No, it's already included in the taxable value of reinsurance. Again, on that 1 lakh, we are not required to pay any GST, provided reinsurer pays inclusive of the commission. In our example, the amount paid net, what is the net amount paid to the reinsurer there, ma? How much? 10 lakhs. In that case, what is the position? Definitely with respect to the 10 lakhs, are we required, ma? No. So, if on the 10 lakhs we pay the GST, on the 1 lakh we are not required to pay that. Okay, this is the story. See, what is the conclusion? Reinsurer is liable to pay GST on the entire reinsurance premium, including the ceding commission. No separate GST is required on the ceding commission. To avoid the double taxation, this provision was created. So these are the new points that were there. One is co-insurance and second one is reinsurance. And along with that, one additional point is also there with respect to salvage value. Taxability of salvage value or wreck value in motor vehicle claims. The point is here, you purchase a bike or you purchase a car, then definitely the car or bike met with an accident. You will claim the insurance. Then you will have two options, or the policy will have two options. The destroyed car will be there with you and they will pay the remaining balance. Or the destroyed car will be taken by that insurance company and will pay you the amount. The question is here, if the destroyed car was repaired and later on sold, who is required to pay the GST is the question. Whether it is the insurance company or the previous car owner. Further clarification was issued. See, whether the insurance company is required to pay the GST on the salvage value or not. First scenario, insurance company settles the claim after deducting the value of the salvage from the claim amount. See, I just put here. See the point here, ma? 2 points, ma. Case 1 and case 2. What is case 1? After deducting the scrap value, salvage value, scrap value, the amount is paid. What is the vehicle value that was assessed? 1 lakh. What is the scrap value? 20,000. After deducting that, 80,000 was paid. Now the scrap belongs to ఎవరి దగ్గర ఉంటుంది? అది డిస్ట్రాయిడ్ కార్ తీసుకుంటాడు వాడు, అమౌంట్ కట్ చేసి ఇచ్చాడు కదా ఇన్సూరెన్స్ కంపెనీ వాడు. నౌ ద కార్ బిలాంగ్స్ టు వెహికల్ ఓనర్. అలాంటప్పుడు Insurance company is required to pay the GST on that? No, because the ownership still lies with the car owner. See the second example. What is the vehicle damage value? 1 lakh. What is the salvage value? In that, 20,000. How much amount is paid to the particular car owner? 1 lakh. Now the ownership belongs to insurance company. Well, later on it was sold. Who is required to pay the GST? Insurance company. This is the clarification they issued. That means, what is the conclusion? No GST. We're talking from the point of view of insurance company here. No GST when salvage remains with the insured, deducted from the client. See, 1 lakh is the insurance client, 20,000 car value was deducted, balance 80,000 was paid. Then on this car was sold, insurance company is not required to pay any GST. GST is applicable when the salvage becomes a property of the insurer, that is full claim is paid. That means including salvage value 1 lakh was paid. Now car belongs to insurance company. When the car is sold, insurance company is required to pay the GST. This is all about the points, amendments. These are the 3 major amendments that happened in the case of supply. Sorry. Next one is composite or mixed supply. I think nothing is there in this point. I will simply say the summary here. If 3 conditions are satisfied, it is a composite supply. What are those 3 conditions? First one, minimum 2 or more taxable supplies. What is the second one? What is the second one there? Natural bundle. Third one of the supply should be a principal supply. If all these 3 conditions are satisfied, then definitely it is a composite supply. So what is meant by natural bundle? There is no clear-cut formula for natural bundle. But in 3 circumstances, it can be termed as natural bundle. What are those 3 circumstances? There is a tradition in that particular business to supply them together. Second one, customers expect them in such a way. Third one, without the other, the total bundle is useless. In these 3 cases, it is called as natural bundle. First one, there is a tradition in that particular business to supply them together. Example, TV with remote, mobile with charger, AC with remote, idli with sambar. Idli with sambar also? No? Fine. So, in this case, there is a tradition in that particular business to supply them together. So, in that case, what is the position? Definitely, it is a natural bundle. Second one, customers expect them in such a way, like hotel accommodation with breakfast, and non-stick with wooden stick. All these things, customers expect them in such a way. It is a natural bundle. And without the other, the total bundle is useless. Example, lens with frame. Lens okate pattukoni tiragalemu, frame okate pettukoni tiragalemu. We need both of them to fulfill the particular set. That's why in those cases, what is the position? It is a natural bundle. And third one of the supply should be a principal supply. What is meant by principal supply? Purpose of the contract. If all these 3 conditions are satisfied, it is a composite supply. And what is the rate that is applicable? Principal supply rate. And what is meant by mixed supply then? 3 conditions. First condition, minimum 2 or more supplies should be there. Second one, artificial bundle. Third one, single price. If all these 3 conditions are satisfied, it is a mixed supply. And example for that is celebrations box. 2 or more individual supplies are there, and it is artificial bundle. And on the celebrations box, single price will be there. If all the 3 conditions are satisfied, then what is the position? Definitely it is a mixed supply. If at all it is a mixed supply, what is the rate that is applicable? Highest rate. And with respect to few circulars, or 1 or 2 important circulars are there, artwork. So what about this artwork? What about this artwork? 2-3 paintings will be there. Oh, there are few people, There are few people actually who will do the whoopee painting, just like Karthi in that movie, by using bathroom brush. Yes, no? So just like that, one of the person has done the painting, and that artist has sent the painting to the art gallery. He's a calculated mindset person. Even he used the bathroom brush, he want to sell it and make a profit. That was calculated, that person. Okay. So the question is here, while sending this painting by this artist to the art gallery, whether it amounts to supply or not is the question. Answer is no. Why, ma? Because no consideration is moving from art gallery to the artist at the time of sending the painting. Therefore, no consideration, no supply. That is the point. Sir, when it is considered as a supply, sir, when somebody like Prakash Raj see that particular painting and purchases for 2 lakhs, in that case, it is a supply and we are required to pay the GST. Next one, interstate movement. What is this interstate movement, ma? I told you Morningstar bus example at that time. Any interstate physical movement of the motor vehicle was there for 3 purposes. Are you able to recollect that? One is with respect to transportation of the goods. Second one is transportation of passengers. And the third one is for the sake of repairs and maintenance. For any of these 3 purposes, physical movement of the motor vehicle was there. On that motor vehicle value, we are not required to pay any GST. On that motor vehicle value, we are not required to pay any GST. What is the first one? Transport of the goods. Second one, transport of passengers. Third one, repairs and maintenance. For any one of these purposes, there is a physical movement of the motor vehicle was there. It is neither the supply of the goods nor the supply of service. We are not required to pay any GST. That is the second one. Third one, tenancy rights. I told you tenancy rights for subletting. For getting the subletting rights, you need to pay some additional consideration. That additional consideration is known as tenancy premium. The question is here, whether the tenancy premium is taxable. Yes, it is taxable. When it is exempted, residential property for residential purpose, then the tenancy premium is exempted. This is the circular what we have discussed. And next one is rethreading of tires. What is this rethreading of tires? Due to the wear and tear, road grip will be lost of a tire. When the road grip of a tire is lost, it will become slippery. Skid out generally. When you just press the bike, it will skid and it will skate on the road. That is the time where you need to change the tire. When you need to change the tire. But the rich people like you may have the money to change the tire. But poor people like me, we don't have that much of luxury. We don't have the luxury, ma. Nee anta double unte na class lo cheppukunta. Jeetanto batikevaadu. Masterminds vallu iste gaani kashtam naaku. Fine. So definitely I don't have that much money now. So that's why what I will do, I will go to the Auto Nagar and where they will put a new layer on my old tire. This is called rethreading. So what about this rethreading, ma? With respect to this rethreading, what is the position? Is it a supply of the good or a supply of service, ma? Friends, by taking our old tire, they are giving us rethreaded tire, supply of the good. On our tire, they are doing the rethreading, it comes under supply of service. By taking our old tire, they are giving the new rethreaded tire, it comes under supply of the goods. On our tire only, they are doing the rethreading, it comes under supply of service. Next one, bus bodybuilding. What is meant by bus bodybuilding, ma? Bus will go to the gym and will a body there? No, it was not like that. What is meant by bus bodybuilding? Bus body means without the tires, without seats, the frame that will be there now, it is known as bus body. So that bus body building is a supply of the good or a supply of service? Depends. As a part of making of a new bus body building was done, supply of goods. Or as a part of repairs and maintenance. Recently I saw one Hyderabad to Bangalore bus. Whereas with respect to this bus body building, so this bus was actually destroyed now due to the fire. Later on, now bus bodybuilding was done. Is it a supply of the good or a supply of service in that case? Supply of service. Because this bus bodybuilding was done as a part of repairs and maintenance. While for the construction of the new bus bodybuilding was done, it is a supply of the good. But whereas if at all this particular bus bodybuilding was done as a part of repairs and maintenance, it comes under supply of service. So, what about this bus bodybuilding now? Bus bodybuilding was done as a part of making new bus, supply of the good. as a part of repairs and maintenance, supply of service. That is the point. And perquisites already I told you. And consumer court. Consumer disputes commission means consumer court is also be treated as court and they are not required to pay any GST. And sales promotions we'll discuss in IT CMA. And what about these joint ventures? With respect to joint venture means particular partnership technically. Generally two persons come together to achieve a purpose. For example, we just want to, let's say my ambition is to having a big restaurant or a hotel. Then I will join hand with somebody else and we together build a hotel there. Then it is called as joint venture. We call it as joint venture. With respect to joint venture, two members are there, myself and my friend. Okay, but each one need to contribute to that. Let's say, for example, I contributed the cooking equipments and all these things because I'm having the money. Other party is having the ideology and ideas and thought process, and we just made some recipes. Some dishes recipes will be there now, which are actually used to make the dishes. Recipes are required to make the dishes. Okay, so those recipes actually they contributed. They will do Maggie very well. We need to mix hot water like that. The recipe will be there. La? So those recipes they will do a Maggie, different types of Maggies. By having the Maggie idea, we just want to start a restaurant. Restaurant name is Maggie's Noodles. Maggie's Noodles. Our restaurant name is. Okay. In that case, whatever the things we contributed to that, is called as cash call. Capital contributions are known as cash calls. Those cash calls are not required to pay any GST. On those cash calls, we are not required to pay any GST, ma'am. Okay? But whereas any other things that was done, let's say, for example, one of our partner is a very smart person. Manshi, Mudran Mata. So everything calculated mindset, my partner, for example. Then that fellow told me that, okay, we are running a restaurant as Maggie Noodles, our restaurant name is. But here we are making only Maggie and we are not making the noodles here. So that's why I will make the BTS Korean type noodles. I'll put it as BTS noodles because nowadays they are more popular, na? Yes, na? So with the girl faces, five members will be there. BTS Army, they are calling themselves as. Okay. So what that smart fellow has told me, okay, I will give consultancy service to Maggie Noodles restaurant, how to make the BTS Korean noodles. And actually, that fellow gave me advice for that. That means just put the noodles in hot water, then it will become Korean noodles. Gravy type will be there. That's why those people like gravy things. Because in Korean general, they don't eat dry they eat something in a wet manner. That's why just put the noodles in here, just like hot water thing, and they will eat. That is Korean style, nothing else. But the people will think it is a different style. And they will try to follow that. And this fellow, because I'm innocent, you know that. So that's why he told me the consultancy idea, how to make the Korean noodles and collected from my restaurant 10,000. Are we required to pay any GST on that? Yes, because Maggie's Noodles is a joint venture. And one member has given the consultancy service how to make the Korean noodles. Further, they collected 10,000. It is a service by the member to the joint venture. It is a supply of service and we are required to pay the GST on that. What the difference, ma? Capital contributions to the joint venture, we are not required to pay any GST. But whereas any member has done for this joint venture, further he collected something, you are required. Here, what is my joint venture name? Maggie's Noodles. Maggie's Noodles. Okay. For this, what this partner has done, has provided the consultancy service how to make the Korean noodles. Further, he got 10,000. On the 10,000, are we required to pay any GST or not? Yes, definitely we are required to pay the GST. There ends this particular chapter must apply. Now we are moving to levy and collection. The next chapter will be levy and collection. In that 91, 92, you need to stay on your own. They are nothing from the examination point of view. You can ignore them. So therefore, we will start with 93 here. So with respect to 93, RCM. So what is the difference between FCM and RCM? FCM means forward charge mechanism and RCM means reverse charge mechanism. So what is the difference between FCM and RCM? In FCM, recipient will pay to the supplier and supplier in return will pay to the government. Under RCM, recipient will pay directly to the government. This is called as RCM. My question is here, in FCM, who is having the ultimate liability? Recipient. Under RCM, who is having the ultimate responsibility? Recipient. Whether it is FCM or RCM, in both cases, who will have the ultimate responsibility? Then why there is a need for FCM and RCM? If the government feels it convenient to collect the tax from the supplier, it will follow the FCM. If the government feels it convenient to collect the tax from the recipient, it is called as RCM. If the government feels it convenient to collect the tax from the supplier, it will follow FCM. If the government wants to collect the tax from the recipient or government feels it convenient to collect the tax, it is called as RCM. So when the one shifted from FCM to RCM, the compliance requirements also shift from supplier to recipient, like taking the registration, payment of GST, and filing of returns. All these things will be shifted from supplier to the recipient. So I'm not going to discuss each and every points that are there in 9.3. From examination point of view, what are the things that are important in RCM? We are going to discuss. Who is the supplier in the first point? GTA. What is the full form of GTA? Goods Transport Agency. If the supplier is the GTA, recipient we divided into two types. One is registered, second one is unregistered. One is recipient registered, second one is unregistered recipient. If the recipient is registered, definitely we are required to pay the GST as per RCA. If the recipient is a registered person, as per RCM, recipient is required to pay the GST. Best example, MM has taken GTA services from Navata Transport. Is it B2B or B2C? B2B means business to business. Who is the supplier? Navata Transport. Who is the recipient? MM. B2B, then definitely it is covered under RCM. Who is required to pay the GST? MM is required to pay the GST. But if the recipient is unregistered, we need to see specified recipients, others. If the specified recipients, then you are required to pay the GST under RCM. Who are the specified recipients? CF Scrub. I think you remember that. C for Cooperative Society, F for Factory, and S for Society and Scrub. Or you are. So means unregistered partnership form, and B for Body Corporate. Sir, they are unregistered now. I told you one point in section 24. See, since they are unregistered under GST, they have to compulsorily register as per section 24 and they are required to pay the GST as per RCM. If the recipient is others like individual, HUF, CDP like that, in those cases it will be exempt. This is with respect to GTA. So GTA will have two options. One is FCM, second one is RCM. I think you remember, with respect to FCM, two rates will be there. 12% with IDC, 5% without IDC. Under RCM, there will be only one rate, that is 5% without IDC. See, GST at 5, FCM, another rate, 5% is there and 12% is there. Two rates are there, whereas with respect to 12%, you will get the IDC, 5% you will not get the ITC. That is the point. Next one, security personal services. What is this? Security means security personnel or security systems. What is the difference between security personnel and security systems? Security personnel means ATM security guards, bouncers, bodyguards, like that. Security systems means CC cameras like drones, like that. They will come under the security systems. We are talking about security personnel. Who is the supplier? Any person other than body corporate. Who is the recipient? Registered person. Then what is applicable? RCM. As per RCM, who is required to pay the GST? Registered person. What is example we discussed? Salman Khan Shera example. Shera is a highly paid bodyguard in India and he's serving to Salman Khan since from 1998. So 1998 means he is serving Salman Khan as a bodyguard. His name is Shera and he is a highly paid bodyguard in India. ఇది వినగానే మళ్ళీ క్యాలిక్యులేటెడ్ పీపుల్ ఇంత చదివే బదులు నేను కూడా బాడీగార్డ్ అయితే బాగుంటుంది అనుకుంటా. ఏదో సినిమాలో తమన్నా బాడీగార్డ్గా చేస్తుంది, ఏదో మూవీ అది, అంటే సెక్యూరిటీ బౌన్సర్ గానీ అది ఉంటుంది, మూవీ నేమ్ గుర్తు రావట్లేదు కానీ తమన్నా దానిలో బౌన్సర్ బాడీగార్డ్, దాన్ని అంబిషన్ అనమాట. అట్లా ఉడతలు పెట్టేదో సంథింగ్ ఎక్కువ బీతో స్టార్ట్ బబ్లీనా మూవీ నేము. దానిలో బౌన్సర్ కింద వర్క్ చేస్తుంది అనుకోండి తమన్నా. సో అలా డబ్బులు వస్తాయి కదా మళ్ళీ బౌన్సర్ కింద వెళ్దాం అనుకుని గట్టి ఎత్తుతారు, ఎత్తి పక్కన వేస్తారు తర్వాత. ఫైన్. సో వేర్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు దిస్ వన్ హియర్ మా, who is the supplier? Any person other than body corporate. And who is the recipient ma? A registered person. In that case, who is required to pay the GST? In that case, who is required to pay the GST ma? Recipient. So in our example, Shera is the supplier. Who is the recipient? Salman is the recipient. Salman is required to pay the GST under RCM. But whereas if the recipient is a registered person, but still these two people, one is composition dealer, second one is TDS deductor. In those two cases, FCM is applicable. Generally, if the recipient is a registered person, RCM. If the recipient is, even though a registered person, he is a composition dealer or a TDS deductor, in those cases, what will be applicable, ma? FCM will be applicable. Next one. Renting of residential dwelling means building for residential use. Who is the supplier? Landlord. Who is the recipient? Registered recipient. Then definitely what it will be, ma? RCM. What is the example for this? Infosys has taken apartment on a rental basis to give it to his employees as a rent-free accommodation. Infosys has taken an apartment on a rental basis to give it as a rent-free accommodation to its employees or staff quarters. Who is the supplier? Apartment owners. Who is the recipient? Infosys. Infosys is registered or unregistered? Registered. In that case, what will be applicable? RCM. As per RCM, who is required to pay the GST? The recipient. Who is the recipient? Infosys. But if at all it is for personal use, it is exempt. If the recipient is unregistered, then also it is exempt. Any person who receives those services for personal use or recipient is an unregistered person, it is exempt. Okay, ma. So that is the point you need to remember. And one amendment is there as far as I remember. Straight. This one is not for you. ఇప్పుడు రాశారు మర్చిపోయాను. ఎక్కడో రాశానే, అమెండ్మెంట్ వచ్చింది. Yeah. Yes. Fine. So the amendment is there in sponsorship services, ma. Amendment 1 amendment was there in sponsorship services. Supplier previously, ma, must not be a body corporate. Previously, what is this? Any person. If the supplier is any person and recipient is a body corporate or partnership form, then RCM is applicable. That is the point when you studied. Supplier, any person, recipient, body corporate or partnership form, then RCM is applicable. Virat to MRF, something like that we discussed. But now what is the amendment? Supplier is any person other than body corporate. Previously, what is the word that is there, ma? Supplier, any person, RCM is applicable. A point later, అందుకని amendment లో పెట్టాను. Fine. అంటే అది ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాదు నిజానికి. అమెండ్మెంట్ వచ్చింది కాబట్టి ఇంపార్టెంట్ అంతే. So who is the supplier? Any person previously. Who is the recipient? Body corporate or partnership form, then RCM. But now the word any person was replaced by supplier, any person other than body corporate, then only RCM. If the supplier is the body corporate, then FCM will be applicable. That is a new point. Previously, supplier is any person. But now, the supplier is any person other than body corporate. Previously, supplier is any person, RCM is applicable. Previously, supplier is any person, RCM is applicable. But now, the word any person was replaced by, but now, the word any person was replaced by any person other than body corporate. If the supplier is a body corporate, FCM. If the supplier is other than body corporate, then only RCM will be applicable. That word has been changed. That is amendment. Next one. Renting of immovable property, excluding residential dwelling. ఇదేంటి ఇందాక చూసాం కదా. ఇందాక అక్కడ ఏ బిల్డింగ్ గురించి చెప్పాను నేను. ఇప్పుడు మనం మీరు ఫాస్ట్ ట్రాక్ లో రెసిడెన్షియల్ బిల్డింగ్ is covered under RCM, but other than residential is not covered. For that, another entry was made. New entry in RCM. Who is the supplier? Unregistered person. Who is the recipient? Registered person other than composition dealer. Then RCM is applicable. What is the renting of building? Other than residential building. Because residential building is covered in the above point, na? That's why a new point was inserted in the RCM. So what is that? Renting of commercial property, simply. Other than residential means renting of commercial property. Who is the supplier? Unregistered person. Who is the recipient? Registered person. Then what is applicable? RCM. As per RCM, who is required to pay the GST? Recipient, registered person is required to pay the GST. Any example for this? Any example for this? Let's take the example. Yeah, let's take the example. There is a, I just constructed a hotel because nowadays hotel is a very big business. Recently I came to know, since from 6 months. How much I earn? Actually more than that these people are earning. But for that, what is the thing you need to do? You need to construct a hotel. So let's take the example. I just constructed a hotel. I'm an unregistered person. I just gave this particular building on a rental basis to KV International. I just gave this particular, and the hotel name, I just named it as KV. Okay. But KV International is the name. I just gave it to them on a rental basis. Here, what is this building? Hotel. Or lodging purpose it was given. It is a commercial building. So who is the owner? Myself is the unregistered person. And who is the recipient there? KV International. Those people are registered. In that case, what will be applicable? RCM is applicable. And who is required to pay the GST? Recipient KV International is required to pay the GST. But if the recipient is a composition person, then FCM is applicable. Or if both are unregistered, it is exempted. See, other than a composition dealer, if the recipient is a composition dealer and FCM, it will come under and it is exempt technically. This is a new point that was added, ma. And with respect to goods, CA వాళ్ళకి లేవు కానీ CMA వాళ్ళకి goods కూడా ఉన్నట్టున్నాయి, సెల్ఫ్ స్టడీలో ఉంటాయి. In that, one additional point was added, ma. Supply of metal scrap. Supplier is any unregistered. Recipient is any registered. Then also what will be there, ma? This particular RCM is applicable. This is with respect to goods. One amendment was there. Because the CMA final is having goods also, na. With respect to goods, one additional point was given. What is that? Supply of metal scrap. Who is the supplier? Unregistered person. And who is the recipient? Registered person. Then RCM is applicable. This is also another amendment that was there in that. And with respect to accommodation, with respect to residential property for residential purposes exempted. I told you one line previously. Residential property for residential purpose is exempted. Yes, now that is the point we discussed. But now that point excludes hostel accommodation. That point excludes hostel accommodation. For that, a new entry was made. For that, a new entry was made. What is that new entry? Supply of accommodation services where value is less than or equal to 20,000 rupees per person per month, and the accommodation was provided for a minimum continuous period of 90 days. I think this point is with respect to hostels. Private hostels ఉంటాయి కదా, వాటిని exclude చేశారు exemption list నుంచి. Exemption రావాలి అంటే two conditions. The amount should be less than or equal to 20,000. Stay period is more than 90 days. Then only it is exempted. Rest of the cases it is taxable under RCM technically. So this is amendment with respect to RCM concept. I will share it with you. Ika PDF tarata nenu share chestanu, మీరు చూసుకుందరు కానీ. Next one, business facilitator. So what is this business facilitator? What is meant by business facilitator? The person who will create awareness in relation to the bank is known as business facilitator. The person who will create awareness in relation to the bank is known as business facilitator. He will mobilize the savings accounts, FD, RDs, ఇవన్నీ మొబైలైజ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారే. ఒక మార్కెటింగ్ పర్సన్, బట్ హీ విల్ క్రియేట్ ఇన్ఫ్లోస్ ఓన్లీ. అంటే సేవింగ్స్ అకౌంట్స్, ఎఫ్డీలు, ఆర్డీలు ఇలాంటివి ఓపెన్ చేస్తాడు. లోన్లు ఇవ్వడం, లోన్కి సంబంధించిన హెల్ప్ కాదు ఇది. సేవింగ్స్ అకౌంట్స్, ఫిక్స్డ్ డిపాజిట్స్, రికరింగ్ డిపాజిట్స్, దోస్ థింగ్స్ విల్ హెల్ప్. దట్ ఫెలో ఇస్ నోన్ యాజ్ బిజినెస్ ఫెసిలిటేటర్. సో బిజినెస్ ఫెసిలిటేటర్ టు ద బ్యాంక్ ఈస్ కవర్డ్ అండర్ RCM. ఎగ్జామ్లో కొన్నిసార్లు ఏం చేస్తాడంటే కన్ఫ్యూజ్ చేయడానికి ఏజెంట్ టు బిజినెస్ ఫెసిలిటేటర్ అంటారు. ఇట్ ఈస్ టాక్సిబుల్ అండర్ FCA. అందుకే రెండు రాశాను. వాట్ ఈస్ కవర్డ్ అండర్ RCM? Business facilitator to bank is covered under RCM. Agent to business facilitator is covered under FCM. That is a point you should remember. Same point is applicable to business correspondent. This is business correspondent. Okay, ma. So what is the difference between business facilitator and business correspondent, ma? Business facilitator plus loan facility is equal to business correspondent. అంటే బిజినెస్ ఫెసిలిటేటర్ చేసే ప్రతి పని వీడు కూడా చేస్తాడు. బట్ అలాంగ్ విత్ దట్ హీ విల్ ప్రొవైడ్ ద సర్వీసెస్ ఇన్ రిలేషన్ టు లోన్స్ ఆల్సో. దట్ పర్సన్ ఈస్ నోన్ యాజ్ బిజినెస్ కరెస్పాండెంట్. విచ్ వన్ ఈస్ కవర్డ్ అండర్ RCM? ఏజెంట్ టు బిజినెస్ కరెస్పాండెంట్ ఈస్ కవర్డ్ అండర్ RCM. బిజినెస్ కరెస్పాండెంట్ టు బ్యాంక్ ఈస్ కవర్డ్ అండర్ FCM. Agent to business correspondent is covered under RCM. But business correspondent to bank is covered under FCM. So in order to differentiate those things, I just wrote there. If at all it is in relation to rural branches, it is exempted. Business facilitator services, business correspondent services in relation to rural areas, it will be exempted. Next one, renting of motor vehicle for passenger transportation. Simple car travels. With respect to car travels also, you are having two options. You can follow either FCM or RCM. FCM, what is the rate of tax applicable? 12% with ITC. If you want to follow the RCM, what is the rate of tax, 5%. It is without ITC. So who is the supplier? Any person other than body corporate. And who is the recipient? Body corporate. And what is this? Consideration includes cost of the fuel, then only RCM is applicable. What is this? Consideration includes cost of the fuel. అంటే బిజినెస్ ట్రిప్స్ కార్ని మీరు రెండు రకాలుగా కారుని రెంట్కి తీసుకుంటారు. పెట్రోల్ మీదే, డ్రైవర్కి మీరే ఇచ్చుకోవాలి. ఈ టైప్లో ఉంటాయి కొన్ని. వెళ్ళి కారు ఇస్తాడు నీకు అంతే. ఆ పెట్రోల్ నువ్వే కొట్టించాలి, డ్రైవర్ వస్తే బేటాలు అవన్నీ నువ్వే ఇచ్చుకోవాలి ఎక్స్ట్రా. ఈ టైప్లో డీల్ ఉంటుంది. రెండోది మొత్తం వాడే, సార్ కారు నాదే, పెట్రోల్ నాదే, డ్రైవర్కి ఇచ్చేటప్పుడు కూడా మీ సంబంధాలు ఫిక్స్డ్గా నాకు లంసమ్ అమౌంట్ ఇంత ఇవ్వండి. 2 రకాల డీల్స్ ఉంటాయి కార్లో. కారు మాత్రం నీకు ఇస్తా, పెట్రోల్కి ఎంతని, పెట్రోల్ నువ్వే కొట్టించుకో, ఎంతైతే అంత, నా సంబంధం లేదు. డ్రైవర్ కూడా నువ్వే ఇచ్చుకో, కారు మాత్రం నేను రెంట్కి ఇస్తా, నాకు రెంట్కి ఇచ్చినందుకు ఎంత ఇవ్వు. ఇదొక టైప్. రెండోది, సార్ కారు డ్రైవరు మాదే, పెట్రోల్ మాదే, కిలోమీటర్కి 12 రూపీస్ ఏమో తీసుకుంటారు జనరల్ ఇలా ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు. ఈ లంసం వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు, 12 to 16 మధ్యలో తీసుకుంటారు కిలోమీటర్కి. ఇంకా నీకు ఇస్తాను, డ్రైవర్ మావాడే, పెట్రోల్ ఖర్చు కూడా నాదే, కారు నాదే, నువ్వు చెప్పిన డెస్టినేషన్ తీసుకెళ్ళి నేను పంపిస్తాను. 2 డీల్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఏది ఆర్సీఎం కిందకు వస్తుంది? టోటల్ ప్యాకేజ్ కమ్స్ అండర్ ఆర్సీఎం. అంటే కార్, డ్రైవర్, పెట్రోల్, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ బిలాంగ్స్ టు ట్రావెల్స్. ఫర్ దట్ యూ నీడ్ టు పే లంసమ్ అమౌంట్. దట్ వన్ ఈస్ కవర్డ్ అండర్ ఆర్సీఎం. అలాగే కార్ వాజ్ ఓన్లీ గివెన్. బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ జూమ్ కార్స్. జూమ్ కార్స్ లో కార్ విల్ బి గివెన్ ఆన్ రెంట్. ఈవెన్ డ్రైవర్ ఆల్సో విల్ నాట్ బి గివెన్. సెల్ఫ్ డ్రివెన్ వన్స్. మనమే కార్ తీసుకుంటాం, డ్రైవ్ చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళిపోతాం, పెట్రోల్ మనమే కొట్టించుకుంటాం. Those cars are not covered under RCM. When the car travel gives entire package along with the driver, along with petrol expenditure, everything will be borne by the car travels. You need to pay a lump sum consideration. Those things are only covered under RCM. In that case, you are required to pay the GST, and for that few additional points are given. Transfer of development rents is not needed for that exam. Lease you can ignore. Consider security services, that's okay. Legal service, you need to remember a little bit, ma. What is meant by the word legal service, ma? Advice, consultancy, assistance in any branch of law, it is known as legal service. What is the difference between advice, consultancy, and assistance, ma? Advice, informal way. Consultancy, professional advice. Assistance, if at all we are physically involved in that, it is known as assistance. Advice means informal way. Consultancy means professional way. Assistance means, what is meant by assistance? If at all we are physically involved in that, it is known as assistance. So advice, consultancy, assistance in any branch of law, it is known as legal service. And who will provide that? Junior advocates, senior advocates, partnership firm of advocates will provide that. Will provide the legal service, ma? Junior advocate, senior advocate, and partnership firm of advocates will provide that. Okay. And when RCM is applicable, ma, if the recipient is there in taxable territory and he is a business entity, technically registered person. If the recipient is a registered person and a business entity, then it is taxable under RCM. Even though it is business entity, it is unregistered, it is exempted. Arbitral tribunal. What is meant by the word arbitration? Settlement of a civil case outside the court through a legal process, it is known as arbitration. The private settlement lanamata. Night 9 tarvata manam chesevi kaadu roy. Pagalaput official ga chesevi. So, arbitral tribunal services, if it, same point, if at all they are providing service to registered business entity, registered business entity, then only RCM is applicable. Rest of the cases, it will be exempted. So, arbitral tribunal services to registered business entity is taxable under RCM. Rest of the cases, it will be exempted. Sponsorship, ఇక్కడ రాశాను రోయ్, మర్చిపోయాను అనుకున్నాను. ఇక్కడ స్పాన్సర్షిప్ దగ్గర ఏమైనా వస్తుంది ఇప్పుడు? ఎనీ పర్సన్ అదర్ దాన్ బాడీ కార్పొరేట్, recipient is a body corporate or partnership firm, then RCM is applicable. Next, government. Who is the supplier? My next one. Supplier is government. What is the service? Renting of immovable property. Who is the recipient? Registered persons. Then only RCM. Example for that, Guntur Mirchiyard shops. Guntur Mirchiyard belongs to government. Supplier is government. Who is the recipient? Mirchiyard shop commission agents. Crores turnover will be there in that. Definitely is he registered or unregistered? Registered. In the case of FCM or RCM? RCM. As per RCM, who is required to pay the GST? Recipient. Next one. Supplier, government, recipient, any other service ma ikkada. ఎనీ అదర్ సర్వీస్ అంటే అదర్ దాన్ రెంటింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఇమూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ అని. అమ్మా గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, మీరు పైన రెంటింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఇమూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ దగ్గర రిసిపియంట్ ఎవరైతే ఆర్సీఎం అన్నాను, రిసిపియంట్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ అయితే ఆర్సీఎం అన్నాను. ఎనీ అదర్ సర్వీస్ లో రిసిపియంట్ ఎవరైతే చాలు, బిజినెస్ ఎంటిటీ అయితే కనుక టాక్సబుల్ మా. అందుకే ఎక్స్క్లూడ్స్ లో రాసాం ఈ పాయింట్లు. అమ్మ పై పాయింట్ కి పాయింట్ డిఫరెన్స్ ఏంటి? పై పాయింట్ లోను సప్లయర్ గవర్నమెంట్, కింద పాయింట్ లోను సప్లయర్ గవర్నమెంట్. డిఫరెన్స్ ఏంటి? రెంటింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఇమూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీలో రిసిపియంట్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ అయితేనే ఆర్సీఎం అండ్ టాక్సబుల్. వేరాస్ ఎనీ అదర్ సర్వీస్ బై ద గవర్నమెంట్ లో రిసిపియంట్ బిజినెస్ ఎంటిటీ అయితే చాలు, ఇట్ విల్ బి టాక్సబుల్. పైన రిజిస్టర్డ్ అయితేనే టాక్సబుల్. ఏ పాయింట్ లో? రెంటింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఇమూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ. అదర్ దాన్ దట్ అయితే, ఇఫ్ ద రిసిపియంట్ ఇస్ అ బిజినెస్ ఎంటిటీ, డెఫినెట్లీ ఇట్ విల్ బి taxable. That is the difference between these two ma. There ends 9-3. Time minute ఉంది కదా. So without any delay, we need to start this 9-4. So what does this 9-4 actually deals with ma? So what does 9-4 actually deals with? So the question is here. 9-3 deals with RCA. 9-4 also deals with RCA. What is the difference between 9-3 RCA and 9-4 RCA? 9-3 also deals with RCM as well as 9-4 also deals with RCA. What is the difference between 9-3 RCM and 9-4 RCA? What is the difference, ma? With respect to 9-3, supplier can be unregistered or registered. But whereas with respect to 9-4, supplier is always unregistered. That is the difference between 9-3 RCM and 9-4 RCM. Under 9-3, supplier can be registered or unregistered. But whereas with respect to 9-4 RCA, supplier is always unregistered. That is the difference between 9-3 RCM and 9-4 RCA. Okay, ma'am. So with respect to 9-3, supplier can be registered or unregistered. With respect to 9-4, supplier is always unregistered. Okay. And now we are going to see already 9-3 which is completed. With respect to 9-4, only one sector was notified under 9-4 ma. What is that notified sector? What is that notified sector ma? Real estate. So with respect to real estate sector, they divided the concept into two types ma. One is output tax rates and second one is, so some output tax rates they prescribed under 9-4. For that, they divided the concept into two types. They divided the concept into two types. That is, okay, fine. So, affordable house, they just divided the concept into 2 points. One is affordable house. Second one is non-affordable house. With respect to affordable house, the output tax rate they prescribed is 1% without ITC. If at all it is a non-affordable house, the output tax rate is 5% without ITC. If at all it is an affordable house, what is the output tax rate? 1% without ITC. If at all it is a non-affordable house, what is the output tax rate ma? 5% without ITC. The question is here, what is meant by affordable house? No. What is meant by affordable house? Anybody remembers what is meant by affordable house ma? Here, with respect to metros, non-metros. With respect to metros, 60 square meters. With respect to non-metros, 90 square meters plus value cap of less than or equal to 40 lakhs. 60 square meters, 45 or 40? 45, sorry. Okay, fine. So what is meant by this 60 square meters, ma? 60 square meters means simply 1 BHK, and 90 means technically, even though they are not specifying that, because metro's 1 BHK is equal to non-metro's cost. Na? That's why with respect to metro's 1 BHK plus value cap should be less than or equal to 45 lakhs. If at all it is a non-metro, then 2 BHK plus value cap is less than or equal to 45 lakhs. It is called as affordable house. And what is the output tax rate for that? 1% without ITC. Now, what is meant by non-affordable house, ma'am? Non-affordable house means here, what we can say, villas and luxurious homes, those things comes under this. With respect to that, what is the output tax rate, ma'am? 5% without ITC. Now, in order to apply these output tax rates, the government prescribed few conditions. If those conditions are met, then these rates will come into C. What are those conditions? With respect to construction sector, what is the major raw material? What are the major raw materials that are required, ma? One is cement. Second one is capital goods. Third one is other inputs. They divided the concepts like this. So, with respect to any construction sector, what is the major thing, ma? Cement is required. And what are the capital goods that are generally required for real estate? Cranes are required. Construction cranes will be there now, where they use it to move the building bricks or cement bags, some temporary lift they will make, and bulldozers, cranes, and some special purpose vehicles, tippers. All these comes under capital goods for them. Other inputs mean sand, iron, wood. These things comes under other inputs. With respect to cement, 100% should be purchased from registered person. Capital goods also 100% should be purchased from registered person. Whereas with respect to imports, 80% purchases, 80 or 85 from registered person. These are the conditions. Cement, 100% it must be purchased from registered person. Capital goods, 100% purchased from registered person. Whereas with respect to other inputs, 80% purchased from registered person. If these conditions are not satisfied, if these conditions are not satisfied, then 9(4) RCM is applicable. Above conditions are not met, then RCM will come into C 9(4). 9(4) RCM will not come automatically. If these conditions are not met, in those cases, this 9(4) RCM will come into C. So what is now, if 9(4) RCM is applicable, what is the position? Okay. With respect to cement, if at all it is purchased from unregistered person purchases, then RCM at the rate of 28%. If cement is purchased from unregistered person, then RCM is applicable at the rate of 28%. And with respect to capital goods, if at all they are unregistered person purchases, then RCM at the rate of their individual rates. With respect to other inputs, if there is a shortfall for 80% from registered person, then 80 kada? Shortfall, ma. Shortfall is for less than or equal to 80% from the registered person. Then up to the shortfall, RCM applicable at the rate of 18%. Let's say, for example, total purchases 10,000 rupees. With respect to other inputs we are talking about. Whereas purchases from registered person is 6,500. So what is the limit actually that is prescribed? Minimum of 80%. See, what is the condition? 80% purchases must be from a registered person. But here, how much is there? 6,500. What is the percentage? 65%. What is the statutory requirement percentage? 80%. So what is the shortfall? 80 minus 65, 15%. That is equal to 1,500. On this 1,500 at the rate of 18%, RCM is applicable. Got the point, ma? Here, with respect to 9.4, RCM is not applied automatically. So, here this point is with respect to construction. With respect to construction, government prescribed two output tax rates. One is affordable house, 1% without ITC. Second one is non-affordable house, 5% without ITC. These are the output tax rates that are prescribed. In order to get these lower output tax rates, in order to get this lower output tax rate of 1% or 5%, few conditions are prescribed by the government. What are those conditions? Cement, 100% purchases from registered. Capital goods, 100% from registered. And with respect to other inputs, 80% purchases must be registered. If these conditions are met, 9.4 will not come into scene. If these conditions are met, 9.4 will not come into scene. If any one of these conditions are not met, then 9.4 will come into scene. As per 9.4, if cement is purchased from unregistered person, then for how many units or how many cement bags you purchased from unregistered person? RCM is applicable at the rate of 28%. With respect to capital goods also, any capital goods that are purchased from unregistered, RCM is applicable at their individual rates. And with respect to other inputs, if at all there is a shortfall, for this 80% statutory requirement, how much is the shortfall? For that amount, RCM is applicable at the rate of 18%. What are the total purchases in our example? 10,000. What are the purchases from registered persons? 6,500. How much percentage it is? 65%. What is the statutory requirement? 80%. What is the shortfall that is there? 15%. For that 15%, that is 1,500 rupees value, RCM is applicable at the rate of 18%. This is 9.4. There ends. So, what is the next point we need to see, ma? 9.5. Okay, fine. What does 9.5 deals with? What does 9.5 deals with? 9.5 deals with majorly ECU. ECU, e-commerce operator. So, what is meant by e-commerce operator? What is meant by e-commerce operator? E-commerce operator means aggregator. So what is meant by the word aggregator? Aggregator means he is neither the seller, nor the buyer. What he will do is neither the seller nor the buyer, but brings both of them onto a common platform by mobile application or website. He is neither the seller nor the buyer, but brings both of them, that is the seller and the buyer, onto a common platform, either by using mobile application or website. That particular person is known as ECU. The best example for that is So with respect to this Amazon, if you observe this, Amazon is neither the seller, not a seller, and he is not a buyer also. Yes, no? But what this Amazon will do, he will bring this particular seller and this particular buyer onto a common platform. Yes, no? This fellow will come here and this fellow will come here, and this is the common platform for them. Yes or no? That means it's neither the seller nor the buyer, but brings both seller and buyer onto a common platform, either by using Amazon mobile application, or it may be by Amazon website. Therefore, Amazon is the ECU or not? Yes, definitely is the ECU. The question is here, now, Amazon is required to pay GST under section 9.5. Now, Amazon is required to pay GST under section 9.5? Answer is no. Not every ECO is notified under 9.5 automatically. Only 4 types of ECOs are notified under 9.5. Can anybody remember what are those 4 activities, ma? So with respect to 9.5, the ECOs that are notified here will be so the ECOs that are notified under 9.5 will be, who is the first ECO that is notified here, ma? అదాపి ఏసీ ఆన్ చేసి నాకు వచ్చేట్టు పెట్టేవాళ్ళకి ఎవరికి వద్దంటే అది ఊరిచి ఎవరు పెట్టారు. So with respect to 9.5, who is the first ECO that is covered here, ma? మరి ఆన్ చేయండి అదే ఎవడు ఆపినాడు ఎవడు ఆపినాడు ఆన్ చేయండిరా. So the first ECO that is covered here will be, who is that? Transportation of passengers. With respect to transportation of passengers, what is the example for ECOs who are notified for this? Ola, Uber, Rapido, Bounce, like that. So many, and Abibus, hey, Redbus, like that. So many number of ECOs are notified under 9.5. Okay. But here you need to see what is that motor vehicle. If that motor vehicle is omnibus, and omnibus is nothing but private travels, private buses. Okay. So with respect to this, what is the position, ma? Omnibus. With respect to this omnibus, we need to see who is the supplier. With respect to this, we need to see who is the supplier. If the supplier is a company and supplier are omnibus is nothing but private travels, ma. With respect to that omnibus, we need to check who is the supplier. If the supplier is a company, who will pay the GST, ma? Company will pay the GST. If at all it is others, who will pay the GST, ma? ECO will pay the GST. Whereas with respect to others, very good, always ECO is required to pay the GST. That is with respect to passenger transportation, ma. So with respect to omnibus, which is the private travels, in those cases, we need to see who is the supplier. If the supplier is a company, company will pay the GST. If the supplier is other than company, in those cases, who will pay the GST, ma'am? ECO. If at all it is other than omnibus means who will come here? Car, bike, etc. Those things will be there, na? Under Rapido, Ola, Uber, those people will come under this others. With respect to them, always who is required to pay the GST, ma? ECO. This is the first point. And with respect to second point, what is the second point? Hotel accommodation services, HAS. With respect to this hotel accommodation, who is required to pay the GST? It depends upon the supplier. If the supplier is a a registered person. Supplier is a unregistered person. If the supplier is a registered person, supplier will pay the GST. Supplier is unregistered, ECO will pay the GST. The supplier is a registered person, supplier will pay the GST. If the supplier is an unregistered person, ECO will pay the GST. Example for this, let's say by using Make My Trip mobile application, we just booked a room in Welcome Hotel, which is run by ITC. ITC is registered or unregistered? Registered. In that case, who will pay the GST? ITC will pay the GST. By using Make My Trip mobile application, we just booked a room in Mata Lodge near SBA campus. Near SBA campus is one book bungalow was there, na? That is named as Mata Lodge. With respect to the Mata Lodge, is it registered or unregistered? Unregistered. In that case, who will pay the GST on that? ECO. ECO means Make My Trip is required to pay the GST. So with respect to hotel accommodation services, if the supplier is a registered person, supplier will pay the GST. Supplier is an unregistered person, in those cases, ECO will pay the GST. This is the second one. Now come to this third one. What is the third one? Housekeeping services. With respect to housekeeping services, also the point remains the same. We need to see who is the supplier. Supplier is a registered person. Supplier is a unregistered person. If the supplier is a registered person, then supplier will pay the GST. Unregistered person, ECO will pay the GST. With respect to housekeeping services, what is the example for that, ma? Previously Urban Clamp, present its name is changed to Urban Company. Yes, no? Nowadays actually nobody is interested in household things, na? Everybody wants to do the job and everybody wants to live a luxurious life or a rich life or whatever the dreams that are there, they just want to make them true. But nobody is actually willing to handle the household activities. So whenever there is a vacuum, there will be opportunity for the business. That's why this urban company came into scene. Even they will provide you the people to do in a systematic arrangement in your kitchen also. పోపు డబ్బాలు కూడా ఒక ఆర్డర్లో పెట్టడానికి పీపుల్ ఉంటారు వీళ్ళు పిలిస్తే షింక్ క్లీన్ చేయడం దగ్గర నుంచి స్టవ్ క్లీన్ చేయడం వరకు పోపు సామాన్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ద వర్సెస్ దట్ ఆర్ దేర్ దే విల్ కీప్ ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ ఫర్ దట్ ఆల్సో దే విల్ సెండ్ ద పర్సన్స్ సో దట్స్ వై when there is a opportunity, when there is a vacuum, there will be a opportunity. That's why this company came into scene. These things comes under housekeeping, plumbers, carpenters, electricians. My doubt is here, Just Dial and Urban Company, both are same or sorry, I just want to ask you, Just Dial is the ECO. Just Dial, I think you know the Just Dial concept, huh? Just Dial is the ECO. Just Dial is the ECO. Just Dial is not an ECO because he will not make seller and buyer onto a common platform. If you inquire about something, okay, I just want one carpenter in this area, anybody is there, you inquire, then your inquiry number will be shared with the carpenters. Then you will receive hundreds of calls, sir, you just I received, you need a carpenter, like that. Just Dial does not provide a common platform. They will share the information. Same point is applicable to OLX. OLX is not an ECO. OLX is not an ECO. It will not sell on behalf of you. It will not buy on behalf of you. It will make them, okay, if at all you want to sell something, just put a picture there. And anybody is interested, directly, I think that they can contact you. Na? In OLX, if you put something, then definitely that party can directly make a call to you. Yes or no? That's why OLX is not an ECO. Just Dial is not an ECO. But why Urban Company is the ECO? Because he will make those people come to you home. It may be with respect to summer, foam washing or something. Summer generally, with respect to ACs, we will do the servicing. Na? So just book a service there and those people will come and will do the AC repair. Whatever the things you want, they will do, including installation of the wooden things also. When I recently purchased a computer table, it just came in dismantled form. I don't know how to install that. I just put the particular thing, okay, I need installation of this computer table and just purchase a different dimension one. sesame wood will be there. And I just purchased sesame wood table, but it, due to the heavy nature, it actually sent to me in a semi-knockdown condition. I'm not a cap, so I don't know how to fit those things. Okay, that's why I just book a call in this urban company. Then that fellow called me, asked me to put the photos of those, what we call it as wood. Because then they will take the measurements and whatever the things that are required. Along with them, it just came to my home. So these services are provided by urban company. Na? Here the question is here, who is required to pay the GST with respect to them? Who is required to pay the GST? If the supplier is a registered person, like me, carpenters, electricians, if at all they are registered, those people will pay the GST. If at all they are unregistered, then who will pay the GST on them? ECO will pay the GST. Sir, it is actually foolish now that carpenters and electricians may be registered. No, it's not a foolish thing. Money is different from education. The people who are more intellectual may die in poverty. I saw so many number of people. In 80 Agraharam, one temple was there. Ramluvardan, I think so. Ramalayam, I think so. There will be one scholar who has done so many PhDs in astrology, where I learned the subject from him. He was actually a friend of our Kakagar, I mean, what I mean to say, Babai. Is one of those friends, and I just went to meet him. He was a very good scholar, had PhDs in astrology is the subject. Astrology is a science. It is not mythology. Okay. So with respect to them, when I just went there, I imagined him, okay, this person will be like this or like that. In that particular temple, one small room is there. In that room, he is living. And the intellectuality of that person is peaks. No money. So don't confuse with intellectuality with money. Less intellectual people will get more money because they will attract towards the money. Intellectual people generally don't go for materialistic things. When I observed him, I learned so much of those things from him. Not astrology. I just went there to learn the astrology. But later on, I just adopted his lifestyle. Then onwards, I actually choose a different lifestyle later on. So these people, so that's why what I'm saying is, even the carpenters, I saw in BMW in Hyderabad. The carpenters, I saw them in BMW. Oh, they're owning them. The best example is Raintree Park is there, na? Near Guduru, Vijayawada, opposite to Nagarjuna University. Raintree Park is a gated community. Almost 400 to 500 flats will be there in total. One flat woodwork is equal to minimum of 3 to 5 lakhs, not maximum what I'm saying. Nowadays, carpentry work is a different ballgame. In olden days, some what we call it as cupboards are different. But now you will say the things and they will make it in the 3D. They will show it to you. If at all it is okay, they will make them at their place and just come and fix it. Ikarkuchi, Koidalu, Rampalto, those are the olden days. Oh, Jamana gaya. Now just they will show you everything in 3D. CAD, they will use it for. CAD is what we call it as software. At Mandikadu, it is a engineering related thing. CAD is the software. By using CAD, they will make the 3D images of all these things. And they will show it, okay, this is the way it looks like. This is the way how it looks like. And just everything is ready, just like a shirt, ready-made, you wear it now. Just like that, they fix it. They will charge a minimum of 3 to 5 lakhs per flat. If at all, I'm not wrong, it is the minimum price. If at all you want something in a different dimension or customized ones, they will charge you extra. Then 500 flats, the contract was given to one person. Now you can imagine, 500 flats into 5. How much it will be? 25 crores. In his lifetime, he got 4 projects. He's a 100 crore value post. Then BMW is just like a cakewalk, na? If at all you're having 100 crores. So don't underestimate the people who don't have the education. That is a different story. Intellectuality, intelligence is different. So that's why some suppliers may be registered. Like these electricians, carpenters, if at all they are registered. And one of my friend, who is actually a plumber, he was there still in my WhatsApp group, 10th classmate. When 10th reunions will be conducted in our school, we used it to meet there. When I actually visited him, he told me, what are you doing? Sir, I'm doing the plumber work like this. But due to some reason, I need to plumber work and I just made a call to him. And his assistant lifted the phone. almost 150 members of plumbers are working under him. So if at all this with respect to housekeeping services, if the supplier is a registered person, supplier will pay the GST. If the supplier is an unregistered person, ECO. And my favorite one, last but not the least, food aggregators. Food aggregators like Zomato or Swiggy. Zomato or Swiggy. Chapati Mohandanan. So with respect to these food aggregators, Milky Bar butter. So with respect to these food aggregators, what is the position, ma? We need to see with respect to the food aggregators, what is the position, ma? We need to see whether it is a restaurant or a hotel. What is the difference between restaurant and hotel, ma? Only food is there, it is called as restaurant. Food plus accommodation, both are there, it is known as hotel. With respect to restaurant, always ECO will pay the GST. That means Zomato or Swiggy will pay the GST. And with respect to this hotel, we need to see what is the room rent. If the room rent is less than or equal to 7.5, that is 7,500, or more than 7,500. If the room rent is less than or equal to 7,500, who will pay the GST? ECO. More than 7,500, hotel will pay the GST. Take the example of this, what we can say, Shankar Vilas. Shankar Vilas is a hotel or a restaurant? Abhi, Shankar Vilas is a hotel or a restaurant? It is a restaurant. If at all it is a restaurant, then if you order food from Shankar Vilas, who will pay the GST? Through Zomato, you ordered something. Shankar Vilas will pay the GST or Zomato will pay the GST? See, if the supplier is a restaurant, who will pay the GST? ECO. If the supplier is a hotel, then we need to check the room rent. Less than or equal to 7,500, ECO will pay the GST. More than 7,500, hotel will pay the GST. So if you order food from this particular Shankar Vilas, or what is it, Jam Jam restaurant, or opposite to Seshadri campus, what is it, Jam Jam or Jum Jum? Jam Jam, okay, Jam Jam restaurant. That is its name, opposite to Seshadri campus, near Quality Tea Stall. So if you ordered food from this Jam Jam restaurant or Anand food court, all these things, and what is that, Godavari, what is it, Godavari kitchen, okay. Those things, if you order food from those areas, what is the position, ma? Who will pay the GST? Zomato or Swiggy? But if you ordered food from Hotel Siddhartha, let's say here somebody told me Paneer Tikka was good. Abhi, is it good? Never went there? Okay, fine. Fine. So regarding this one, so regarding that particular one, with respect to Hotel Siddhartha, so let's say some food items we ordered, like say paneer tikka or methi roti or masala kulcha, whatever it is. Fine. So in those cases, who is required to pay the GST? If you ordered food from Hotel Siddhartha, here we need to see Hotel Siddhartha room rent. If the room rent of Hotel Siddhartha is less than or equal to 7,500, then Zomato or Swiggy will pay the GST. If at all it is more than 7,500, then hotel will pay the GST. Generally, Siddhartha range is not 7,500. Hardly it will be less than 2,500. I think so. And Vajram also 7,500 will not be there. I think max to max 4 to 5 below it will be. ITC is the only hotel where the room rent can be in Guntur more than 7,500 per day. Rest of all the hotels, the room tariff will be less than or equal to 7,500 only. Okay. So with respect to this point, whatever the hotel you orders, the food, whether it may be Vajram or it may be Hotel Sindhuri, whatever the hotels they are, the room rent is less than or equal to 7,500. In those cases, who will pay the GST? Zomato or Swiggy will pay the GST. If you order food from ITC, let's say ITC will have a different menu culture. They will not say it's a idli. They will say some, okay, what is it? Some spice, rice pudding mixed with chutney, they will say some sauce, a peanut sauce or something. When you read all these figures, you see, okay, it is a different thing. But in fact, they will give you idli one. Because I just went to an hotel in Vizag, I just want to order a different food. So there was a different name on that menu. I can't remember exactly what there was written. I thought that this was nice. Some mirchi. At the time, it was rainy season. At the time, a Padai is a tufan, cyclone. At the time was there, and I was there in Vizag. So I just went to an hotel there. Okay, because there is no power, and only that hotel has the power and all these things. I just saw one item. I can't remember what they wrote there, and I just ordered that thing. I just want this spicy item at the time. The climate was cool now, and they just bring me mirchi bhaji, and they cost one mirchi bhaji cost me 240 rupees or something. A plate, approximately including the taxes, 500 rupees for 2 mirchi bhaji. Oh. Just paying. So, but the name was not like mirchi bhaji. Oh, some different mirchi. It was mixed in something like that. It was I thought it is a different one. But in fact, it is a mirchi bhaji. So they will use different names there. That's why even tomato dal. One day I just, my home minister did not make the food on that day, but I just want to have the tomato dalma at the time. So I ordered from this particular ITC. That one tomato dal is almost 310 rupees. Into pumped word. Tomato 310 rupees is correct. At the time, I just want to eat that. I don't know why I just got that feel. But bloodily, I just want that. I searched it everywhere and it was available there. 310 rupees they just. Then you can imagine the hotel room will be more than 7,500. Na? If I ordered that tomato dal from this IDC, who is required to pay the GST? IDC itself. Because the room rent is more than 7,500. Because the room rent is more than 7,500. This is all about 9.5 ECO. Okay, ma? There ends this particular 9.5 concept. Now we are moving to composition scheme. So with respect to this composition scheme, what is the position, ma? There are, what is the purpose of composition, first of all? What is the purpose of composition? What is the purpose of composition scheme? It is not there, Abhi. What is the purpose of composition scheme? Bringing non-veg pickles to the vegetarian and ask him to take him. What is the purpose of composition scheme? What is the purpose? To give the competitive edge to the local manufacturers. Locals. Make in India. Atmanirbhar. Animal movie. Fine. That Atmanirbhar program is there, na? For that Atmanirbhar program, this composition scheme will be helpful. How it will be helpful, sir? The point is simple. Let's say Apple product is there, for example, and let us assume that phone costs some 10,000, for example. And the rate of GST is, for example, 18%. Now what it will be? 11,800. It cost will be. Okay. So, for example, there is one product which is a iPhone or Apple product, whatever it is. So, let's say it is 10,000. On the GST 1,800, it will be 11,800. Yes, no? And the local product is there. Let us assume that it is also 10,000, 1,800, 11,800. Automatically, the people will go for branded one. Na? Because even with respect, take the example of restaurant, whatever the Raghavendra defense I told you, the quality is very good. But what the people will say, yaar, why are you eating here? It's a cheap, it's not hygiene. Huh? Fine is the good chair, fine. Okay, what the people will say, ma? Okay, it's not hygiene. Why are you eating there? Because even if you observe, that much quality dosa will not be available even in Amogam also. But ambience is good. That's why people choose that particular thing. Let's take example. In Amogam, Nellore Karam dosa, let's say 120. Okay. So 120 rupees, ma. So let's just 120 only. Okay. So let's take the example. It is 120 rupees, ma. If at all, Amogam price is 120 and Raghavendra defense is also 120, then you prefer Amogam, na? Because ambience is also good. Here the ambience is not that much hygiene. But if at all, that one is 120, this one is 25, then definitely you may have a different look. Okay, here I can eat 5 dosas. The people like me. Okay, the quality of the food is good. Okay, whatever the surrounding, don't bother about surroundings while eating. because my focus is on the food only, not on the ambience or surroundings. So at the time, I feel to go for Raghavendra Defense now because of the price difference. That price difference will occur with respect to them only when you're having this 1% tax rate. Now what it will be? Now see, what is this product? 11,800. Now what is the domestic one now? 10,100. Now there is the price difference. When price difference is there, people will go for the local product now. In this way, domestic industry can be protected now. That's why for the local industry protection, to give them the price advantage or price cutting advantage, this composition scheme was designed. This composition scheme was designed. What is the major purpose of this composition scheme? To give competitive edge to the local industries. To give the competitive edge to the local industries, this composition scheme is designed. And with respect to this, there are two types of composition schemes. One is goods composition, that is we call it as normal composition scheme. And second one is service composition, that is called as CRS, concessional rate scheme 10-2A. One is normal composition scheme and the second one is a service composition scheme. That means normal composition scheme means 10-1. Concessional rate scheme means 10-2A. Two types of composition schemes are there. One is normal composition scheme under 10-1. Second one is concessional rate scheme under 10-2A. First, we will see about this normal composition scheme. This normal composition scheme under 10-1 is designed for supplier of the goods only. This normal composition scheme is designed for supplier of the goods. How many types of supplier of the goods can be there? Two types. One is manufacturer, second one is trader. How many types can be there? Only two types now, supplier of the goods. Whether he can be a manufacturer or can be a trader. These two people are eligible for normal composition scheme. Sir, that means every manufacturer is eligible. Answer is no, except the notified goods. Except the notified goods, other manufacturer is eligible. Sir, what are those notified goods? Ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, aerated water, building bricks, fly ash bricks, roofing tiles, fossil mills bricks. 8 items are covered under that notified goods list. Ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, aerated water, building bricks, fly ash bricks, roofing tiles, fossil mills bricks. Total, how many items are covered there? 8 items are covered. I think, you know, tobacco is okay. Health harm chestnut, janalu cheptu untaru. Avunu kadu naku teliyadu intavarku. But I don't know about that. Harm chestunda leda. I'm waiting for that. Okay. So whereas with respect to the tobacco, health harm create chestnut, maybe composition scheme not eligible. And what is that? Pan masala, Vimal or something, whatever it is also not eligible. And aerated water means carbonated water, kidney sodas or etc. Maybe because of the sodas, kidney stones may come, what the doctors will say, I don't know about that. So that's why chhod de usko. Why ice cream? Taiko. Will get the cold. But ice cream is can be used for multiple purposes, ma'am. That means we can eat it and we can mix it with fruit salad also. Multi-purpose. That is the thing I said. Okay. So regarding this particular point, ice cream is actually, manufacturers are actually, because the major raw material for ice cream is milk. Okay, even though substandard ice cream companies may use, vegetable oil or something in that, but high standard companies generally will use milk. So the major raw material for that is milk, which is the agro-based one and exempted. Already raw material is exempted. Government is not getting much revenue. Therefore, this ice cream is kept outside the scope of this composition scheme. And what is meant by building bricks? Itukaralu in our Telugu. And what is the second one? Fly ash bricks means cement bricks, we will call them as. Roofing tiles, penkulu in our Telugu. And fossil mills bricks, sunnapurallu. Generally with respect to Rayalaseema, in few areas, if you pass through the bypass, then the compound ones will be built with white color stones. That one comes under fossil mills bricks. With respect to all these 8 manufacturers, they are not eligible for composition scheme. But remember, Traders of notified goods are also eligible for composition. Take the example of ice cream manufacturer, Arun Ice Cream, Varun Ice Cream, like that, quality, like that. So many ice cream manufacturers are there. Those manufacturers are not eligible for composition, but ice cream dealers are eligible. Ice cream dealers means in Radipet, what is this opposite Vodafone? Ice Park, what is that? Ice Park, this one. Ice Park is there. In Aralpet 4th line, Ice Park is there. And whereas in our Amarath Road, Ibaco was there. In Gardens, Creamstone was there. In JKC College Road, Naturals was there. Like that, so many ice cream parlors are there. Na? With respect to all these ice cream parlors, they are definitely eligible for composition because they are not manufacturers. Because they are not manufacturers, they are only the dealers. Manufacturer of notified goods is not eligible. Traders of these notified goods are eligible. That is the point. Next one. This normal composition scheme is designed for supplier of the goods only. But the one and only service that was eligible for this is restaurant service. The one and only service that was eligible for this 10-1 is restaurant service. This normal composition scheme is designed for supplier of the goods. But the one and only service provider that was eligible will be restaurant service. That is the point. Next one. Sir, what is the eligibility criteria for this 10-1? What is the eligibility criteria for this 10-1, ma'am? What is the eligibility criteria for this 10-1? It depends upon your previous financial year turnover. If in the previous financial year, your turnover is less than or equal to 1.5 crore, whereas with respect to special category state 75 lakhs, in the current year, you are eligible for this composition scheme. In the previous year, normal states 1.5 crore, whereas with respect to special category states 75 lakhs, less than or equal in the preceding financial year. In the current year, you may be eligible for this composition scheme. Okay, fine. Sir, we started the business in this year only. I told you of Maggie noodles in the morning. Na? I started the business in this year only. Am I eligible? What is eligibility criteria? Preceding financial year. In the preceding financial year, my Maggie noodles was not there. Then, if at all it is not there means, what is the turnover? Zero. Zero is less than 1.5 crore. Therefore, in the current year, am I eligible or not eligible? Eligible. That means the year in which you started the business. In that year, definitely there is no previous year for that. There is no previous year means turnover is zero. Zero means less than or equal to 1.5 crore or 75 lakhs. Therefore, the year in which we started the business, definitely are we eligible or not eligible, ma? Definitely we are eligible for this composition scheme. What about this 10-2A? Concessional rate scheme, which is designed for supplier of service majorly. And what is the eligibility criteria? In the preceding financial year, if your turnover is less than or equal to 50 lakhs, in the current year you are eligible. Let's take the example. Nowadays, people are spending more money on pre-wedding shoots, ma, even more than marriages. Seriously. One of my Home Minister's cousin actually, for his pre-wedding shoot, almost spent almost 22 lakhs for pre-wedding shoot, ma. Approximately. It's the area of Guntur. That means entire Guntur with respect to sanitation, everything is under his control only. He's engineer for the entire Guntur municipality. And okay, automatically they will get more income also. Na? Salary is not the criteria for them. Street lights contract, if at all they just give, they get something. So whenever any problem is there in Guntur with respect to municipal issues, he is the ultimate authority after the municipal commission. Okay. So that's why for his pre-wedding shoot, 22 lakhs they invested. So that is the thing. So now you can imagine. So that's why I thought that instead of studying CA, I just become I'm having the Apple phone, a pre-wedding shoot. I will do. Because I will get more clarity in iPhone. Okay. So that's why I started the pre-wedding shoot plan out. Started my life as it. Because I more actually have a commanding nature. Na? I can get the still the way I want. If it all I don't, I will beat them. Automatically out of fear, they will do whatever the things that are required. So in the first shot only, it will be okay for me. Remaining people అంటే బతిలాడతారు నాకు బతిలాడే అలవాటు కూడదు ఇక్కడ వాడు బీకేనే అనుకోండి ఇద్దరిని పద్ధతిగా నాకు అట్లా నిలబడాలంటే అట్లా నిలబడతారు. ఇంకా అప్పుడు నాకు ఎక్కువ టైం పడుతుంది కదా. డెఫినెట్లీ ఐ కెన్ టేక్ మోర్ అసైన్మెంట్స్ ఆన్ ఎ డైలీ బేసిస్. సో దట్స్ వై ఐ స్టార్టెడ్ ద ప్రీ-వెడ్డింగ్ షూట్ ప్లానర్ career as a new opportunity for me. In this case, am I eligible for 10-2A? Am I pre-wedding shoot planner? Am I eligible for 10-2A or 10-1? 10-2A. Why, ma? Because 10-1 covers supplier of the goods only. 10-2A covers supplier of service. Provided my turnover is less than or equal to 50 lakhs in the preceding financial year. Sir, for special category states, any other limit is there? No. With respect to 10-2A, whether it is a normal state or a special category state, in both cases, 50 lakhs. So the next question is here. Sir, who are the persons that are ineligible? That means simply negative list of composition schema. This one is important for theory question. Because any theory is going to be asked from composition, they can ask this. Tell me about the negative list of composition, or who are the persons that are ineligible. They will ask you like that. Do ask us something Manchurian, something do ask us. So with respect to these ineligible persons, so the first point is non-taxable supplies. The question is here. So with respect to this point here, non-taxable supplies. If at all you are making the non-taxable supplies, you are not eligible for this composition scheme. My doubt is here, if at all you are making a non-taxable supply, you are not required to pay any GST. Then why the government is saying that you are not eligible for composition? Like why? I'm repeating the question. If at all you are making non-taxable supplies, you are not required to pay any GST. If at all you are not required to pay any GST, then why the government is saying that you are not eligible for composition? What is the slogan I told you with respect to composition? If you want to go for composition scheme, go for all or go for none. That is our slogan with respect to composition. If you want to go for composition, go for all or go for none. So in this case, you are having two units. One unit is making the taxable supply. Another unit is making the non-taxable supply. Then automatically both the units will become ineligible. This is the logic what they are saying there. The best example I told you is Hotel Sindhuri. Hotel Sindhuri in Bradipet 4th line, they are having unit 1 named as Mars. Mars is the name of the restaurant, which is making a taxable supply. In Bradipet 5th line, they are having unit 2, which is named as Society, which is the bar and restaurant. That means Hotel Sindhuri is having two units. One unit is making the taxable supply in Bradipet 4th line. Another unit is making a non-taxable supply in Bradipet 5th line. Then Hotel Sindhuri is eligible for composition? No. Why? Because one of your units is making a non-taxable supply. Then automatically the remaining units which are making the taxable supply will become ineligible for composition scheme. When one unit Society is making the non-taxable supply, another unit Mars is also making the taxable supply, both the units will become ineligible. That is the logic of this non-taxable supplies. Okay. Next, interstate sales. Remember one thing, interstate sales are prohibited, interstate purchases are allowed. Interstate sales are prohibited, interstate purchases are allowed. And next one is supplies through ECO. That goods are allowed, services are not allowed now. Previously, both are not allowed here. Here, previously, goods as well as services, both are not allowed. But now, supply of the goods through ECO is allowed. Supply of services through ECO is not allowed. That means you can supply the goods through Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, or nowadays what is that? Misho. Mitra. Okay, I don't know about them. Okay, whatever it is. Okay, so definitely you are using that. Right. So with respect to this, what is the position, So you can supply the goods through ECO, but you can't supply the services through ECO now. The best example is restaurant. Say, for example, Shankar Vilas is there. If Shankar Vilas want to go for composition, it cannot register in Zomato or Swiggy. But if Shankar Vilas want to do that, then is it possible to do that? To get registered in Zomato as well as to be there in composition. If the client comes to you and asking for a suggestion, client epudu kuda lan follow avadu kada. You just want to look like you followed the law. అడిగాడు సార్ నాకు కాంపోజిషన్ కావాలి, ఎట్ ది సేమ్ టైం నేను జొమాటోలో ఉండాలి, వైఫ్ అందంగా ఉండాలి, డౌరీ కావాలి, రెండు జరగవు, ఒకటే జరుగుతాయి. బట్ వాడికి రెండు కావాలి, అప్పుడు లవ్ మ్యారేజ్కి వెళ్ళాలి, సెటప్ చేసుకోవాలి, ఫైన్ అని బయట టాక్. ఐ డోంట్ నో అబౌట్ దట్. వీళ్ళు ఎంత ఉంటారు, వీళ్ళని తక్కువ కాదులే, ఫైన్. ఎవరి రిక్వైర్మెంట్స్ వాళ్ళకి ఉంటున్నాయి ఈ రోజున. ఫైన్. సో ఏ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ లేదు అలాంటి అమాయకులకి, ఫైన్. Milky Bar Butter break loan. So, is it possible for this now? Is it possible for this? Yes. If you observe Hotel Shankar Vilas, 2 floors are there. First floor is Shankar Vilas. Above is Uday Shankar. Uday Shankar is AC. Shankar Vilas is non-AC. You can do one thing. You can register those two under 2 different PAN numbers. The below Shankar Vilas, you can register in one PAN number. And you can go for Uday Shankar in his brother's PAN number. In that case, under the same PAN, you can't do that. Okay, let's example. Shankar Vilas now goes for composition. Uday Shankar will go for Zomato or Swiggy. That is the purpose now. Whereas with respect to what the Shankar Vilas will do, it will go for composition. Above Uday Shankar will go for Zomato or Swiggy. And in that it will specify the name without Uday Shankar. Shankar Vilas, in bracket, they just put the word new. Because legal name can be different from trade name. Varsity Educational Private Limited. Sri Chaitanya. What is the legal name? Varsity Educational Private Limited. What is the trade name? Sri Chaitanya Schools and Colleges. So there is no legal requirement that trade name and legal name should be the same. The legal name is Uday Shankar. Trade name is Shankar Vilas New. New is there now in the bracket. It's not Shankar Vilas, it's Shankar Vilas New. So it serves both the purposes. కర్ర ఎరగదు, పాము సావదు. పాత సామెత, చచ్చిన పావులా ఉండడాలు, పాము కొడితే చచ్చిపోవడాలు. కర్ర ఎరగకుండా పాము సావకుండా బతకడం ఈ రోజు సొసైటీలో మనం చేయాల్సింది అని ఈ స్టాల్ దగ్గర ఎవరు అనుకుంటుంటే విన్. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద వే. సో సప్లై ఆఫ్ ద గూడ్స్ త్రూ ఈసీఓ allowed, supply of services through ECO not allowed. That's one. Already I told you this manufacturer specified goods and CTP and NRTP is also not eligible. What is meant by the word CTP, ma? Casual taxable person means the person who is having a fixed place of business in one state and making occasional supplies in some other state. I told you the example of Rudrakshas. I used it to purchase Rudrakshas from Rudra Life website, ma. In that website, for example, they used it to conduct in Vijayawada Hotel Ailapuram Rudraksha exhibition for 3 to 5 days. Their fixed place of business is there at Mumbai, but they are making occasional supplies in Andhra Pradesh. From the state where they are making the occasional supplies, from that particular state, what they can do, ma? They can take the registration as a CTP, casual taxable person. From the state where they are making the temporary supplies, from that particular state, what they can do, ma? They can go for this, what we can say, casual taxable person. And what is this NRTP? Non-resident taxable person means the foreigner who is making occasional supplies in India. The foreigner who is making occasional supplies in India. Okay, ma? The person who is making occasional supplies in India. Example for that, Nepali sweaters and even we can say drone companies. When I told you, when I just went to Vizag at the time for final, there was a drone exhibition that was conducted. Even foreign companies are also participating in that fair. I can't remember the name of the mall. Very big mall was there in Vizag. I just went there. At the time, the drones exhibition is going on in that particular mall. So even foreign companies are also participated in the drone exhibition. If anybody likes those drones, they will purchase it. Otherwise, they will go. That means they are making occasional supplies in India. Na? Those people are called as NRTP. So why CTP and NRTP are not eligible for this composition scheme? Why CTP and NRTP are not eligible for composition scheme? Why, ma? They will do the business for a shorter period only. Max to max days. That's why the government will not get the revenue if at all they are eligible for a composition scheme. Therefore, CTPs and NRTPs are eligible or not eligible? Ma? Not eligible. So this is the point. And another point, ma. Sir, you said that with respect to supply of the goods, they are only eligible for 10-1. The one and only service is restaurant service. But along with supply of the goods, is it possible to make supply of service also? Some shops will be there, all-in-one shops. Fancy items will be there, medical items will be there, food items will be there, except liquor, everything will be there. All-in-one, we call them as all-in-one shops. Fancy shops are another name, what we call it as. Let's say, for example, they are selling mosquito bats. Okay, and lights and all these things. And one of that fellow is a smart person. He got idea that, okay, we are selling the mosquito bats. And after that, any repair work is there, the people are going to the nearest shop. Why can't we get that money also? Any mosquito bat is come for repair, definitely I just want to do it. So they just want to start the mosquito bats repair service also in that fancy shop. Now what is the position? Whether it can be eligible for composition? Because I said that supplier of the goods is only eligible for normal composition. But now they just want to do the repair work also. Is it possible for them to go for this composition then? Yes, provided the service was within the specified limit. What is the specified limit? Preceding financial year turnover, 10% or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Preceding financial year turnover, 10% or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. For example, in the preceding financial year, our turnover was 90 lakhs. Then in the current year, up to which extent we can make the supply of service? 90 lakhs into 10%, it is 9 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. 9 lakhs. In the current year, we can make the supply of service up to 9 lakhs. That means if the fancy shop turnover is 90 lakhs, then they can do the mosquito bat repair work up to 9 lakhs. Okay, next one. Sir, when we can withdraw from this composition scheme? Option lapses if the turnover exceeds the limit. Means, if at all your eligibility is 1.5 crore, then in the current year, up to 1.5 crore, you can enjoy the composition rates. If your eligibility is 75 lakhs, in the current year, composition rates are applicable up to 75. If at all you are 10 to A, up to 50 lakhs, you can enjoy the composition rates. In excess of that, what it will be, ma? Definitely, normal rates will come into C. For example, in the current year, your turnover is 175 lakhs. In that case, what is the position, ma? Up to 150, 1.5 crore means 150 lakhs. I think you remember that. Yes, no? Up to? So with respect to this 175 lakhs, ma'am, up to 150 lakhs, composition rates will come into C. What is in excess of that? That is 175 minus 150, 25 lakhs, normal rates are applicable. Up to 150. If at all your eligibility is 75 lakhs, then what is your answer for this? In that case, in that 175 lakhs, up to 75 lakhs, composition rate. In excess of that, 100 lakhs is there now, normal rate is applicable. If at all your turnover limit is 50 lakhs only, then what is the position, ma'am? 175 lakhs. In that, up to 50 lakhs, composition rates. 125 lakhs, normal rates. Up to which extent you are eligible, up to that extent only here, composition rates are applicable. In excess of that, what will be applicable, ma? Normal rates will come into C. And once you want to withdraw from that, you need to give intimation to the department, that is Naam Ke Vaste. And what are the tax rates for composition scheme? Manufacturer 1% of aggregate turnover, trader 1% of taxable turnover, restaurant 5% of aggregate turnover. If you observe this, manufacturer 1% is there on aggregate turnover, trader 1% is there on taxable turnover. What is meant by aggregate turnover? So what is meant by this aggregate turnover? What is meant by this aggregate turnover, ma? Formula. What is the formula for this? Taxable supplies plus exempted supplies plus exports plus deemed supplies minus GST minus RCM purchases minus exempted interest. What is the amount we will get? It is known as aggregate turnover. What is meant by the word aggregate turnover, ma'am? Taxable supplies plus exempted supplies plus exports plus deemed supplies minus GST minus RCM purchases minus exempted interest. What is the amount we will get? That is aggregate turnover. Manufacturer is required to pay the GST on this. Aggregate turnover. So whereas what about the trader? Trader will pay only on taxable supplies. Trader will pay only on taxable supplies. Manufacturer will pay on aggregate turnover. For 10-2A concessional rate scheme, what is the rate that is applicable, ma? CGST 3% and SGST 3%. Total it will be 6%. These things you can see in the written chapter majorly. Penalties, display, and only 2 points important are still. I think where it was, I can't see where it was. Okay, it will be there. One of 2 important points with respect to composition scheme is, composition supplier cannot take the ITC. That's why it is an optional scheme. That is 1 point. And composition supplier cannot collect the tax from the recipient. That 1%, 5%, 6% should be paid out of his own pocket. Remember, in the name of the tax, composition supplier cannot collect anything. What is the word I said? In the name of the tax, composition taxable person cannot collect anything. That's why I told you an example. Moria tasty food is there, na? If you observe the menu there, some odd numbers will be there. Round numbers will not be there. 117, onion dosa, 134, some paneer dosa, something like that. Odd numbers will be there if you observe the menu there. Why? They are in composition scheme, for example. They don't want to collect the tax from you, then they will increase the price. Let's say previously onion dosa is 100, GST is 5 rupees, total 105. Now onion dosa itself 105, tax is 0. We are not collecting anything in the name of GST. Onions are costly, that's why the price is now 105. That is what the people will do legally. Previously onion dosa is 100, tax is 5 rupees, it is 105 then. Now what they will say, dosa itself 105, tax is 0. In the name of the tax, we should not collect anything. In the name of the tax, we should not collect anything. That is the point one should remember. And last but not the least, this point only, I am telling you. This last point will be, let's say, Shankarvilas received, for example, it was there in composition scheme. It received some legal consultancy services. Legal consultancy services, I think you remember, it is there in RCM. Legal consultancy services is there in RCM. The question is here, restaurant night is 5% tax rate is applicable on that, or legal service rate 18% is applicable on that. What will be applicable? 5% or 18%? 18%. Why, ma? Composition rates are applicable only when you are paying the GST as a supplier. Whenever you are required to pay the GST as a recipient, you are required to pay the GST as per normal rates. That is the composition rates are applicable when you are paying the GST as a supplier. But when you are paying the GST as the recipient, in those cases, what is the position, ma? You are required to pay the GST as per normal rates. I'm repeating the sentence. What is the statement, ma? Composition rates are applicable only when you are paying the GST as a supplier. Whenever you are required to pay the GST as a recipient under RCM, always pay by normal rates only. So these are the important points with respect to this point, ma. There ends this particular chapter. These exemptions, ma. The first point is here, healthcare services. What is meant by this healthcare service, ma? Miss Karnataka, what is meant by healthcare service? DTC. Diagnosis, treatment, care. Diagnosis, treatment, care. So all the three will be covered under this healthcare service, ma'am. All the three will be covered under this healthcare service. Okay. So diagnosis means finding out the disease. Treatment means once a disease was found, then the treatment will start, ma'am, that one. And care after treatment with respect to any of these things, injury, illness, deformity, abnormality or pregnancy. Injury, mishaps వల్ల జరిగేది, మిస్హ్యాపనింగ్స్ మా, అనుకోకుండా ఇళ్లలో గొడవలు అయినాయి, ఇంట్లో లేవో ఇసిరేసారు, వచ్చి మనకి తగిలి, ఇట్ కమ్స్ అండర్ ఇంజురీ మా, ఇట్ కమ్స్ అండర్ ఇంజురీ. ఆ తర్వాత ఓకే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఫీవర్ ఎక్సెట్రా వచ్చినాయి నీకు, దట్ విల్ కమ్స్ అండర్ ఇల్నెస్. అండ్ వేర్ ఎస్ డిఫార్మిటీ, డిఫార్మిటీ మీన్స్ కొంతమందికి 4 fingers అలానే ఉంటాయి, 5 fingers, దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ డిఫార్మిటీ. అబ్నార్మాలిటీ మీన్స్ 6 fingers ఉన్నాయి, జస్ట్ లైక్ రిటిక్యులేషన్. So ఆయనకి 6 fingers will be there na, that will comes under abnormality. And last one you know better than me. So with respect to this, all these points ma, any diagnosis, treatment, care happens, definitely it will be called as healthcare service. But not every healthcare service is exempted ma. Shh. If it is a recognized system of medicine, then only it is exempted. Like allopathy and English medicine, yoga, naturopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani. So allopathy, English yoga, Baba Ramdev, and Savasana is better option actually. I like that yoga asana. Okay, fine. On a daily basis we can do, but only after 9. Okay, fine. And where is naturopathy? What about this naturopathy, ma? Naturopathy means, let's say for example, nowadays everybody lives in a stress world, na? That's why best example for that is Isha Foundation is there in Coimbatore. They will offer you some 21 days or something packages or something like that will be there, where when you go initially, they will give you only the lemon, honey and hot water. For how many number of days you can survive on them, you can survive. అంటే ఎంతకాలం మీద ఉంటావు అంతకాలం ఫస్ట్ ఉండమంటారు ఎలాగని, ఫస్ట్ హనీ, లెమన్ అండ్ హాట్ వాటర్. తెరా సుబ్బు ఏమైనా కావాలా నీకు ఆ మూడిట్లో? సో 3 కలిపితే అయితే బాగుంటుంది, అది హనీ లెమన్ టీ అయింది అప్పుడు. సో దట్స్ వై. బట్ నేను దాన్ని వేరే దాంతో మిక్స్ చేస్తాను. ఈ మధ్య లెమన్ అంటే నాకు బాగా ఇష్టమైంది తెలుసా, టేస్ట్ చాలా బాగుంది, నా గురించి నీకు బాగా తెలుసురా. ఫైన్. సో వేర్ యాజ్ this one, what they will do ma, these things comes under naturopathy ma. That means for relieving, no phones will be there, nothing will be there, only you will mingle with the nature, thereby stress levels will be reduced ma. That one comes under naturopathy. And Ayurveda, you know that. Homeopathy in childhood days everybody likes that, sweet pills. So nowadays homeopathy is actually we're not seeing that much, because it will cure the disease from the root, therefore it takes time. But instant generation, what? Instant. So that's why English is most preferred one, but homeo will cure every disease from the root, man. Therefore it will take time. But nowadays we don't. Okay, when you have the paracetamol, then immediately fever will be reduced. But if you don't take it after 4 or 6 hours, again it will repeat. It will not cure the root cause, man. It will be painkiller technically. But homeo is something different, but nobody likes that because it is different. So that homeopathy and Siddha. Siddha comes under herbals, herbals related ones. And Unani means what we call it as home remedies. Generally, we will use them. Inti chittal. When you are having the gas issue, jeera with warm water, those things will be there. Na? When you don't have the kerchief to put, you can use the mask to. అంటే చాలా మంది చూసాను కూడా నేను. అంటే జనరల్ ఫీవర్ వచ్చినప్పుడు క్లాత్ వేస్తారు కదా. సో జనరల్ క్లాత్ అవైలబుల్ లేదనుకోండి, మాస్క్ తీసి తడిపేస్తారు ఈ మధ్య కొత్తగా. So those things comes under this Unani treatment. Ma. This is also a recognized system of medicine and it is exempted. Okay. And whereas with respect to taxable ones, what are the taxable ones that are there, ma? Acupressure. Acupressure is nothing but cups will be put on your body, man. Thereby, some blood-related issues can be resolved. Acupuncture is different. They'll put the needles, thereby acupuncture. And Reiki healing, and you know that, na? Just like what they will say, from the nature, they will collect the positive energy, ma. But phone on a live show, TV, somebody told him the problem on the telephone. This fellow, పాజిటివ్ ఎనర్జీ నేచర్ నుంచి గ్యారీ చేస్తున్నాను, వచ్చింది టెలిఫోన్ ద్వారా నీకు పంపిస్తున్నాను అక్కడి నుంచి సౌండ్ వస్తుంది, ఎస్ అన్నారు. ఎట్ట కూడా చేయొచ్చులేదు వెళితే అంటే దట్ ఈస్ దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ రేకి హీలింగ్. దే విల్ కలెక్ట్ ద ఎనర్జీ ఫ్రమ్ ద నేచర్, మా. In olden days, I used to see this in Dragon Balls, my favorite cartoon show. Goku is the hero name in that. And he used it to collect the power from the nature to kill the villain name, Pisa. Pisa is the villain name in Dragon Balls. So he used it to kill that. Okay. So that one is different. Reiki healing is exempted or taxable, ma? Reiki healing is exempted or taxable? Taxable. So if at all it is a government recognized system of medicine, it is exempted. No government recognition, definitely it will be taxable. Sir, who will do the healthcare services, sir? Hospitals, registered medical practitioners, and paramedics. Hospitals, we know. Registered medical practitioner means Indian doctor as well as foreign doctors. What is meant by these paramedics, ma? Pre-hospitalization or post-hospitalization service providers. Pre-hospitalization, lab technicians. First aid related things, whatever the things they do. And post-hospitalization, physiotherapy. So in that case, what is the position that will happen, ma? So whereas with respect to this one, so physiotherapy, post-hospitalization things they will be called as, and next one is nurses, ma. This is the important one. During hospitalization, those people will be covered under. So all these things will come under paramedics, ma. All these things will come under paramedics. Whatever the things they will do, they are exempted. Okay. Next one. Room charges. Generally, when you go to any multi-speciality hospital, even for gas problem also, what they will do, ma? Hey, immediately bring a stretcher. Oh, so it started, something is serious. Then they will take you like this. And later on, when you reach that particular place, they will do the ECG, they will do the echo, they will do even if you try MRI, how much amount that is needed for the hospital for that day, they will do everything on this test. Later on, they will find that, okay, yesterday night what you ate actually budgies. That's why gas issue. But still, you need to be in observation for 24 hours. And they will put you in ICU. They will collect some 15,000 there. Later on, they will say that now you are out of danger. But we can't confirm that. For another 24 hours, you should be there in the hospital itself. We shifted to normal room. The question is here, the room rent they will collect is, ma'am, with respect to ICU, some 15 or 20,000 they will collect. Normal room, single room, generally if you took, they will collect some Ramesh Hospital when I visited for my home minister. This is thing that happened. This is thing that happened on the day. Due to some issue, I need to admit her. So, last thing they asked me is what you ate yesterday. So that is thing. So they just put her in ICU for some 24 hours. And after that, shifted to a single room. Because some different types will be the sharing rooms. I prefer the single room. So there, they charged me some 8,000. For 2 days, they charged me approximately 70,000. And they said it is caused because of budgies. And they just gave us ఇచ్చి 70,000 తీసుకున్నారు. That is thing what will happen. In this case, what is the thing that is exempted and what is the thing that is taxable? With respect to ICU, emergency ward, irrespective of the amount, it is exempt. But whereas normal room is there, after out of danger, that normal room rent is less than or equal to 5,000, it is exempted. More than that, full amount will be taxable. More than that, full amount will be taxable. And third one is food supplied during the treatment. Interestingly, the menu is so good, ma. That's why I remember Ramesh Hospital very good. Meals are extraordinary. Actually, whatever the meals they provide, the canteen food is extraordinary, in fact. Subhaganini Bambistan. Sorry. Fine. So regarding that one there, with respect to meals, even they will provide you the coffee in a different style. Coffee shop is there itself, where varieties of coffees will be there in that cafeteria or whatever thing we will say. So with respect to them, definitely so many number of meals, in mini meals, they will give you tasty food there. The question is here whether it is exempted or taxable. The food provided to my home minister is inpatient, it is exempted. The food provided to me as an attendant there is taxable because the canteen is owned by Ramesh Hospitals. But whereas with respect to neurology, another hospital was there, Lalita Super Speciality, which is very much famous for neurology. Okay. Then we went there for some purpose. The canteen is outsourced to third party. Chutney is also not good. Water chutney they just gave us. So in that case, just like that. So in those cases, if the canteen is outsourced to somebody else, if the canteen is outsourced to somebody else, food provided to anybody is taxable. It does not matter whether you are inpatient or outpatient or attendant or a helper. When exemption to the food will be given, ma? When? When? Fine. So when actually, point ma, if the canteen is actually owned by the hospital, canteen is owned by the hospital, then inpatients, it is exempted, whereas outpatients, it will be taxable. If at all the canteen is outsourced to somebody else, in that case, what is the position, ma? Always taxable. Next one, doctors. With respect to doctors, ma, with respect to doctors, let's take the example of Dr. Naidu Mugar. I told you that one is the first doctor to separate twin bodies of a, what we can say, twins ki సంబంధించిన bodies ni successful గా వేర్ చేసినటువంటి person ma in the entire world, not in India. So any critical surgeries with respect to child are there, still actually he will attend. The children related ga mana critical surgeries unte he will gent amma Naidu Mugar. Okay, I read out. So he's a gent. Okay, I think he comes from tribal area or something. So that's why the name was just like that. I told you now, one of my friend actually named Japan. Right, so Japan now is there in Singapore and some names will be there like that, that's okay. So let's take the example. Apollo Hospital has some issue like this and they collected 10 lakhs from the patient. 8 lakhs was given to this doctor. 2 lakh was retained by the Apollo Hospital. The question is here, first one, 8 lakhs is exempted or taxable? Because doctor provided service to the hospital, not to the patient there. Patient did not approach the doctor, hospital approached the doctor. Here the service was provided by the doctor to the hospital. For that he got 8 lakhs, whether it is exempted or taxable. Yes, because whatever the services provided by doctor is also healthcare service exempt. That's okay. Now come to this 2 lakhs. Apollo Hospital retained the 2 lakhs, na? That is called retention money. So whether that retention money is taxable or exempted? Exempted, why ma? In order to do the surgery, surgical equipments are required, operation theatre is required, infrastructure is required, most importantly, nurses are required. So, to help him. Okay. So in all these cases, to provide all these facilities, Apollo Hospital needs 2 lakhs. Na? That's why this 2 lakhs also exempted. And this one, IVF. Nowadays, people don't want to take the responsibility. That's why they are going for IVFs. Na? Because everybody wants their free life. Nobody wants to compromise on that. So that's why with respect to these IVFs, definitely in olden days it is taxable because of the change in the mindset of the people, government made it exempted. Next one, ambulance services, exempted or taxable? Exempted. And our friends, veterinary, and that means doctor services, definitely exempted or taxable? Exempted. What are the things that are taxable, ma? Cosmetic and plastic surgery, site transplantations, what about them? If at all it was done as a part of medical treatment, it is exempted. If at all it was done for the sake of beautification, people will go for beauty parlors like this. So definitely whether it is exempted or taxable, ma? Definitely it will be taxable. For the sake of beautification, taxable. As a part of medical treatment, exempted. That is, and another one is stem cell storage banks. In olden days, it was exempted. Now it is taxable. What is the stem cell storage banks, What is the purpose of them? When the baby is there in the mother womb, there will be connecting tube between the baby and the mother to take the food. Once the delivery is over, it will be cut and removed, and it will be stored in minus 150 degrees centigrade. Why? Because in future, any genetic diseases occurs, then these stem cells will be injected in that particular person's body so that the genetic diseases will be cured. That is the purpose of these stem cell storage banks. But the problem is, అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఉంటాయి కదా కొన్ని ఏమంటారు ఇన్హెరిటెన్స్ ద్వారా వచ్చే డిసీజ్లు ఉంటాయి, ఎస్పెషల్లీ బోర్డ్ హెడ్. ఫాదర్కి ఉంటే మాక్సిమం చిల్డ్రన్కి వస్తుంది అది. మనం ఫాదర్ గారి కనుక బడతలు ఉంటే కనుక మాక్సిమం 90% ఆఫ్ ద కేసెస్ వస్తుంది. గాడ్ గ్రేస్ నాకు రాలే, మా తమ్ముడికి వచ్చింది. సో దట్ ఈస్ రాట్. అంటే ఇద్దరులో ఎవరో వాళ్ళకి వస్తుంది, బహుశా దేవుడు మా వాడికి ఇచ్చేసాడు. విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు దిస్, మా ఫాదర్ గారికి ఉంది. సో అప్పుడు అనుకుంటా ఉన్నాను ఏం జరిగితే మా తమ్ముడికి వెళ్ళిపోయింది అది. ఫైన్. సో రిగార్డింగ్ దట్, సో దోస్ థింగ్స్ అలా ఉంటాయి. ఇన్హెరిటెన్స్ ద్వారా వచ్చేటువంటివి ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో కొన్ని అలా జరిగిపోతూ ఉంటాయి అనమాట. సో అలాంటివి రాకుండా ఉండాలి అంటే స్టెమ్ సెల్స్ ఇంజెక్ట్ చేశారు కూడా టు సమ్ ఎక్స్టెంట్ యాక్చువల్లీ ఇట్ కెన్ బి క్యూర్డ్ బట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ వెరీ కాస్ట్లీ అఫైర్. సమ్ 40 to 50 lakhs you need to invest to store that. So it is only for the rich people like you, and poor people like me cannot afford that. That's why government thought that for rich people like you, no exemption should be given. Therefore, the exemption was withdrawn. Now is it exempted or taxable, Taxable. This is with respect to this, what we can say, healthcare service, Shh. With respect to agriculture, I'm not going to discuss so much of that. Only few points I will tell you with respect to agriculture. You can see on your own these 2 points. Shh. The core agricultural operations that are run on the agricultural land, definitely they are exempted. Simply what I can say is, whatever the things you will do on the agricultural land, until its basic nature changes, it comes under agricultural activity and it is exempted. Whatever the things you will do on the agricultural land to make it fit to the primary market, until its basic nature changes, it is called as agricultural activity. Whatever the thing you will do. That means what we can say, coffee beans comes under agriculture, whereas coffee powder, non-agriculture, tea leaves, agriculture, tea powder, non-agriculture, sugar cane, agriculture, sugar, non-agriculture, whereas paddy, agriculture, rice, non-agriculture, and pulses with husk, agriculture, pulses without husk, non-agriculture, మినపగుళ్ళు, డబుల్ హార్స్ మినపగుళ్ళు, తెనాలి వారివి. ఫైన్, అదే కదా మినపగుళ్ళు విత్ హస్క్ అంటే పొట్టుతో కూడినవి. ఆ పొట్టు తీసిన తర్వాత మినపప్పు వైటా అదేదో కాదు, ఏ కలరా మినపప్పు? మినపప్పు వైట్ గానే ఉంటుందా? వైట్ కలర్, వైట్ ఉంటుందిగా. అదే ఆ పొట్టు గ్రీన్ కలర్ ఉంటుంది అనుకుంటా. బ్లాక్ మీకు తెలుసా లేదని టెస్ట్ చేశా. వెరీ గుడ్, ఇట్స్ వెరీ బ్లాక్ కలర్, బ్లాక్ గ్రామ్. ఎస్ ఎస్, కరెక్ట్ గుర్తొచ్చింది, మర్చిపోయాను. Now got it. Yes. Okay. Tomatoes and tomato ketchup, potatoes and Ramla potato chips. Like that. So many number of items. Until its basic nature changes, whatever the things you will do on the agricultural land, definitely it is agricultural activity and definitely it will be exempted. Right. And agriculture supporting services. What is meant by supporting services, Renting of vacant land, renting of agro machinery, and warehousing of those agriculture produce. These things comes under supporting activities, Definitely they are also exempted. And agricultural extension services, what we can say is, like farmers' education. For example, Chepali ante drip irrigation facilities. And crop holidays, when you need to give crop holidays, ఎందుకని భూసారం అంటారు అది. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మొత్తం భూమిలో ఉన్న ఎనర్జీ అంతా అయిపోయిన తర్వాత టు గెట్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ చేతిలో పెడతాను. ఫైన్, మళ్ళీ సార్ వస్తే సౌండ్. సో విటమిన్ టాబ్లెట్లు వేసుకుని పడుకోవాల్సి వచ్చింది పర్మనెంట్ గా. And so whereas with respect to this point, మా here ఎనబడ్డాయి మూసుకోనండి వాళ్ళు ఏదో చర్చలు దానికి పద్ధతికి ఉన్నాను రికార్డింగ్ నుంచి తొలగించవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను. యూట్యూబ్ లో పెడితే జనాలు మళ్ళీ ఫీల్ అవుతారు. For agricultural extension services means drip irrigation, soil testing, seed testing, బఠానీల మీద కూడా టెస్టులు చేస్తున్నారండి ఈ మధ్య తెలిసింది నాకు కూడా. అంటే డిఫరెంట్ versions of those seeds ma, because let's say in olden days క్యారెట్స్ అవి తీసుకుంటే బెంగళూరు సైడ్ నుంచి మనకు వచ్చేవి, మన సైడ్ పండేవి కావు. అందుకని వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారంటే మన సైడ్ కూడా ఈ క్లైమేట్ కి తగ్గట్టుగా దాన్ని సీడ్ ని డిఎన్ఏ చేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఇప్పుడు మన బాపట్ల దగ్గర ఇటు మన ఈవెన్ ఇటు కూడా ఉంది లామ్ ఫార్మ్ అంటారు చూసారా. సో అక్కడ పెద్ద అగ్రికల్చర్ యూనివర్సిటీ ఉంది మనకి, ఏపీలోనే చాలా మంచి నేమ్ ఉన్నది. ఇట్లా ఆచార్యంగా యూనివర్సిటీ, దాని పేరు ఏవి యూనివర్సిటీ, ఏఆర్ యూనివర్సిటీ, చాలా పెద్దది. అగ్రికల్చర్ యూనివర్సిటీ. దే విల్ డూ సో మెనీ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టెస్ట్ దేర్ ఆన్ ద సీడ్స్. క్యారెట్స్ ఒకప్పుడు అటు నుంచే వచ్చేవి. ఆ తర్వాత ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్ అయితే చిత్తూరు సైడ్ జరిగేది ఎక్కువ, మన సైడ్ అసలు ఉండేది కదా ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్. ఏదైనా రావాలంటే టమాటోస్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ దే షుడ్ కమ్ ఫ్రమ్ చిత్తూరు రిలేటెడ్ యాక్టివిటీస్. బట్ నా అవనే కాదు, మినీ క్యాప్సికమ్ కూడా కాదు, మినీ క్యాప్సికమ్ లాగా ఉంటాయి బట్ ఇట్స్ మిర్చి. ఇటు చూడడానికి క్యాప్సికమ్ అంత సైజ్ లో ఉంటుంది, మినీ క్యాప్సికమ్ పెద్ద సైజ్ కాకుండా చిన్న సైజ్ ఉంటుంది. నిజానికి అది మిర్చి వచ్చేసరికి ఒకసారి తెలియ కొనుక్కొని వెళ్ళి ఇంట్లో చేయమంటే వాళ్ళు చేస్తే గోపు అదిరింది ఘాటు. అప్పుడు ఇది మిర్చి అని నాకు అర్థమైంది. నేను క్యాప్సికమ్ అనుకున్నాను దాన్ని. బట్ తర్వాత అడిగాను వాళ్ళని, బాబాయ్ ఇదేంటని, మిర్చి అని ముందే చెప్పాలిగా, నన్ను అడగలేదుగా అన్నాడు. సరిపోయేది. సార్ దోస్ థింగ్స్ అంటే మినీ థింగ్స్ అనమాట, దోస్ చాలా ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీగా ఉంటారు. కట్ మిర్చి చేస్తారు రాయలసీమ సైడ్, అదురుతుంది దానికి ఇది బాగా ఉపయోగపడతాయి ఆ మినీ సైజ్. ఐ లైక్ దెమ్. సో దోస్ థింగ్స్ హౌ దే విల్ కమ్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ అగ్రికల్చరల్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ సర్వీసెస్. సో ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ డెఫినెట్లీ వాట్ ఈస్ ద పొజిషన్ మా, they will comes under agricultural activities and exempted. So you can see them based on that. Not every activity by the trustees exempted ma, only the charitable activity by the trustees exempt. Not every activity by the trustees exempt, only the charitable activity by the trustees exempt. The trustees say prati activity exempted kaadu, only the charitable activities by the trustees exempt. Now, this notification defines what are those charitable activities. Total 4 activities are regarded as charitable activities. These 4 activities are regarded as charitable activities. So, if the trust has done any one of these activities, then it will be called as charitable activity. What is that? Public health. With respect to specific diseases, like AIDS-related, ill persons, addicted to narcotics or alcohol, means drugs. The people who are addicted to drugs or alcohol, some toll-free numbers there, I think so. If you call them, they will give you this advice, counseling. ఎలా మానేయాలో చెప్తారు. ఒకసారి ఇస్తున్న తర్వాత వాడే వెళ్ళిపోయాడు అక్కడికి. ఒకసారి ట్రై చేశాను, అసలు ఏం చెప్పారా అని. తర్వాత వాడిని నేను ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయాల్సి వచ్చింది. సో దట్ ఈస్ ఖాళీగా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఏదో చేయాలి కదరా. సో దట్స్ వై 107 to 109 సంథింగ్ నెంబర్ ఉంది. అంటే ఎడిక్ట్ అయిన వాళ్ళకి కౌన్సిలింగ్ ఇస్తా ఉన్నారు. ఏమిస్తారో చూద్దాం అనుకున్నారు. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద థింగ్. సో దిస్ నార్కోటిక్స్ అండ్ ఆల్కహాల్ రిలేటెడ్ థింగ్స్ మా, those counseling things, public awareness with respect to public health is a charitable activity. And advancement of religion, ISKCON temple, they will promote the religion. That's why whatever the activities they will do comes under charitable activity. That's why whatever the things they will sell in the name of prasadas. Even chagodis, vespuffs, everything they will sell in the name of prasada. Because then only it will be exempted. Might comes under charitable. Think of all these things in the name of prasad, and they will get the tax exemption so that they can use it for these religious programs. Spirituality. Isha Foundation. Jaggi was there. He does not promote the religion. He promotes spirituality. Religion is different from spirituality, ma. Religion will say you need to follow these rules, sastras, like that. Spirituality will teach you the peace of mind. Okay, how to get the inner peace. That is nothing but spirituality. That's why spirituality veru, mana religion veru. Religion will teach you, okay, this is our religion. This is the rule you need to follow. If at all you are born in this particular religion, this is your God. These things will be there. Okay, on push part in our Hindi. Okay, but whereas with the spirituality, inner peace, how to find out your inner peace is spirituality. And Isha Foundation is example. Whether you get the inner peace or not, I don't know. So they will taught you the spirituality. And yoga, Baba Ramdev. All these things, Dera Baba also will taught you Rasubu. Fine. So with respect to these cases, definitely they will come under spirituality. And yoga, charitable activity exempted. And this, orphans, homeless children, education. చాలా మంది poor people ఉంటారమ్మా, చదువుకోవాలి and maybe they are having the thought, but they don't have the money. So definitely they can do the wonders. మీకు చెప్పుకున్నట్టున్నాను మన GDCC bank besides Sai Dinajana Seva Samiti అని. Blind people, one of the person selected for staff selection commission. ఆ మెంబర్ కింద సెలెక్ట్ అయ్యారు, అంటే మన సివిల్స్ కొట్టారు. సో అక్కడ ఉన్న పర్సన్స్ లో దట్ ఈస్ ద థింగ్. అంటే బ్లైండ్ పర్సన్ ఎంత ఎఫర్ట్ పెట్టుకుంటారు. మనం అన్ని ఉన్న మనకి ఫైనల్ చదవడానికి నెప్పిబడి కింద పైన మనం ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్నాం. మరి అలాంటిది ఏమీ లేకుండా, ఒకరి హెల్ప్ లేకుండా, కోచింగ్ కూడా వాళ్ళకి ఏమి ఉండదు. ఎవరిస్తారు పాపం? జస్ట్ మేడ్ ద వండర్స్. అలాంటి పీపుల్ హెల్ప్ చేయడానికి వాట్ ఎవర్ ద థింగ్స్ యూ విల్ డూ, డెఫినెట్లీ ఇట్ కమ్స్ అండర్ చారిటబుల్ యాక్టివిటీ. And physically abused or mentally abused. Physically abused means those type of people will be there in Nirmal Huday. So we are talking about charitable activities. So with respect to charitable activities, 4 activities are treated as charitable activities. Public health, advancement of religion, spirituality and yoga. Education programs with respect to old age people above 65 and they must be there in rural areas. And that means orphans, etc. And preservation of environment, what we can say, like save soil, save water, like that. Regarding them, all those activities are treated as charitable activities. And definitely, what is the position? If those activities are done by the trust, it will be exempted. And with respect to religious place, any rooms are given on rent. The room rent is less than 1,000 rupees per day, it is exempted. And mandap keeper services, kalyana mandaps, etc., per day rent is less than 10,000, it is exempted. Shops less than 10,000 per month, first 2 or day. Whereas the last one is per month. So these are the points you should remember. And another point you should remember is, with respect to residential camps or programs. What is this residential program? Residential camps means, to take the example of yoga camp or I told you Isha Foundation, 21 days, naturopathy related things. You will go there and stay there. Food is also provided by them. Generally, those things comes under charitable activity. Then the food provided for that is also comes under charitable activity because it is a natural bundle. Take example, Baba Ramdev is conducting yoga camp in Himalayas. In Himalayas, no, actually, a restaurant is available on Zomato or Swiggy. It must be provided by that yoga camp trainer solely. Then it is a natural bundle. If at all it is a natural bundle, it is a composite supply. If at all it is a composite supply, then the principal supply is a charitable activity exempted. Therefore, food is also exempted. But remember, charitable activity by the trust is exempt. If at all it is provided to trust, it will be taxable. By charitable trust is exempt. If same service is provided to charitable trust, definitely it will be taxable. And conduct of religious ceremony means that means the process of conducting the legal suicide like marriages, etc. Those things will be exempted. The process of conducting a religious ceremony is exempted. The process of conducting a religious ceremony is exempted. This is another important one. And next point, this one, okay, naam ke vaste. Next, training or coaching in relation to art or culture by the individual also it is exempted. But whereas sports-related training, this word can be tested in the exam. Sports-related training given by charitable trust, then only it is exempted. In the exam, they may ask you like this: sports training given by the individual, is it exempted or taxable? Taxable. Sports training given by the charitable trust, definitely it will be exempted. I told you the example of Gopi Chand has given badminton training to PV Sindhu on his individual name, taxable. He established a trust, Gopi Chand the trust. That trust has given coaching to PV Sindhu. In that case, it will be exempted. And the next one is education, ma'am. With respect to education, only you need to remember a few things. Not everything is required for the exam. So first question is here, what is meant by the word educational institution? Only three types of institutes are known as educational institutions. One is preschool and school. Second one is courses recognized by Indian law. Third one is vocational training centers. Only these three are treated as educational institutions, ma'am. Preschool and school, courses recognized by Indian law, and vocational training centers. These three are treated as educational institutions. If any services provided by these educational institutions to the student, faculty, and staff, it is exempted. And with respect to others, only entrance exam is actually exempted. Rest of the things are taxable. So what the educational institution will collect from the students, ma? Fee. That fee is exempt. And faculty and staff, generally for transportation, for providing food to the staff, they will collect some amount from them. Na? Those amounts are exempted. Apart from these three, with respect to rest of the people, conduct of entrance exams like what is that, means JE or MSET, ISET, like that, entrance exam fee will be there. Na? Those are exempted. Except that whatever the other activities the educational institution will do, definitely is it exempted or taxable? Taxable. And 5 activities provided to educational institution is exempted. Previously, it is by educational institution. It is to educational institution. Total 5 activities: transportation, food facility, security and housekeeping, online educational journals, admission test. Total 5 activities. In those 5 activities, first 3 exemption is given only to the school. In the total 5 activities provided to the educational institution, first 3 exemption will be given only to the school. Next, online educational journals. This is only to the school, ma. Online educational journals, exemption will be given to courses recognized by Indian law only. And admission test to all the 3. Transportation, food facility, security and housekeeping. These 3 are exempted only to a school. Online educational journals, exemption will be given only to the courses recognized by Indian law. Admission test, exemption will be given to all the 3. Based on these points only, they are posing the questions in the exam. First 3, exemption is given only to the school. Online educational journals, courses recognized by Indian law, exemption. Admission test, all the 3 exemption will be given. Okay. Remember, services by the educational institution is exempt. Sale of the goods by school, taxable, ma. Like school will sell uniforms, books, stationery items. All these items will be taxable. Only services provided to students are exempted. Goods supplied to the students, definitely it will be taxable. Next one, ma. Okay, all these things are not required. And IIMs. With respect to IIMs, ma, IIMs generally offer 3 types of courses. Na? 2 years MBA, 5 years integrated programs, and PhDs or fellowship program. If the course duration offered by IIM is more than 1 year, it is exempted. More than, or if at all it is less than 1 year, it will be taxable. IIM coaching services more than or equal to 1 year, it will be exempted. The course duration is, if at all the course duration is less than 1 year, definitely it will be taxable. And Anganwadis, Balamritam. So regarding Anganwadis also, definitely it will be treated as school and it is exempted. And admission test or migration certificates are also exempted. This is another point you should remember. That means for joining in your school, you need to write the admission test. Further, they will collect some amount. It is exempted. In the same way, TC is required for shifting from one school to another school. For that migration certificate also, they will charge something. That is also exempted. But whereas with respect to education boards, like the 10th class education board, intermediate education board, with respect to exams only, it is exempted. Other services, definitely it will be taxable. In relation to exam means whatever the things they will do in respect of examination. That means notification in the newspaper, printing of question papers, printing of hall tickets, arranging exam centers, giving the mark list, giving the certificate, all these things will be exempted. In relation to exams, whatever the services this educational board will offer, everything is exempt. But whereas except this, in relation to exams, whatever the things they will do, definitely it will be taxable. And what about the food? By educational institution, it is exempted, ma. To educational institution, to school is exempt. Remember the sentence, they will confuse you like this. By educational institution, by all the three, it is exempted. To educational institution, only to the school, it will be exempted. By educational institution, that means educational institution provided the food. By all the three educational institutions, it will be exempted. If food facility is provided to educational institution, only to the school it is exempted, and rest of the cases it will be taxable. Next one. Another point, ma, with respect to this admission, ma. What is this? Entertainment events like circus, dramas, award functions, sports events, planetarium. Planetarium means where you can see the stars with the telescope, na? That one is known as planetarium. Regarding these items, if the ticket price is less than or equal to 500, it is exempted. More than that, full amount will be taxable. But whereas with respect to zoo, museum, national park, tiger reserve like that, irrespective of the amount, it is exempted. Irrespective of the amount, it is exempted. Protected places, and a best example for that is Golconda Fort. Historical places, government will protect them. So for visiting Golconda Fort, you need to pay some amount. Na? Irrespective of the amount, it will be exempted. And this one is important. Artist performance, I think you know that. Classical or folk one, you will get the exemption per show up to 1.5 lakhs. If at all it is a Western one, always full amount will be taxable. Even though it is a classical one or a folk one, if at all it is performed as a brand ambassador, it will be fully taxable. I told you the example of Taj Mahal, Taj Mahal tea. That means Zakir Hussain is famous for his tabla. He conducted his own musical program. He will get the exemption. If at all is doing that, as a brand ambassador of Taj Mahal tea, in that case, Taj definitely is performing the show as a brand ambassador. Is it exempted or taxable? Taxable. These are the points you should remember. And passenger transport, ma, in this the important ones are only road transport majorly. And road and what we can say, rail transport, ma. Road transport. Here we can divide the point into two types. One is stage carriage and second one is contract carriage. Stage carriage means in every stage it will stop. In our language, those things. Definitely, with respect to stage carriage, non-AC exempted, AC it will be taxable. And contract carriage also. Contract carriage is nothing but non-stop. So non-stop buses, Guntur to Vijayawada, non-stop bus will be there. Na? If at all it is AC, it is taxable. If at all it is non-AC, it is exempted. But even though it is a non-AC contract carriage, in few cases, it will be taxable. These are the cases where even though it is non-AC, it is taxable. Radio taxi. What is meant by the word radio taxi, ma? When two-way GPS tracking is there, it is known as radio taxi. Like Ola, Uber. If you book a car or a bike in a Rapido or Uber, your location is known to the driver and driver location is known to you. This is two-way GPS tracking. It is called as radio taxi. So Rapido, Uber, even though they are non-AC, they are taxable. And hire on tourism basis. That means sometimes you hire a non-AC contract carriage for tourism. I tell you the example of Araku Valley. In the month of October, in this month, generally people will go to the Borra Caves to see the blossom of flowers and all these things. Ma. So from that Borra Caves, land route is preferable. That's why what they will do, ma, they will hire a vehicle there to see Lambasingi and coffee estates, and one waterfall is there near Orissa, Chaprai or something, border of Orissa, that one is. So to all these places, If you hire a particular vehicle in the month of October, generally AC is not required in a car at that time. Even though it is non-AC, it is taxable or exempted, taxable. And conducted tour, I told you, few people, 2-3 families go on a trip. It is called as conducted tour, like Uttara Bharat Desha Punya Kshetrala Yatra. Tempo travelers will be there now, where 12 seaters, 17 seaters will be there. 3-4 families will be go to Shirdi generally. Maximum it is a long travel, now. That's why 2-3 families will go together. Where you can see all those places, that one comes under conducted tour. Even though it is non-AC, is it exempted or taxable? Taxable. And what are the things that are exempted? Autos. E-rickshaw means electronic based. I think you know, yellow color is for diesel. Green color is for gas. Blue color is for electronic means. Auto slow. Color number you can identify. Na? Yellow for diesel. Green for gas. And blue for this e-rickshaws. All the 3 types of rickshaws will be exempted. Metered cabs, in olden days they are there. If meter was there, per kilometer they will charge 12 rupees or 8 rupees something. It will show it display on the meter. Those are olden days. Now Rapido, Uber occupied their place. They are no more generally. These are the things that are exempted. Ma. And with respect to train, what are the things that are taxable? Ma? AC compartments. All the 3 are taxable. In non-AC, first class is taxable. Others, what are the others, ma? Sleeper and second class will be exempted. And cable car is nothing but roadway. To call it as Vizag, Kailasagiri, near Srisailam to Patalaganga. So cable cars will be there, na? Those are definitely taxable. And what are the things that are exempted? In non-AC, what are the things that are exempted? Trains, sleeper, and second class are exempted in non-AC. Non-AC train journey, sleeper, and what is the next one? Second class, means general compartment is exempt. These 3, metro, monorail, tramway. Metros, if at all it is non-AC, it is exempted. Ma. Hyderabad metro is AC, it is taxable. And a monorail was there in Mumbai. On a single pillar, actually it will move. It is nothing but more of a double-decker bus size. So that's why it is used for commuting only. It is also exempted. Tramway, they are there in Kolkata. In the month of October, they are closed previously, except in few routes. That too for tourism, they are using majorly. Tramway is nothing but a train on a road. In Kushi movie, song will be there, na, first song. So those things generally comes under this tramway, and it is also exempted. With respect to air transportation, if it all northeast states, like Tripura, Sikkim, Manipur, Mizoram, like that few names are there. With respect to those northeast states, whether origin or destination is any one of them, that to economy class, it is exempted. Whether origin or destination is from these northeast states, economy class will be exempted. Economy class will be exempted. With respect to all other journeys, it will be taxable. And sea route, with respect to sea route, inland waterways exempted. Inland waterways means specified sea routes like Vizag to Chennai, Chennai to Mumbai, Mumbai to Goa, like that specific sea routes were there. Those are called as inland waterways. Those specified sea routes, passenger transportation happens, it is exempt. In any other route, if at all it is used for public transport, it is exempted. Tourism, definitely it will be taxable. Take the example of Godavari Papikondalu. That person, they will take some 900 or something, they will use it for its sightseeing. Definitely it is taxable, just like Godavari movie. In Godavari movie, they will go to Bhadrachalam on a trip, na? It is for tourism. In that case, definitely it will be taxable. Where it is used for public transport, like Kerala. Kerala, just like our city buses, they will use the boats now for commuting from one place to another place. So that's why with respect to Kerala, what is the position, ma? It is used for public transport, it is exempted. So these are the major points you need to remember. And last important point is here, services exempted in road shall be taxable if provided through ECO. That means, if at all it is generally exempted, auto is exempt, Rapido auto is taxable. What's the difference? If you go by auto, you paid them some amount, it is exempt. But if they book the same auto through Rapido, GST will be there. That is what this box is saying. Services are generally exempted, like auto. If at all they are provided through ECO, then definitely it is taxable. If at all you hire auto on your own, it is exempt. If the same auto is booked through Rapido, definitely it will be taxable. These are the important points you can remember. Rest of the things you can ignore here. And goods transport is another important area. With respect to goods transport, also 4 ways: roadways, railways, airways, waterways. By roadways, GTA, random goods are exempted. What is meant by random goods? That is here, R for relief material, A for agricultural produce, N for newspaper, D for defense, O for organic manure, M for milk. These random goods are going to be transported by GTA, it is exempt. Whereas with respect to other goods, specified recipients, I think you know the specified recipients, na? Factory, society, cooperative society, body corporate, partnership firm, registered person, like that. If the recipient is a specified recipient, it is taxable. Others, it is exempt. GTA transportation of goods, random goods, any recipient, it is exempt. Random goods, any recipient, it is exempt. But whereas other goods, if the recipient is a specified recipient, it is taxable. Whereas with respect to others, it will be exempted. And courier, always taxable. What is the difference between GTA and courier, ma? GTA main purpose is transportation of the goods. Courier main purpose is transportation of documents. GTA main purpose is transportation of the goods, ma. Courier main purpose is transportation of documents. So courier is always taxable fully. Other than GTA and courier, any other person is transporting the goods, it is exempt. Sir, other than GTA and courier, who will provide that, sir? Best example is APSRTC. APSRTC is nowadays transporting the goods, na? It is neither the courier nor the GTA, but it is providing transport facility with respect to goods, na? And it is exempted. That's why others exempt. Others example is APSRTC there. Okay. Next, with respect to second one, train. Railways. With respect to railways, only random goods are exempt, others are taxable. With respect to railways, random goods are exempted, others are taxable. Flight, always fully taxable. And waterways, inland waterways, any goods exempted. Inland waterways, any goods exempted. Other routes, random goods are exempted, others are taxable. Inland waterways means specified sea routes. Whatever the goods you transport, it is exempt. But whereas with respect to this, other than specified sea routes, only random goods are exempted, others are taxable. These are the things they are focusing more in the goods transportation. Sorry, I just forgot one. This point where see, what is the service? Hiring of truck. Who is the person that is hiring that? GTA. So giving a truck on hire to GTA is exempt. Giving a truck on hire to GTA is exempt. Why, ma? GTA is already paying the tax, na? So that's why GTA goods and transport share and truck is required. So GTA has received a truck on a rental basis, then definitely it is exempted. There is no need to pay a GST. Next one. This point also, bus hire తీసుకున్నారు. To whom the bus was given on rent? State transport undertaking. Example, a Volvo bus was given to APSRTC. A Volvo bus was given on rent to APSRTC. In that case, is it exempted or taxable? Exempted. Why, ma? APSRTC comes under state transport undertaking. In that case, is it exempted or taxable? Definitely it is exempted. These are the points you should remember here. Rest of the things you can ignore. Next one, bridge Ivani, Miru, just self-study, you can go through them. Yeah, I think with respect to legal services, I just covered along with the RCM itself. Legal services provided to registered business entity, then only it is taxable. In rest of the cases, it is exempted. In the same way, with respect to this junior to junior, it is exempted, and senior to junior, it will be taxable. Remember that. Junior lawyer to junior lawyer, it is exempted. Senior to junior, it is taxable. Remember that point also in legal service. Junior lawyer to junior lawyer, it is exempted. Senior lawyer to junior lawyer, it will be taxable. Remember those two lines also in legal services. Rest of the things I covered previously. Next one is by government and to government. First we will see by government here. By government, transport of the goods or passengers, exempted or taxable? Taxable, that too under FCM. That's why now AC train is taxable, APSRTC, AC bus is taxable. Those things are there now. Definitely transportation of the goods or passengers, even by the government, it is taxable under FCM. Next one. Ministry of Railways, always taxable under FCM. So these two are not that much important, but Postal Department, they are asking in the exam. So with respect to Postal Department, 4 activities are exempted. Rest of the things are taxable. So what are the things that are exempted? 4. Postcard, inland letter, book post, ordinary post weight less than 10 grams is exempt. Other than these 4, any other services provided by the Postal Department, definitely it will be taxable, like speed post, express parcel post, and whatever the agency collection services they will do, everything will be taxable. Only what are the things that are exempted, ma'am? Postcard, inland letter, book post, ordinary post weight less than 10 grams. These 4 are exempt. Rest of the things will be taxable. This is an important one in the exam. And with respect to renting of immovable property, I told you it is covered under RCM. Na? When it is taxable, if the consideration is more than 5,000 rupees. If the consideration is less than 5,000, it is exempted. Rest of the things you can ignore. With respect to other services, other than renting of immovable property means any other service means mining license, firecracker license, spectrum license, telecom license, like that. So many services government will provide. Na? Here we need to see if at all it is for personal use, it is exempt. Business purpose, then we need to see whether the recipient is registered or unregistered. If the recipient is registered, it is taxable under RCM. If the recipient is unregistered, it will be exempted. See, more than registered person, less than unregistered person. Unregistered person, it is exempt. Whereas, if the recipient is a registered person, we need to check the value. Value is more than 5,000, it is taxable. Value is less than 5,000, it is exempt. So these are the points you should remember with respect to by government. Renting of immovable property by the government. Then what is the only thing you need to see? Consideration. Consideration more than 5,000 taxable, less than or equal to 5,000, it is exempted. Other than renting of immovable property, any other service by the government, first you need to check whether it is registered or unregistered. Unregistered, exempted. Registered, now you need to check the consideration. Consideration less than or equal to 5,000, it is exempted. Consideration more than 5,000, it will be taxable. So these are the points you should remember. And these things are not required. Old age homes, general sometimes they be asked. Old age homes, whether run by the government or by the charitable trust, when it is exempted, monthly maintenance charges are less than or equal to 25,000, it will be exempted. More than that, full amount will be taxable. In the same way, 4th point also, few points are important here. Passport, visa, driving license, birth certificate, marriage certificate, that is called as death certificate. All these things definitely, what is it exempted or taxable? Definitely they are exempted. See, heading is exempted. And statutory licenses, like fire license they will give, that is also exempt. In this only, and fines for contractual non-performance. This point was asked in the exam 2 times. Fines for contractual non-performance means, take the example of Polavaram project. From your childhood days, it is going to be continued, and your children time also it will be continued because it is a national project. So, with respect to Polavaram project, Meghana Constructions, I think is a contractor. So, with respect to that Meghana Constructions, let us assume that there is a deadline of 15 years. If within 15 years, Polavaram project was not completed, then the contractor need to pay some 10 crores to the government. That 10 crores is called as liquidated damages. So whatever the liquidated damages the government will receive for the non-performance of the contract, is it exempted or taxable? Exempted. So this point was asked in the exam, and the example I told you is Polavaram project for that. The rest of the things you can ignore there. And till now we discussed by government. Now the point we are going to discuss is to government. That means whereas in the previous stage, government is the supplier, here government is the recipient. First one. Government entity services to government. That means government to government. It comes under their internal matter. Therefore, is it exempted or taxable? Exempt. And fair price shops under PDS. Ration shops. PDS means public distribution system. What is meant by the word PDS? Public distribution system. So, fair price shops means what is that? Ration shops. For that, ration dealers will get the commission. Ration dealers will get the commission. That commission is exempt. Next, government funded insurance, 100% premium is paid by the government. Best example for that is army people. With respect to army people, government pays the 100% of the premium with respect to their insurance policies. In that case, is it exempted or taxable? Exempted. Next one, training programs with more than or equal to 75% of government funding. What is this? Let's say in summer camps, Rotary Club, Lions Club, those people will offer free tally, free PGDCA, free MS Office programs. It is for you free. But for that coaching center, they need to pay the amount. In that expenditure, a minimum of 75% expenditure is met by the government. Then the entire project will be exempted. In order to exempt the project, in that project, government expenditure should be more than or equal to 75%. In that tally coaching, if the government is meeting more than or equal to 75% of the amount, in that case, is it exempted or taxable? Definitely it will be exempted. Definitely it will be exempted. Okay, fine. Next one. Pure services. With respect to these pure services, what is the position? Pure services to government is exempt in relation to municipality or panchayat functions. Pure services to government is exempt if at all it is in relation to municipality or panchayat. Example, pure services, best example is road patchwork. Road ledena paadinappudu patchworks untayi kada manaku vachesariki. Those patchworks comes under pure services. అవి మున్సిపాలిటీ లేదా పంచాయత్ ఫంక్షన్ అయ్యగా రోడ్ వేయడం, తడి చెత్త పొడి చెత్త తీసుకెళ్లడాలు, స్ట్రీట్ లైట్స్ మెయింటెనెన్స్, all these things will comes under municipality or panchayat functions. So definitely any pure service in relation to them like road patchwork is exempt. Second one. If it all is a composite one, but the goods value is less than or equal to 25%, it is exempt. Best example for that is street light maintenance. Street light maintenance is called the municipality or panchayat function. Regarding that, for the maintenance of street lights, sometimes you need to change the bulbs also. That means goods are also involved in that. In that entire contract, the bulb's value is less than or equal to 25%, then the entire contract is exempt. For example, the total contract value is 10 lakhs. In that 10 lakhs, the bulb value is less 2 lakhs only. Then entire contract value, what is the value there? 20% only. In that case, it is less than or equal to 25%. అంటే ఒక కాంపోజిట్ సప్లై అంటే గూడ్స్ ప్లస్ సర్వీస్ రెండు చేస్తున్నప్పుడు దానిలో గూడ్స్ వాల్యూ ఎంతకన్నా తక్కువ ఉండాలమ్మా? 25% కన్నా అప్పుడు entire contract is exempt if at all it is provided to government, that too in relation to municipality or panchayat functions. And railways related ma, definitely recent amendment na, they can ask platform tickets. You know the కొనే అలవాటు ఉందా? టికెట్ కొనే అలవాటు లేదుగా నాకు తెలుసు. ఫైన్. సో ప్లాట్ఫామ్ టికెట్స్ and facility of retiree waiting rooms, AC launch, like that services will waiting rooms, those services. Loan services generally you can ignore them, it's not for them. And battery operated cars. Battery operated cars means generally if you observe on the platforms, few people operating the battery vehicles on the platform, they are created for the senior citizens and handicapped people. To transport them from one platform to another platform, those battery cars are going to be used. They are used for public service. Na? That's why for them, whatever the activities they will do, is it exempted or taxable? Exempt. Other services, okay, not required, except sports, that is also important in this. What about the sports one? Any person, as a player, as the referee, as the umpire, as a coach, as a team manager, if at all he provides services to a recognized sports body, it is exempt. When it is exempted, any player, as a player, as a referee, as an umpire, as a coach, as a team manager, if he provides services to the recognized sports body like BCCI, it is exempt. If the same services are provided to unrecognized sports body, definitely it will be taxable, like IPL. If it all are provided to unrecognized sports body like IPL, they will be taxable. In the same way, one recognized sports body to another recognized sports body, it will be exempted. Like BCCI to ICC, Indian Olympic Association to International Olympic Association, it will be exempted. Whereas, even though they are provided to a recognized sports body, few services are taxable. What are they? Commentary services, pitch curators, technical experts, team selectors. 4 activities: commentary services, pitch curators, after that team selectors, and technical experts. These 4, even though provided to a recognized sports body, they are taxable. What are those 4? Commentator services, pitch curator services, technical experts, team selectors. With respect to these 4, even though they are provided to a recognized sports body, they are taxable. In that commentary services, you know, Harsha Bogli, famous one, Ravi Shastri also, his commentary is also very good. And pitch curators, batting pitch, bowling pitch, like that they will make those people. And team selectors, team select చేస్తారు కదా, వీడి కెప్టెన్ గా ఉండాలి, వీడి ఇలా ఉండాలి, those people. And technical experts means cricket team means not only the players, physios will be there, and psychological experts will be there, because even Virat Kohli also, if you gone for duck for 2-3 times, his confidence will be low. There must be some energy boost to him. Psychological boost up is required. Then the people will say everything is okay, all is fine. So these things will happen in the game. So this is your technical mistake. You need to, if at all, because in olden days, the Virat is going to be caught for outswinger. But actually, his favorite shot is cover drive actually. It's very strong in that. But at the same time, your strongness is always your weakness in life. So when you are having the strongest thing, then you will feel that you can do anything in that area. So that's why he used to play the shots for the outswingers, and it caught the edge and it is going to slip. It happened repetitively for so many number of matches. The latter one, what he has done, he just changed his stand there. Where he stands, from there he moved to a little bit right. Sachin also faced the same issue. At that time, Sachin also did the same trick. అంటే మీరు ఉన్న పొజిషన్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేసి స్టాండ్ మార్చడం అంటే జస్ట్ generally these people will stand in the middle of the crease. Now they will take a deep crease stand at that time. Thereby they can read the swing. అంటే మనం ఏం చేస్తారు, స్వింగ్ బాల్స్ వచ్చేటప్పుడు they will go deep into the particular pitch. Thereby they can read the swing. That means what is the movement of that ball, all these things. So these things everybody needs. ఇవన్నీ కూడా వాళ్ళు చేసుకోలేరు. Technical experts will say all these things by seeing TV replays. Okay, this is your front foot, this is your back foot, where you are playing the shot. Your bat was there like this. So many points will be there. Now, all these points, they will observe, analyze, and tell the batsman, okay, this is your weak area. You need to overcome this. All these things comes under technical experts. All these services are exempted or taxable. Taxable. And with respect to this one, another important area, housing society collections means apartment maintenance charges. If at all they are less than or equal to 7,500 per month, it is exempted. More than that, full amount will be taxable, provided apartment is a registered person. Sir, apartment is also registered? Yes, per annum. Monthly maintenance charges from all the flats is more than 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs. Apartment is required to take the GST registration. If GST registration was taken, then you need to see what are the monthly maintenance charges. If at all they are less than or equal to 7,500, it will be exempted. More than 7,500, it will be taxable. Best example, take the example of Raintree Park. How many flats are there? 500. Let's say, for example, each flat, they're collecting 2,000. Then what is per month now? 500 into 2,000 will be 10 lakhs, I think so. 10 lakhs per month. What about per annum? More than 1 crore, na? Then Raintree Park is required to take registration or not? Yes. Raintree Park is required to pay GST? No. It is required to take the registration because its turnover crosses 20 lakhs. Sir, why it is not required to pay GST? Because monthly maintenance charges is less than or equal to 7,500. Therefore, it is exempted. If at all it is more than that, then full amount will be taxable. Generally in Bangalore and Hyderabad, especially in summer areas, it will cross 10,000, 15,000 also now because of the water. Water they need to bring with tankers. Now. That's why the monthly maintenance charges in gated communities, definitely it is more than 10, 15, something like that. Okay? In those cases, is it exempted or taxable, ma? Definitely it is taxable. So these are the points you need to remember, and this is the point, another amendment I just incorporated here. See, residential rent means individual income from house property, it is taxable now. That's why it is exempted. And excluded services. And what are the things that are excluded from this exemption? Student housing, hostels, PGs, accommodations are excluded from this notification, and a separate notification was given for them. If the stay period is less than 3 months, it is taxable. Whereas, if monthly hostel fee is more than 20,000, then also it is taxable. And another point, this is also the amendment. This is in relation to what it is, public health related and municipality or panchayat functions. Water supply చేయడం government ki. Public health services చేయడం, sanitation, ఈ దోమల మందులు ఎక్సెట్రా కొడుతుంటారు కదా అలాంటివి కానీ, సాలిడ్ వేస్ట్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ అంటే రకరకాల వేస్ట్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ సర్వీసెస్ ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో, లైక్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ నుంచి చాలా వేస్ట్, ఇప్పుడు మా ఆటో నగర్ ఉంది ఇండస్ట్రియల్ ఏరియా, అక్కడ వేస్ట్ క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది కదా, సమ్ కెమికల్ రెసిడ్యూస్ అండ్ లైక్ దట్, వాటికి సంబంధించిన ట్రీట్మెంట్ గవర్నమెంట్కి ఏదైనా ప్రొవైడ్ చేయడం. స్లమ్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ అంటే కొన్ని వాట్ వీ కెన్ సే ధారావి బిగ్గెస్ట్ స్లమ్ నా, ఓకే, దోస్ అక్కడ ఏదైనా వాళ్ళ లైఫ్ స్టైల్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ కానీ ఏదైనా ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ కానీ, if at all they are doing something, definitely all those things will be exempted. Circular is not for you. By mistake, it was here, ma. It should be there in this, what we can say, valuation chapter. Okay? Time of supply. Next one is, ma. I will tell you the overview because nothing is there to read here. Just I will buy by oral. So, time of supply. What is meant by the word time of supply? At what point of time recipient is liable to pay the GST, it is decided by time of supply. With respect to goods, section 12 is there. With respect to services, section 13 is there. Why two separate are there? Because goods are tangible ones, easy to find out the time of supply. Services being intangible one, difficult to find out the time of supply, therefore separate rules are needed. In section 12, with respect to goods, 6 subsections are there. 12.1 नाम के वास्ते, 12.2 FCM, 12.3 RCM, 12.4 overtures, 12.5 residual cases, 12.6 additional consideration. Same points will be there in section 13 also. So 12.2 FCM with respect to goods. In that, what is the time of supply with respect to 12.2? What is the time of supply with respect to 12.2, ma? Date of invoice or last date for the issue of invoice, whichever is earlier. Date of invoice can be found out from the invoice itself. How to find out the last date for the issue of invoice? As per section 31. As per section 31, there are 4 cases. Physical movement, no physical movement, continuous supply of the goods, sale or return basis. When there is a physical movement, what is the last date? On or before date of dispatch or removal. When there is no physical movement, what is the last date? On or before date of delivery. With respect to continuous supply of the goods, what is the last date? Date of periodic statement or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Sale or return basis, what is the last date? Date of acceptance or from the date of removal, 6 months, whichever is earlier. This is the last date. This last date is going to be compared with date of invoice. In that, whichever is earlier will be the time of supply. This is 12.2 FCM. Every point will be there in the material. I'm having a shortage of time. Therefore, you can check it in the material later on. Second one, 12.3. What is 12.3 deals with? RCM. With respect to RCM, 3 dates will be there. Date of receipt of the goods, date of payment, from the date of invoice, 31st day. In these 3 dates, which one is earlier, that one will be the time of supply. What are the 3 dates, ma'am? Date of receipt of the goods, date of payment, from the date of invoice, 31st day. In these 3 dates, which one is earlier, that one will be the time of supply. And 12.4 deals with vouchers. At the time of issue of voucher, supply can be identified, issue of voucher. If at the time of issue of voucher, supply cannot be identified, redemption of voucher. With respect to vouchers or coupons, at the time of issue of voucher, supply can be identified, issue of voucher. If at the time of issue of voucher, supply cannot be identified, redemption of voucher. Best example, Amazon gift coupon. With respect to Amazon gift coupon, at the time of issue of voucher, supply cannot be identified. Therefore, issue of voucher or redemption of voucher. Redemption of voucher will be the term of supply. And 12.5 residual cases, where it is not possible to apply 12.2, 12.3, 12.4. In those cases, we will go by 12.5. If GST return was filed, filing of return will be the time of supply. When no return was filed, date of payment will be the time of supply. That means black money, white money, I told you. Something in say for example, 80% in white and 20% in black. Then for this 20% black, what is the time of supply? For this 80% GST return will be filed, na? That date will be the time of supply. Sir, if at all we maintain 100% in black, then the date of payment will be the time of supply. 12.5 deals with residual cases, where it is not possible to apply 12.2, 12.3, 12.4. In those cases, 12.5 will come into scene. If GST return was filed, filing of return. No return was filed, date of payment. 12.6 deals with additional consideration, nothing but contractual penalty. Generally, penalty can be divided into 2 types, ma. One is contractual penalty, second one is statutory penalty. Contractual penalty will be paid for the breach of contract. Statutory penalty will be paid for the breach of law. Statutory penalty is not a consideration, no GST is required. Contractual penalty is a consideration which comes under 12.6. It may be in the form of interest, or it may be in the form of late fee, or it may be a delayed payment charges. In all these cases, 12.6 will come into scene. As per 12.6, what is the time of supply? The date when that additional consideration is received, that one will be the time of supply. With respect to 12.6, what is the time of supply, ma? The date when that contractual penalty is received, the date when that additional consideration is received, that one will be the time of supply. These are the major points in section 12. Another point, ma, with respect to this, small advance up to 1,000. Small advance up to 1,000 means if you paid in excess of invoice value, for such excess, no separate invoice is required. The month in which the money is received, that month invoice date, it related to next month. Next month invoice date, it depends upon the intention of the supplier. I told you the example of Airtel. My mobile postpaid bill is 1,600. I paid them 2,000. What is the invoice value? 1,600. How much amount I paid? 2,000. How much excess I paid? 400. 400 is less than 1,000. Yes. For this 400, there is no need to issue a separate invoice. I paid in the month of October. Therefore, October month invoice date, or this 400 relates to November month. November month invoice date, it depends upon the intention of the supplier. This is all about section 12. Next one is section 13 with respect to services. 13.1 Naam ke vaste. It simply says that time of supply shall be decided as per the following provisions. 13.2 FCM, 13.3 RCM, 13.4 vouchers, 13.5 residual cases, 13.6 additional consideration. So 13.2 FCM. With respect to services, what is the statutory time limit to issue the invoice? From the date of completion of service within 30 days. The date when the service was completed, from that particular date, within 30 days, invoice must be issued. But whereas with respect to banks, financial institutions, NBFCs, insurance companies, instead of 30 days, it is going to be replaced by 45 days. Within 45 days, you need to issue the invoice. Sir, if at all it is a continuous supply of service, sir, then what is the last date for the issue of invoice? Due date can be ascertained on or before due date. Due date cannot be ascertained on or before date of payment. Payment is linked with completion on or before completion. Got the point, ma? So due date can be ascertained. Best example, mobile postpaid. A fixed due date will be there. Therefore, on or before due date, invoice must be issued. Second one, where the due date cannot be ascertained, cable TV bill in olden days. So we don't know when we will make the payment. Na? So that's why on or before date of payment. Third one, payment is linked with completion. I think A7, na, construction contracts. Contract costing is also there. Na? Work certified. In proportion to work certified, amount will be paid. Upon the completion of first floor, 30%. Second floor, another 30%. Balance, 100% completion. Here, payment is linked with completion. In that case, what is the last date for the issue of invoice? On or before completion. These are the last dates. So now 13.2 says that if invoice is issued within statutory time limit, what we have discussed, then what is the time of supply? Date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Sir, if invoice is not issued within the statutory time limit, then what is the time of supply? Date of service or date of payment, whichever is earlier. If invoice is issued within the prescribed time limit, then what is the time of supply? Date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. If invoice is not issued within the prescribed time limit, then date of service or date of payment, whichever is earlier. If these two does not work out, ఈ రెండు కూడా వర్కౌట్ అవ్వకపోతే, the date when the supply is entered in the books of accounts of recipient, that one will be the time of supply. ఈ రెండు వర్కౌట్ అవ్వలేదు అనుకోండి, the date when the supply is entered in the books of accounts of recipient, that one will be the time of supply. This is 13.2. 13.3 RCA. Two dates will be there. First one is date of payment. Second one is from the date of invoice, 61st day. Goods 31st day it will be. With respect to services, 13.3 RCM. What are the two dates that will be there, ma'am? First one, date of payment. Second one is from the date of invoice, 61st day, whichever is earlier. If at all it is associated enterprises and import of service from outside India, what is the time of supply? Date of payment, or when it is entered in the books of accounts, whichever is earlier. That point will be there in the note points in the fast track. Later on you can check. Okay. If at all it is associated enterprises and supplier is there in outside India. What is meant by associated enterprises? When two organizations are having financial interest in one another's business, it is known as associated enterprises. A Limited is having shares in B Limited. B Limited is also having shares in A Limited. Both are called as associated enterprises. And in those associated enterprises, supplier is there in outside India, then what is the time of supply? Date of payment, or when the supply entered in the books of accounts, whichever is earlier. This is 13.3. On 13.4, vouchers, same point. At the time of issue of voucher, supply can be identified, issue of voucher. If at the time of issue of voucher, supply cannot be identified, redemption of voucher. 13.5, residual cases, where it is not possible to apply 13.2, 13.3, 13.4. In those cases, 13.5, residual cases will come into scene. As per 13.5, what is the time of supply bar? If GST return was filed, filing of GST return will be the time of supply. If no return was filed, date of payment will be the time of supply. 13.6 deals with additional consideration in the form of contractual penalty. The date when that additional consideration is received, that one will be the time of supply. And after that, section 14. What the section 14 deals with? Change in the rate of tax. That means, with respect to time of supply, three pillars are there. One is date of supply, second one is date of invoice, third one is date of payment. In between these dates, tax rate changes. Section 14 will come into C. Date of supply, date of invoice, date of payment. In between these dates, any tax rate change occurs, section 14 will come into C. As per section 14, simple story. If supply was done before effective date, what is meant by effective date? Very good. The date when the rate of tax changes, it is called as effective date. If supply was done before effective date, then which one is before? In date of invoice or date of payment, that one will be the time of supply. If supply was done after the effective date, in date of invoice, date of payment, which one is after, that one will be the time of supply. Sir, if both are before or both are after, whichever is earlier. As simple as that, section 14. You need to see the effective date. If supply was done before the effective date, in date of invoice, date of payment, which one is before, that one will be the time of supply. This is effective date. Supply was done after the effective date. In that case, in date of invoice, date of payment, which one is after, that one will be the time of supply. If date of invoice, date of payment, either both are before or both are after, in that whichever is earlier, that one will be the time of supply. This is all about section 14, there ends time of supply. Next, we are going to enter into value of supply. So the next topic we need to see is value of supply. With respect to value of supply, what is the section number that deals with, ma'am? Section 15. How many subsections are there in section 15? 5 subsections. No, ma'am, 5. So what are those 5 subsections, ma'am? 15.1, taxable value is equal to transaction value. 15.2, inclusions. 15.3, exclusions. 15.4, valuation rules. 15.5, special valuation rules. So initially we will start with section 15.1. As per section 15.1, taxable value is equal to transaction value if 2 conditions are satisfied. What are those 2 conditions? First one, supplier and recipient should not be related persons. Second one, price is the sole consideration for the supply. What are the 2 conditions, ma'am? Supplier and recipient should not be related persons and price is the sole consideration. When the supplier and recipient are treated as related persons, supply chapter, common directors, partners, employer and employee, more than or equal to 25% of voting power, holding and subsidiary, third party controlling these two controlling a third party, same family members, sole selling agent. If any one of these relations are there, the parties are known as related parties. Okay. Second one is, the price should be the sole consideration. What is meant by that? Whatever the consideration that is moving from buyer to the seller, it must be 100% in terms of money. Then only price is the sole consideration. What is meant by the word price is the sole consideration, ma'am? What is meant by price is the sole consideration? Whatever the consideration that is moving from buyer, recipient to the supplier, it must be 100% in terms of money. Then only price is the sole consideration. If these 2 conditions are satisfied, taxable value is equal to transaction value. Sir, what is meant by the word transaction value then? Sale price plus 15.2 inclusions minus 15.3 exclusions, it is called as transaction value. What is meant by the word transaction value, ma? Sale price plus 15.2 inclusions minus 15.3 exclusions, it is known as transaction value. This is 15.1. 15.2, inclusions in the transaction value. What are the inclusions, ma? 5 inclusions are there as per 15.2. First one, any taxes other than GST is includable. Any taxes other than GST is includable. In the exam, they just gave one-time customs duty, 40,000 or something. Customs duty is includable or excludable in taxable value? Includable. Any tax other than GST is includable except TCS. Because TCS, tax collected at source, is not a tax. It is an interim levy. So what is the first point? Any taxes other than GST except TCS. That is the first point. Second one, supplier obligation was met by the recipient. Whatever the expenditure that is needed to be incurred by the supplier, but if at all it is incurred by the recipient, those amounts are needed to be added to the taxable value. And third one, incidental expenses up to the stage of delivery includable. What is the third one, ma? Incidental expenses up to the stage of delivery includable, like designing charges, freight, insurance, packing charges, commission paid, like that, whatever the incidental expenses that are there up to the stage of delivery, all those are needed to be added to the taxable value. That is the third one. Fourth one, subsidy from government excludable, subsidy from any person other than government includable. Here, the students are confused most in the problem. Subsidies both will be given. One is government subsidy, second one is NGO subsidy. Here, one word will be written there. The sale price is after adjusting above amounts. This is the point that will be there in the problems. Yes, no? Now, the point is simple. After adjusting means both subsidies are already deducted. If nothing is mentioned, sir, then also both are already deducted. If the problem says that the amount is already adjusted or problem remains silent, in both cases, what is the logical meaning of that? Both subsidies are already deducted from the sale price. Now, what is the treatment we need to do? Government subsidy, it should be deducted or should not be deducted? It should be deducted. What he has done? Deducted. What is the thing you need to do? Ignore. No adjustment is needed. Non-government subsidy, deducted or not to be deducted? Not to be deducted. But what he has done? Deducted. What is the thing you need to do? Add back. That is the simple logic you need to remember. Government subsidy to be deducted, it was deducted. Therefore, what is the thing you need to do? No adjustment is needed. Whereas with respect to non-government subsidy, it should not be deducted, but it was deducted. What is the thing you need to do? Add it back. This is a adjustment logic. Majority of the students will be confused while doing the valuation problem. I think now you got a better idea. Government subsidy already deducted. Already deduct చేశారు. మనం కూడా ఏం చేయాలి? డిడక్ట్ చేయాలి. మనం చేయాల్సిన వాడే చేసేయాలి. అలాంటప్పుడు ఇగ్నోర్ చేయాలి. నాన్ గవర్నమెంట్ సబ్సిడీ లెస్ చేయకూడదు. అయినా వాడు లెస్ చేశాడు. మనం ఏం చేయాలి? తిరిగి యాడ్ బ్యాక్. ఒక అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. నెక్స్ట్ వన్, ఫిఫ్త్ వన్ ఈస్ కాంట్రాక్చువల్ పెనాల్టీ. But with respect to contractual penalty, I told you one point there. Whatever the contractual penalty you receive, it is inclusive of GST. That is the assumption you need to take. And if at all it is inclusive of GST, how to compute that? Backward computation. How to do the backward computation? The amount received into 100 by 100 plus tax rate. For example, GST rate is 18%. Then amount received into 100 by 118. In one problem, it will be 6,000 was given in one problem. While doing problem, 6,000 amount will be given. If you observe there, 6,000 into 100 by 118, I think it will get 5085. 6,000 into 100 by 118, what is the amount we will get, ma? 5085. Correct. Kotra. Rajesh gadi cheppindra thala istunnava nuvu. Sir, Milky Bar butter. So 6,000 into 100 by 118, what is the amount we will get? 5085. So that is the amount you need to write there. Whatever the contractual penalty you receive, it is inclusive of GST. So total 5. First one, any taxes other than GST. Second one, supplier obligation was met by the recipient. Third one, incidental expenses up to the stage of delivery. Fourth one, subsidy from government excludable, subsidy from any person other than government includable. Fifth one, contractual penalty, and whatever the contractual penalty we receive, always it is inclusive of GST. These are 15 inclusions. Okay. Next one is 15.3 exclusions. With respect to 15.3 exclusions, the one and all exclusion will be discount. Discount can be divided into two types. One is pre-supply discount. Second one is post-supply discount. Pre-supply discount means the discount that is given before or at the time of supply. Maximum cases, the discount will be pre or at the time of supply. In order to allow pre-supply discount, the one and only condition is it must be indicated on the invoice how much discount you are giving. Then it is allowed. And with respect to post-supply discount, means after supply discounts, in order to allow that, three conditions are required to be satisfied. So pre-supply discount, one condition. What is that one condition? It must be indicated on the invoice. Okay, see a paper. ఏమ్మా ఒకటి ఆపేసి అరే ఒకటి ఆపేయండి ఇటు సైడ్ ఆపేసారా వెరీ గుడ్ నాకు వచ్చేది ఆపేవరా నువ్వు అది కదా ఆపాలి ఆపమన్నప్పుడు ఏసీ పని చేయట్లేదు అది అబ్బా ఆనందం నువ్వు కూడా మోసం చేయడం నేర్చుకున్నావా ఓకే ఫైన్ సరే పర్లేదు 10 నిమిషాలు ఆపేయండి ఇంకేం పావుగంటగా మీకోసం ఆ మాత్రం సాక్రిఫైస్ చేయలేను ఆపేయండి ఆపేసేయండి రెండు ఆపేయండి ఇప్పుడు ఓకేనా ఇంకేనండి మంచి గంగాధర్ గారు ఇట్టా మరీ అంత వీక్ అయితే ఎట్రా గంగు ఫ్యూచర్లో మరి హిల్లీ ఏరియాస్కి ఏదైనా వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఇబ్బంది పడతాడు సరే కానీ వినండి 15.3 with respect to 15.3 what is the position ma supply so discounts can be of two types one is pre-supply second one is post-supply in order to allow the pre-supply discount the one and only condition is it must be indicated on the invoice post-supply discount three conditions first one agreement should be there second one it must be linked to the invoice third one proportionate IDC must be reversed if all the three conditions are satisfied then post-supply discount is allowed. What are those three conditions, ma? First one, agreement should be there. Second one, it must be linked to the invoice. Third one, proportionate IDC must be reversed. The best example for that is cash discount. Let's say a plant and machinery value 1 lakh rupees, rate of GST 18%. If you pay within 15 days, 5% cash discount is allowed. This is the agreement. So there is agreement. And it must be linked to the invoice. Invoice number will be mentioned. What is the third condition? Proportionate IDC must be reversed. What is meant by that? On day one, when invoice is issued, for how much amount you will issue the invoice? 1 lakh. Because you don't know whether the person will pay within 15 days or not. So 1 lakh rupees is the value on that 18%, 18,000. Our total 1 lakh 18 it will be. Based on invoice, how much IDC buyer will claim there? 18,000. But if he pays within 15 days, what is the price of the machinery now? 5% cash discount is there. So 1 lakh minus 5,000, 95,000. 95,000 into 18%, 17,100. So what is the IDC you need to claim? 17,100. How much IDC you climbed? 18,000. How much excess you climbed? 900. That 900 must be reversed in order to claim the discount of that 5,000. Okay, ma. That is proportionate IDC must be reversed. అంటే నీకు 5,000 క్యాష్ డిస్కౌంట్ కావాలి అంటే ఆల్రెడీ నువ్వు తీసుకున్నది 18,000 తీసుకోవాల్సింది 17,100 ఆ డిఫరెన్స్ ఎంత ఎక్సెస్ తీసుకున్నది 900 ఆ 900 నువ్వు రివర్స్ చేస్తే ఈ 5,000 రూపీస్ క్యాష్ డిస్కౌంట్ ఈస్ allowed. That is with respect to post supply discount. Another one is staggered discounts. What is meant by staggered discounts? Buy more, save more offers. In Reliance Friends, they will be there. Up to 5,000, 10% discount. If you purchase up to 10,000, 20% discount. More than 10,000, 30% discount, like that it will be. Right, Hussein. So whereas with respect to that, what is the position, ma? Definitely, these are called as staggered discounts. Whether they are allowed or not allowed. Allowed. And second one is secondary discounts. What is meant by secondary discount? The discount that is not known at the time of entering into the agreement is known as secondary discount. What is meant by the word secondary discount, ma? The discount that is not known at the time of entering into the agreement are known as secondary discounts. Secondary discounts are not allowed. The example is I told you, Apollo Medical Shop generally will keep these things. They will put up a tent and they will give you flat 90%, 80%, 95% also discount. Why they will give that much discount? The expiry date will be max to max 1 week to 1 month. After that, the value will be zero. అంటే అన్సోల్డ్ ఐటమ్స్ ఏ ఐటమ్ అన్సోల్డ్ ఉంటుంది వేటి మీద డిస్కౌంట్ ఇవ్వాల్సి వస్తుంది ముందుగా తెలుసా తెలియదు దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ నోన్ అట్ ద టైమ్ ఆఫ్ ఎంటరింగ్ ఇన్ టు ద అగ్రిమెంట్ దోస్ డిస్కౌంట్స్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ సెకండరీ డిస్కౌంట్స్ సెకండరీ డిస్కౌంట్స్ ఆర్ అలౌడ్ ఆర్ నాట్ అలౌడ్ నాట్ అలౌడ్ దట్ ఈస్ అనదర్ పాయింట్ యూ నీడ్ టు రిమెంబర్ మా అట్లానే నో క్లైమ్ బోనస్ with respect to health insurance policies no claim was made in the previous year as an encouragement as a bonus. In the present year premium, they will give you a discount. That discount is named as no claim bonus. No claim bonus is allowed or not allowed? Allowed because it is indicated on the policy document. So this is all about 15.3 majorly. And after that, 15.4. Where any one of those conditions, what are those conditions? 15.1 conditions. Supplier and recipient should be unrelated. Price is the sole consideration. Any one of those conditions are not satisfied, then 15.4 will come into scene. That means the conditions prescribed in 15.1 are not satisfied. Then 15.4 will come into scene, valuation rules. What is the first valuation rule? Rule number 27. When rule number 27 is applicable, price is the sole consideration. Condition is there now. That condition is not satisfied, then rule number 27 will come into scene. That means where the consideration is not 100% in money, rule number 27 will come into scene. As per rule number 27, what is the taxable value? Open market value. What is meant by open market value? For the same type of service, how much it charges to another person, it is known as open market value. For example, Javed Habib, a famous hairstylist, provided hairstyle service to MS Dhoni. For that, MS Dhoni gifted him a Rolex watch. In that case, Rolex watch means non-monetary consideration. Then rule number 27 will come into scene. As per rule number 27, if Javed Habib provides the same service to Virat Kohli gave him 10 lakhs. Then what is the taxable value for Dhoni now? 10 lakhs. That is called open market value. Sir, if open market value is not available, sir, that means Javed Habib is the only hairstylist only for Dhoni. That means no similar service was provided. Then what is the taxable value? If money was paid, money plus market value of Rolex watch. What is the market value of Rolex watch? Generally, if at all it is the first hand, it may be approximately 40 to 60 lakhs. And in second hand market, it is available for 18 to 20 lakhs. Rolex watches, isn't it? Okay, fine. So with respect to those Rolex watch, what is the market value? That one will be the taxable value. But let's take the example that Rolex watch was autographed by MS Dhoni. Then market value cannot be determined. Open market value is not available. We will go by the market value of in-kind consideration. When Dhoni autographed the Rolex watch, market value cannot be determined because Dhoni fans may purchase it any price. So market value we can't determine. In that case, if the similar kind of services are provided by somebody else to somebody, that value will be considered, not by Javed Habib. Some other hairstylists will be there. Those people will provide the similar service to the celebrities. How much amount they will charge, that one will be the value of supply. If no other person equal to Javed Habib was there, then rule number 30 or rule number 20. Okay, what rule number 27? When rule number 27 is applicable? When price is not the sole consideration, what is the taxable value? Open market value. If open market value is not available, market value of in-kind consideration. If market value is not available, then value of similar services to somebody. If that one is also not available, rule number 30 or 31. Rule number 30 will be there, 110% of cost of production of service. If that one is also not available, rule number 31, then department will come into scene. Department, what it will do, it will squeeze the things and gather the data from that particular squeezing, and definitely after that, what will happen, taxable value automatically will come. And based on that, you are required to pay the GST. Understood or need to explain in detail? Fine. That is rule number 27. Now, what about rule number 28? When rule number 28 will come into C? Rule number 28 will come into C, related party transaction other than agent. Rule number 28 is applicable to related party transactions other than agents. What is the taxable value? First point, open market value. If open market value is not available, similar kind of activities, they are also not available. Rule number 30 or 31. What is the point that is missing here? Market value of in-kind consideration was missing here. Except that rest of the things in the same sequence. When rule number 28 is applicable, related party transactions other than agent. Then what is the taxable value? Open market value. Open market value is not available. Like kind. If like kind is also not available, rule number 30 or 31. But along with that, you're having the option in case of related parties. What is the option you're having, ma'am? Let's say X and Y are related. X sold the goods to Y. Now, at what price Y is selling to the unrelated customer? In that price, 90% will be the taxable value. Say, for example, X sold the goods to Y. X and Y are related parties. Let's say this is 100 rupees, whatever the price it is. Y sold to Z, who is the unrelated person, for 200. Now, what is the taxable value? In the 200, 90%, that is 180 rupees, will be the taxable value for the transaction between X and Y. This is what this point will say. At what price this Y is selling to the unrelated customer Z? In that price, 90%, 200 into 90%, 180 rupees will be the taxable value. Another point. If the recipient is eligible for full ITC, that means B2B transaction. If at all it is the B2B, B2B means supplier is a registered person, recipient is also a registered person, then what is the invoice value? For how much price X is selling to Y, even though they are related, that price will be the taxable value. Why it was like that? Because if at all it is B2B, how much he shows, that much only will get the ITC. Na? What is the loss to the department? That's why if at all it is a B2B transaction, how much value they will show in the invoice, that value will be the taxable value, even though they are related parties. And rule number 29, principal-agent relation. Rule number 29 deals with principal-agent relation. Here, what is the taxable value? First one, open market value. If open market value is not available, 90% of the sale to unrelated customer, if at all it is not worked out, rule number 30 or 31. So what does rule 30 deals with? 110% of cost of production, but these things may not be applied to services. Rule number 30 practically will be applicable to goods only. Service came ఉంటుంది. జావేదాబి బేస్ స్టైలిస్ట్ ఉన్నాడు, వాడు సర్వీస్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేశాడు. కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ సర్వీస్ ఎంత ఉంటుంది? ఒక కూంబు కొంటాడు, మా అయితే 100 రూపాయలు ఉంటుంది. క్రీమ్ ఏదో వాడతాడు, మా అయితే 500 ఉంటుంది. మొత్తం కలిపిన 1000 కన్నా ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది కదా. బట్ వాట్ ఈస్ ఛార్జింగ్ మా సమ్ 1 lakh or 10 lakhs సంథింగ్ లైక్ దట్ నా. సో మరి అలాంటప్పుడు సర్వీస్ కి నువ్వు రూల్ నెంబర్ 30 అప్లై చేయలేవు. గూడ్స్ కి యూ కెన్ అప్లై రూల్ నెంబర్ 30. With respect to services, you can't apply rule number 30. Straight away, you will jump to rule 31. Residual means department will decide that. That is the valuation rules. Next, 15 point deals with special valuation rules. 15.5 will have a overriding effect on 15.1. That means even though the conditions are satisfied, but still you want to follow 15.5, those 15.5 rules can be followed. Lotteries you can study on your own, that is not that much important. With respect to purchase and sale of foreign currency, this was asked in the exam a few times. Problem was asked, what is this money changing service, ma? Dollars to rupees, rupees to dollars, pounds to dollars, like that. In those cases, this is called as purchase or sale of foreign currency or money changing services. Okay. Here, two options are there. This is option 1. This is option 2. In those two options, which one is suitable for that supplier, he will follow that. What is option 1? If RBI reference rate is available, the difference between RBI rate and bank rate into number of units that was exchanged, That one will be the taxable value. For example, we are going to change $1,000 into Indian rupees. RBI rate is $1 is equal to 86 rupees. Whereas banker rate is $1 is equal to 85 rupees only. What is the difference? RBI rate 86. What is the banker rate? 85. What is the commission? 1 rupee per dollar into how many dollars we exchanged? 1,000. What is the taxable value now? 1,000. That is the first one. RBI reference rate is available. So difference between RBI rate and the banker's rate into number of units exchanged, that one will be the taxable value. Sir, if in the problem RBI reference rate is not given, sir, then bank rate will be there, na? In the same example we continued, how many dollars we exchanged? 1,000. What is the banker rate? 85. 1,000 into 85, 85,000 into 1% will be the taxable value. How much it will be? 850, I think. 850 will be the taxable value. And another one. Sir, neither of the currency is the Indian currency, sir, in the problem. Dollars to pounds, we converted. Neither of the currency is the Indian currency. In that case, what is the position? Dollars to pounds, for example. First, we need to convert dollars into Indian rupees, pounds into Indian rupees. In that, which one is lower on that value into 1%, that is the taxable value. If neither of the currencies are Indian currencies, then what is the position now? We need to convert both foreign currencies into Indian rupees. Dollars into Indian rupees, pounds into Indian rupees. After converting, we will compare both of them. In that, whichever is lower, that value into 1% will be the taxable value. Into 1% will be the taxable value. This is option 1. And what is option 2? Based on transaction value in Indian rupees. If the transaction value is up to 1 lakh, then 1% of the amount exchanged or 250, whichever is higher. And if the amount is 1 lakh to 10 lakhs, 1,000 plus 0.5% in excess of that 1 lakh. If the amount is more than 10 lakhs, 5,500 plus 0.1 subject to a maximum of 60,000. For example, the converted amount is 90,000. Now, what is the taxable value? 90,000 into 1%. 900 or 250, whichever is higher. 900 will be the taxable value. If the converted amount is 3 lakhs, then what is the taxable value? 1,000 rupees plus in excess of 1 lakh. How much was there? 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs into 0.5%. 1,000. 2 lakhs into 0.5%. 1,000 plus 1,000. 2,000 will be the taxable value. If the converted value is 15 lakhs, then 5,500 plus in excess of 10 lakhs. How much is the value? 6 lakhs. What is the amount I told you? 15 lakhs. Okay. So 5 lakhs into 0.1%. 5 lakhs? 5,000 or 500? 5,000. 5 lakhs into 0.1. What is the amount that is there, ma? 500. 500 plus 5,500. 6,000 will be the taxable value. In this way, the problem should be computed. Gangu, is it correct, ma? Life insurance. With respect to insurance, ma, we need to see insurance policies can be divided into 2 types, ma. One is risk policy, second one is saving policy. If at all it is a risk policy, 100% of the premium is taxable. If at all it is a savings policy, breakup is given. Okay, in 100 rupees, 70% will go to savings, 30% will go to risk, then 70% is exempted, 30% risk amount is taxable. If breakup is not given, in that case, first year premium, 25% of the value will be taxable. Subsequent years, 12.5% of the premium will be taxable. If at all it is a single annuity policy, that means ulta hota hai yahan par. That means ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇక్కడ నార్మల్ గా నువ్వు మంత్లీ కడితే లంసమ్ ఇస్తారు లాస్ట్ లో. సింగిల్ యాన్యుటీ పాలసీలో ఫస్ట్ నువ్వు లంసమ్ కడితే నీకు పెన్షన్ లాగా మంత్లీ ఇస్తారు లాస్ట్ లో. దాన్ని యాన్యుటీ పాలసీ అంటారు. మామూలుగా అయితే ఫస్ట్ నువ్వు మంత్లీ కడతావు, లాస్ట్ లో ఒకేసారి డబ్బులు ఇస్తారు. కానీ ఇక్కడ మాత్రం ఏం చేస్తావు, ఉల్టా ఉండేది ఇది. ఫస్ట్ నువ్వు లంసమ్ కడతావు, ఫ్యూచర్ లో నీకు మంత్లీ పెన్షన్ లాగా నెల నెలా ఇస్తారు. దాన్ని సింగిల్ యాన్యుటీ పాలసీ అంటాం. If at all it is a single annuity policy, then 10% of the premium amount will be the taxable value. That is the point, ma. Margin scheme is not that much needed. Parents story. Okay, ma. So the next topic we need to see is ITC, that is input tax credit. So what is meant by the word input tax credit, ma, first of all? What is meant by the word input tax credit? So what is meant by the word input tax credit? What is meant by ITC then? First of all, before going to discuss about this particular ITC, one need to know how the ITC chain will work. So generally, the sales in our GST language are known as outward supply. I think you know this. And the purchases in our GST regime is known as inward supply. Generally, take the example of Masterminds. What are the inward supplies for Masterminds? P is not inward supply, right? It is a consideration for outward supply. What are the inward supplies that are required by the Masterminds? Yeah, benches, we can say furniture, na? Furniture and cameras, etc. Cameras, computers, and maybe what is that? Another one we can say books, materials. Apart from that, generator is also needed now. So generator set. Apart from that, food. What is inward supply? Okay, that is the supporting one. Main activities. What are the main activities? Any other? మమ్మల్ని కూడా గుర్తించండ్రా చెప్పావు నువ్వు కనీసం చాక్లెట్లు అయితే వచ్చి గంటకోసారి గుర్తు చేస్తుంటారు కానీ అప్పుడు ఇవ్వాల్సినవి ఫ్యాకల్టీని గుర్తుపెట్టుకోరు అబ్బో ఫ్యాకల్టీ in charges comes under okay, faculty, and apart from that, water bottles, okay, water bottles. Yeah, bus will be there, and apart from that, less than 1 year duration mics, etc. All these things comes under the inward supplies that are received by the Masterminds. And what is the outward supply by MM? CA. Coaching service. Okay, you are CMA. Okay, CA or CMA coaching, professional coaching services. Then that will be fine. So if you observe here, with respect to this furniture, camera, computers, these things comes under capital goods. And generator set is also a part of capital goods. And books comes under water bottle, also comes under water bottle, mics. These two are also called as inputs. Bus, I will come for this. Bus is a faculty is a good. Faculty comes under input services. And some advertisements are also needed. Na? Those advertisement services are also input services. Like this, there are so many inputs, input services, and capital goods that may be used by any business entity to provide the outward supply. While purchasing or while procuring all these inputs, capital goods, and input services, generally you may have paid some taxes. Na? Those taxes are known as input tax. The tax that is paid on all these items is known as input tax. Let's say on all these items, MM paid some 10 lakh rupees as an input tax. Some 10 lakh rupees as a input tax. Okay. But while on the coaching, MM is required to pay on coaching, MM is required to pay, let's say, some 25 lakhs as a output tax. Then, while paying this 25 lakhs, what is the tax that is paid on all these inward supplies is going to be deducted. That means this 10 lakhs is going to be deducted and remaining 15 lakhs is going to be paid in cash. So the process of deducting this particular 10 lakhs is known as input tax credit, taking credit of the input tax that was already paid. Taking credit of the input tax already paid, and by deducting that, the remaining amount will be paid in cash. So this particular process is known as input tax credit. This particular process is known as input tax credit. The question is here, sir, what are the inward supplies that are there? Inputs, capital goods, and input services. Yes, Nama. So what is meant by inputs and what is meant by input tax, input services, and what is meant by capital goods there? I mean, there must be some meaning that will be assigned. How I just classified them like this. Some inward supplies are capital goods, some inward supplies are inputs, some inward supplies are input services. How, in which way we are able to classify that? That means there must be some specific meaning that is assigned to them. Now, what is that specific meaning that is there? Now, the question is here, what is meant by inputs? What is meant by input service? So, what is meant by inputs? What is meant by capital goods? And what is meant by input services? So, what is meant by capital goods, first of all? The items that are reflected in balance sheet are known as capital goods. The items that are reflected in capital goods are known as, in balance sheet are known as capital goods. Now, what is meant by inputs then? The items that are reflected in P&L account are known as inputs. And what is meant by the word input service then? The service which is used for outward supply. Any service that is used for providing the outward supply is known as input service. Okay? Inputs, generally capital goods means the items that are reflected in the balance sheet. And what is meant by the word inputs? The items that are reflected in the P&L account. What is meant by the word input service? The service which is used for providing the outward supply is known as input service. While procuring them, whatever the input tax we will pay, that amount is going to be deducted while paying the output tax. The process of this particular one is known as input tax credit. That means taking credit of the input tax that was previously paid. It is known as input tax. Okay. Now come to the material. Generally, there will be two terms that will be used in this entire ITC chapter. One is availment of ITC and second one is utilization of ITC. So what is meant by availment of ITC and what is meant by utilization of ITC? That is the point we need to see here. What is meant by ITC availment and what is meant by ITC utilization? Let's say how the ITC flow will work based on the returns. Based on the returns, how this will actually works out. Okay. Say Gangadhar, I'm seeing you only. Feeling shy? Okay, fine. So, availment of ITC. How this ITC chain will work here? Okay, we need to see. First, what the supplier will do? Supplier will file GSTR1. When the supplier files GSTR1, the data will be auto-populated in recipient account in GSTR 2A as purchases. Based on that, GSTR 2B will be generated, which deals with ITC statement. Based on this GSTR 2B, recipient will file GSTR 3B. When the recipient files the GSTR 3B, ITC is confirmed. ITC is confirmed and credited to e-credit ledger. I think you know this e-credit ledger, which is there in payment of tax in your CMA Inter. So 3 types of ledgers will be there now. Your purchases related ITC will go to electronic credit ledger. How much amount you deposited in one, just like the Paytm account, it is called as electronic cash ledger. And how much tax you are required to pay, it is going to be reflected in electronic liability register. I think in CMA Inter, these 3 ledgers you may come across. General electronic liability register will reflect the total tax liability. Here, 3 ledgers will be there. One is electronic cash ledger. Second one is electronic credit ledger. Third one is electronic liability register. Generally, electronic liability register will reflect your total tax liability. And this one will reflect your ITC. This one will reflect your cash deposits with government or department. Now you remember these 3 now. So 3 types of ledger accounts will be maintained there. Electronic liability register will reflect your total tax liability. Electronic credit ledger will reflect your ITC. Electronic cash ledger will deal with the cash deposit with the department. Okay. So now come to this ITC. When the supplier files GSTR 1, it will be reflected in GSTR 2A of the recipient as a purchases. Based on GSTR 2A, ITC will be automatically generated in GSTR 2B. When GSTR 2B is generated, based on that, any modifications that are required, it will be done by the recipient and he will file the GSTR 3B. When recipient files the GSTR 3B, ITC is confirmed and the amount is going to be credited to this electronic credit ledger. When the amount is credited to this electronic credit ledger, it is called as availment of ITC. When the amount is credited to the electronic credit ledger, that one is known as availment of ITC. Got the point, ma? That one is known as availment of ITC. When it is called as availment of ITC? When the recipient files the GSTR 3B and then your ITC is confirmed and amount is going to be credited to electronic credit ledger. When the amount is credited to this electronic credit ledger, then it is called as availment of ITC. Got the point? Fine. Now, okay, once ITC was availed by you, where it will reflect in your electronic credit ledger, ma? Because every ledger will have debit and credit balances, na? Obviously. Yes, sir. Where it is going to be reflected? Where it is going to be reflected? That is debit side or credit side? That was the question I posed. When ITC was availed, it is going to be credited to electronic credit ledger. It will reflect in credit side. Take the example of bank passbook, ma. When you deposit the money in bank passbook, where the money is going to be reflected? Debit side or credit side? Credit side. When money was withdrawn, what is SMS you will get now? When you deposit the money, what is the SMS you will get? Your bank account was created with so-and-so amount. When you withdraw the money, you will get the SMS, the account was debited with. Same concept here also. When you purchase something, that amount of ITC is going to be reflected in electronic credit ledger, which side? Credit side. When it is going to be set off with something, okay, now we are having the ITC, na? Then what is the process of set off of that ITC? First, you're having all the three types of IDCs with you. Let's say you are having three types of ITCs in electronic credit ledger. Then what is the first one you need to start with? What is the first one you need to start with? You need to start the problem with IGST ITC. You need to start the problem with IGST ITC. IGST ITC, first it will be used for IGST output tax payable. Till surplus IGST ITC was there, it can be used for any GST. It may be used for CGST, or it may be used for SGST, or it may be used for UTGST also. But I told you one simple point there, because in the problem, they will use the word minimum GST payable in cash. Find out or compute the minimum GST payable in cash. For that, I told you one simple session to be followed uniformly across all the ITC problem. What is the thing I told you in the class? You're having surplus IGST ITC with you. Then, in order to, what is the purpose of a CA or a CMA? The cash outflow from the pocket of the client should be minimum. How you can achieve that? I told you one simple solution for that. You need to check here. Note, I told you, please check the CGST output tax payable minus CGST ITC. Some amount you will get now. In the same way, you need to check SGST output tax payable minus SGST ITC. Then you will get some amount now. In these two, whichever is higher, where cash outflow is more. Yes, na? We need to utilize for that particular one. That is the point I told you. For example, let's say, I will write one small point here. Okay. IGST ITC, CGST ITC, SGST ITC, and IGST, CGST, SGST. So here, let us take the example. How much amount? Just wait. I will write. IGST output tax payable is 1,000. IGST ITC is 1,700. And CGST output tax payable is, let's say, 800. And CGST ITC is 600. SGST output tax is 700. And whereas ITC is 600. If at all it was like this, first we need to start the problem with IGST, ITC. Therefore, we set off these things. Then we are having 700 surplus. We're having 700 surplus. So this 700 surplus IGST, ITC can be used to pay CGST or SGST, anyone as per the law. But what is the thing I told you? Please check the amounts. CGST output tax payable, what is that? 800 minus 600. What is the amount you will get? 200. What is the SGST output tax? 700 minus 600. Where cash outflow is more. So first we will utilize the IGST ITC for the difference. So what is the difference there? 200. Now we will utilize in this 700, 200 for, and I don't like a balance on the money. 200 for this CGST. That is the second step. Still surplus is there now. That surplus can be used to pay SGST also. Here, this amount we can use it, let's say 200, and 400 balance will be carry forwarded. That means the cash outflow will be, in this case, 0. Cash outflow in this case will be 0. That means whenever you're having the IGST ITC, CGST ITC, and SGST ITC, we need to start the problem with IGST ITC. IGST ITC, first it will be used for IGST output tax. Surplus IGST ITC can be used to pay any other GST. But in order to maintain the cash outflow should be minimum, we need to check the differences between the output tax payables and ITCs of respective CGST and SGST. Where cash outflow is more, where that place we will utilize the IGST, ITC. This is the first point. Second point you need to remember, while doing the problem, IGST, IDC must be 100% used. Then only you can go for CGST, IDC and SGST, ITC. As long as you're having the surplus IGST, IDC, you cannot utilize CGST, IDC and SGST, ITC. Remember this line also. What is law saying there? IGST, ITC must be 100% exhausted. Then only the remaining IDCs can be used. If IGST surplus balance is there, you cannot utilize the CGST, IDC, SGST, ITC. Ante then meaning ఏంటమ్మా, నీ దగ్గర ఉన్న IGST, ITCని 100% యూజ్ చేసిన తర్వాత మాత్రమే ఆ రెస్పెక్టివ్ GSTs కి సంబంధించిన IDCs you can utilize. That is the second point. And third point you need to remember while doing the problem is, whenever you are required to pay the GST under RCM, always pay by cash only. You cannot utilize the ITC. Whenever you are paying the GST under RCM, always pay by cash only. You cannot utilize the ITC. Why, sir? ITC can be used when you are paying GST as a supplier. ITC can be used when you are paying the GST as a supplier. But in RCM, you are paying the tax as a recipient. So when you are paying the tax as a recipient, always pay by cash only. You cannot utilize the ITC. This is the third point. And while doing the problem, fourth point you should remember is, there is speciality with respect to RCM. It will be added to the output tax as well as it is allowed as ITC. The net effect or net impact will be zero. I think you come across few problems in ITC. While doing that, what is the thing, ma? Definitely in that case, it will be added to the output tax liability as well as it is reflected in the ITC. Why it is added to the output tax liability? Because you are required to pay that. Why it is shown as ITC? It is your purchase. So the net impact or net effect will be zero. These are the 4 points you should remember while computing the ITC. So first point I just told you, this is note 1. And what is this note 2? I told you 100% of IGST, ITC must be used before using any other GST, ITCs. 100% of the IGST, ITC must be used before using any other GST, ITC. That is the second point. And what is the third point, ma'am? While paying GST under RCM, what is the position, ma? Always pay by cash only. While paying the GST under RCM, always pay by cash only. That is another point. And note 4, what is the point I told you? What is the last point? When RCM liability is there in the problem, it will be added to the output tax liability as well as it is shown in ITC. The net effect is zero. So these are the things you need to remember while doing the problem. These are the things you need to remember while doing the problem. Okay. Whenever you are required to pay the GST under RCM, it will be added to your output tax liability. Why it is added to your output tax liability? Because you are required to pay that. And why it is shown as ITC? Why it is shown as ITC, ma? Because it is your purchase. That is the point you should remember. Okay, ma? Fine. All these ones are known as utilization of ITC. Okay, now we are discussing about the order, na? While we are discussing about the order, what is the first one? IGST, ITC. First, it will be used for IGST, output tax payable. Still surplus is there. Any other GST subject to my point I told you. And second one, CGST, ITC. CGST, ITC first will be used for CGST, output tax payable. Any surplus is there? IGST, output tax payable. And what is the third one? So SGST, ITC. It will be first used for SGST, output tax payable. Still surplus is there? IGST, output tax payable. So cross set off between CGST and SGST is not allowed. That means CGST cannot be used to pay SGST and SGST cannot be used to pay CGST. Same point is applicable to UTGST also. CGST cannot be used to pay UTGST and UTGST cannot be used to pay CGST. Sir, what about SGST and UTGST? Those circumstances will not arise at all. Whether you are having the SGST IDC or UTGST IDC, only one will be there with you. There is no circumstances that can be there where you are having both SGST IDC and UTGST IDC. You can check with any example. You can ask, unte SGST IDC untundi, leda UTGST IDC untundi. Both will never be there. Like why? Because either you can be a state or you can be a UT. You can't both at the same time, na? అయితే స్టేట్ అవుతుంది లేదా యూటీ అవుతుంది రెండు అవ్వడానికి పాసిబిలిటీ లేదు at the same time. That's why you may have the SGST IDC or you may have the UTGST IDC, but at the same time you may not have the both. I think now you got the point. So, and another one, so these are the basic things you should remember while doing some computational points. I told you I'm not going for the concept till now. I'm telling you while doing the problems, these are the things you need to keep remember. First one, IGST IDC, you need to use it first. Still surplus is there. We need to see in CGST and SGST where cash outflow is more. There we will utilize it first. And after that, we will go for CGST IDC. After that, we will go for SGST ITC. And I told you another point, cross-utilization between CGST and SGST and cross-utilization between CGST and UTGST is not allowed. So these are the points basically we need to remember. And this one is known as utilization of ITC. This is the second word. This one is known as utilization of ITC. First one, availment means, what is meant by availment of ITC? When the amount is going to be credited to the electronic credit ledger, that is called availment of ITC. And what is meant by utilization of ITC? What is meant by utilization of ITC, ma? The way of set off. That means which ITC needed to be used first. Those things will come under this utilization of ITC. Now you got those points clear, Nama? Fine, now we'll move to the material. And I think this point also just completed. But the basic thing, ma, for all these things, it must be used or intend to be used in the course or furtherance of business. Simply, if at all it is used for business purpose, then only IDC is allowed. Okay. Another point, sir, what is the tax you paid on inward supplies is known as input tax. Na? The question is here, the tax paid under FCM only is called as input tax, or the tax paid under RCM is also called as input tax. My question is, under FCM lo pay chesina tax se input tax కింద qualify అవుతుందా? RCM లో పే చేసిన ట్యాక్స్ కూడా ఐటీసీ దట్ మీన్స్ ఇన్పుట్ ట్యాక్స్ కింద క్వాలిఫై అవుతుందా? దట్ వాస్ మై క్వశ్చన్. What it can be? Both. If at all it is an inward supply, ITC is allowed to you. It does not matter whether supplier is paying the tax under FCM or recipient is paying the tax under RC. It does not matter, na? Because you are the person as a buyer that is paying the tax. Okay, based on the convenience, government say that, "Arey yaar, supplier, please pay the tax." Or sometimes it may ask the buyer, that is the recipient, to pay the tax. It does not matter. The amount goes to the government only, na? That's why whether it is FCM or RC, in both cases, definitely you will get the ITC. Sir, that means another question, what is the tax we paid on imports? Because imports also will qualify as the input tax, na? Sorry, inward supply, na? Imports are also, because exports are outward supplies, then imports are inward supplies, na? Yes or no? In this case, the tax that is paid on imports can be claimed as ITC. The tax that is paid on imports can be claimed as ITC. Yes or no? Yes. What is the tax you will pay on imports? IGST. The question is here that IGST is paid under Customs Act or under GST Act. The first question I asked, what is the tax you will pay on imports? You said IGST. That IGST is paid as per Customs Act or as per our GST Act? As per Customs Act. ACD under 3.9, 3.7 deals with this IGST things. 3.7 deals with IGST. 3.9 deals with GST compensation cess. ACD under 3.7 of the Customs Act 1961. ACD under 3.9 of the Customs Act 1961 deals with those things. 3.7 deals with IGST. 3.9 deals with IGST compensation cess. Okay, they're called as IGST only. But what is the technical name? ACD, Additional Customs Duty under Section 3, Subsection 7 of Customs Act. So, what is the trigger point? The trigger point will be there under Customs or under GST? Under Customs, but you will pay in the name of IGST. That IGST is also allowed as ITC? Yes. Provided you submitted the details to the Customs. So, even the IGST that is paid on imports will also be qualified as input tax. But the one and only tax which is not qualified to be the input tax is composition tax. Kaiko, why? Kaiko, why? Why, ma'am? Kaiko? Composition tax is not paid by the buyer. In the yesterday's session, I told you that what the 1%, 5% must be paid. That 1%, 5%, where 1% manufacturer trader, where 5% restaurant, where the 6% concessional rate scheme. Regarding them, what is the position? That 1%, 5%, 6% must be paid by the composition supplier out of his own pocket. That means the buyer is not paying anything. If at all you bear the tax, then only you have a right to claim it as ITC. When you have taken the responsibility, then only you will have the authority. When you don't have the responsibility, you don't have the authority also. What is the meaning there? You are giving away your responsibilities. When you are giving away your responsibilities, you will lose the rights also. Same point applicable. When you pay the tax, then you can claim it as ITC. When you did not pay that, you can't claim that. That's why with respect to composition tax, you are not paying anything. The supplier is paying out of his own pocket. When the supplier is paying out of his own pocket, as a recipient, you did not bear the tax burden. When you did not bear the tax burden, you cannot claim it as ITC. That's why the composition tax is not allowed as ITC. Got the point? Fine. This is the introduction part. Now we are entering into the main core points with respect to ITC. Initially, we will start with section 16 here. As per section 16, ITC is allowed only to a registered person. Why ITC is allowed only to a registered person? Kaiko? Why ITC is allowed only to a registered person? Why? Because an unregistered person is not required to pay any output tax. When you are not required to pay any output tax, there is no logic in giving you the ITC. Same logic applicable. You are not paying any tax. You are not eligible to take any ITC. Only a registered person will pay the output tax. Therefore, registered person will get the ITC. That is the point. And what is another one? It should be used for business. This is the common point. Then only you will get the ITC. Sir, are there any conditions that are prescribed there in order to claim the ITC? Yes. Those conditions are prescribed under 16 subsection 2. Those conditions are prescribed under 16 subsection 2. What is 16 subsection 2 will say there? The first point is, in order to claim any ITC, you should have the documentary evidence. Yes, no? If you're having love and affection towards your family members, by saying words, nothing will happen. You need to show them by actions. అంతే కదా, అమ్మ నువ్వు అంటే ఇష్టం అని చెప్పడానికి, అమ్మగారికి ఒక పట్టు శారీ తీసుకెళ్ళడానికి తేడా ఉంటుంది. Yes or no? It is easy to say a word with a mother, okay, ma, I love you. But whereas doing is different. అమ్మ నువ్వు అంటే ఇష్టం అని చెప్పడానికి, అమ్మకి ఇష్టమైన తీసుకెళ్ళడానికి చాలా తేడా ఉంటుంది. So saying is easy because everybody can say. Doing is difficult. Only few can do. So same point applicable here also. That means when you pay something, you should have the collaborative evidence with you. Yes, this is the tax I paid. Some authenticative document must be there. Then only you can claim the ITC. Sir, that means what are those documents are prescribed under GST law? Yes, these are the documents majorly. If any one of these documents are submitted as evidence, definitely you can claim the ITC. In that, the first one is tax invoice. In the maximum cases, you will have the tax invoice with you. This is what we call it as common document, based on which the recipient generally will claim the ITC. Now come to this debit note. What is meant by this debit note? What is meant by debit note? What is meant by debit note? What is meant by debit note? I'm saying something. Yes, ma'am. Here, anybody, okay, you can tell. When a debit note is required, say for example, we just want to construct a building, ma'am. Hey, hi. Nice dance, na? Okay, fine. No, this one I like. Stop. I will go with this. Yeah, this one. Let's say, for example, we are going to construct a building. Tom is want to construct a house for itself. So now the question is here, at the time of construction, it thought that only should make like this. Therefore, it thought, say, some 10 wood items are sufficient. So it ordered and paid, okay, and invoice is also issued. Later on, Tom changed his mind. Now he want to construct a double state for him. That is 2 states building. Now he actually, while delivering those items, he asked for, instead of 10, he asked for 15 items. And 15 items got delivered to him. Okay, initially, he ordered for 10 wooden items and invoice is also generated. But at the time of delivering those items, he insisted for 15 instead of 10. Here, what is the invoice value? 10 items. What is the actual value, actual supplied value? 50. Here, where actual supplied value is more than invoice value, for the difference, a debit note is issued. That means for this 5, a debit note will be issued. Here, invoice value is for 10 items, but whereas actual supplied value is 15 items. So where actual supplied value is more than invoice value, for the difference, what is the document we will issue? A debit note will be issued. Invoice value is 10, actual supplied value is 15. Where actual supplied value is more than invoice value, for the difference, what is the document we will issue? A debit note will be issued. In our example, it is 5. Okay, this is called as debit note. The next one is revised tax invoice. Based on that also, we can claim the ITC. Revised tax invoice. What is this revised tax invoice? In order to understand this point, you should have the knowledge of registration chapter in your CMA Inter. So what is that registration chapter story there? Effective date of registration. Are you able to recollect that? What is meant by effective date of registration? Let's say, for example, October 1st, October 10th, October 29th. October 1st, turnover crossed the registration limit. October 10th, we applied for it. And October 29th, RC granted. Okay. If you observe this particular point, the turnover crossed on October 1st, applied for RC on October 10th, whereas RC was granted on October 29th. Okay. Now the point is here. What the law says is here with respect to section 25 in your registration chapter. Section 25 says, if you apply for RC within 30 days, from the date when you are liable for registration. If you apply for RC within 30 days from the date when you are liable for registration, then even though RC was granted to you subsequently, what is the effective date? The date when you become liable for registration will be the effective date. Now you recollect registration chapter now. So what is the point that is there now? The point is here. Here we applied within 30 days now. In that case, what is the RC date? October 29th. Even though RC was granted to you on October 29th, what is the effective date of registration? The date when you become liable, that is October 1st will be the effective date. October 1st will be the effective date. That means when you applied for RC within 30 days from the date when you become liable for registration, even though RC was granted to you subsequently, what is the effective date, ma? The date when you become liable for registration will be the effective date. The date when you become liable for registration will be the effective date. In our example, turnover crossed on October 1st. We applied for it on October 10th. That means within 30 days. In that case, even though RC was granted to you on October 29th, what is the effective date, ma? October 1st will be your effective date. To this point, everything is clear? Fine. Now come to this point. Here, on which date RC is issued to you? October 29th. Retrospectively from October 1st. But the problem is here, you comes to know that you are a registered person on October 29th, retrospectively from October 1st. That means the date when retrospective effect was given, on that October 1st, you don't know that you are a registered person. Therefore, you may not have issued the tax invoice. But now you need to issue now. That's why whatever the supplies that happens between effective date up to actual date, again we need to issue the invoice. That invoice is known as revised tax invoice. Based on revised tax invoice also, we can claim the ITC. So, based on this entire story, When a revised tax invoice is needed to be issued, effective date and actual date differs. What is the logic now? Here, what is the effective date? October 1st. And what is the actual date? October 29th. That means effective date is different from actual date. In that case, whatever the supplies that happen in between these two dates, so whatever the supplies that happen between these dates, again we need to issue a invoice. So the supplies that happens between effective date to the actual date, again we will issue an invoice. That invoice is known as revised tax invoice. Based on revised tax invoice, definitely we can claim the ITC. But generally, if you observe this, in the lifetime, only once a revised tax invoice can be issued. Why? You will take the registration only once. Yes or no? You will take the registration only once now. That's why with respect to revised tax invoice, it can be issued only once during the lifetime of the registered person. So based on revised tax invoice also, definitely we can claim the ITC. So 2 points just now we discussed. One is debit note. Second one is revised tax invoice. Remaining ones we can see in the material. See, this is debit note and this is revised tax invoice. Now come to the self-invoice. Under RCM, this is called as reverse charge invoice also. When a reverse charge invoice is needed to be issued, when a reverse charge invoice is needed to be issued, supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered, supply is notified under 93 or 94. In those cases, recipient himself will issue an invoice. That invoice is known as reverse charge invoice or self-invoice. Let's say, for example, recently MM started a culture of making bhajis and all these snacks for the students itself. They're doing it in the Balaji campus. I don't know. I think you remember those things given to you also in Pushpa campus. Sorry, what is this campus? Pushpa campus. Okay. So regarding them, definitely you're getting the snacks here also. Is it? Okay. Ravi camp. Okay, Ravi campus also. So if you observe there in Balaji campus, what it will happen, not snacks. What they are making the snacks. MM is making the snacks themselves. For making those snacks, MM have purchased a few items. They may have purchased like whatever the household items that are required for it, oil and some other things. And they are hiring the chefs also, sorry, cooks, not chefs there. So cooks also to do these things. Yes or no? So definitely MM has incurred all these expenditures. But all these people are unregistered. If at all MM is able to claim the ITC on these snacks, definitely MM need to issue itself a self-invoice. That self-invoice is known as reverse charge invoice. Because supplier is unregistered, recipient MM is registered. If the supply is notified under 93 or 94, MM itself will issue an invoice. That invoice is known as reverse charge invoice. Based on reverse charge invoice also, definitely we can claim the ITC. Previously I told you that on the imports also we can claim the ITC. Whatever the tax you paid on imports, what is the tax you pay? IGST. But there must be evidence now you imported those goods. Okay, you can claim IGST on imports. But first you need to prove you imported the goods. So what is the evidence for import of the goods? Bill of entry. Bill of entry is the evidence for importation of the goods. So that's why bill of entry must be submitted as evidence in order to claim the IGST on imported goods. Last but not the least, ISD invoice. What is this ISD invoice? What is meant by the word ISD? Input Service Distributor. What is meant by this ISD? Input Service Distributor. So what this input service distributor will do? Generally, when there is a centralized billing system or a centralized accounting system, the total ITC will be accumulated at one place, like Masterminds. With respect to Masterminds, the total power center is Guntur. Every key decision will be taken at Guntur. Materials dispersed from Guntur. Salary dispersed from Guntur. Appointment of staff will be made in Guntur. Advertisement expenditure will be incurred in Guntur. And whatever the expenditures in relation to advertisement, benches, or whatever the capital expenditure they need to incur, every not key decisions, almost every decision will be taken at Guntur. In that case, the total purchase invoices will be in the name of total purchase invoices will be there in the name of Guntur. But with respect to outward supplies, MM is providing coaching only from Guntur, or some other 7 places are also there. MM is there in 8 places. Apart from Guntur, it was there in 7 places. So the coaching service is provided only from Guntur or from those 7 also. Those 7 also. That means output tax liability is there in Guntur only, or output tax liability there in total 8 places. Total 8 places. That means output tax liability is there in total 8 places, but ITC was there at Guntur. Now what the Guntur will do? Guntur will distribute this accumulated ITC to the branches. When Guntur distributes that accumulated ITC, it is known as ISD, Input Service Distributor. It is known as Input Service Distributor. But they cannot say straight away like this. Mohan Garu cannot say, or K.S. Singh Garu in Vijayawada, the principal of Vijayawada. Okay, sir, please take 10,000 as ITC. Just put a WhatsApp message, that is sufficient. By putting a WhatsApp message is sufficient to take the ITC by Vijayawada branch. Whereas with respect to Hyderabad, Anjaney Reddy is there, I think academic principal, and Wali is there, admin principal, and who is that? Nagendra is also there, I think, with respect to Amir Peti will look after these things. So all these places, the academic principal just putting a WhatsApp message, they can get the ITC? No, there must be one document. That particular document is known as ISD invoice. Guntur will issue a ISD invoice to the branches. Based on ISD invoices, branches will claim the ITC. Based on ISD invoices, branches will claim the ITC. So these are the various documents that should be there. Then only you can claim the ITC, and these particulars you can study on your own. Tax details, description, value, GST number. These are the minimum details that should be there in order to claim the ITC. Okay, this is the first condition. And what is the second condition, ma'am? What is the second condition? You should receive the goods or services. Okay, that means, let's say, for example, what is today's date? October 31st. Okay. On October 31st, I received, let's say, I purchased an Apple Watch. Today I'm going to purchase Ultra, suppose for example. Fine. So regarding this, what is the point that is there, ma? Let's say I'm just going to the Apple store and purchasing Apple Watch Ultra 3. For example, I just took the invoice in the name of my audit form because it is a professional asset. So I will take ITC. When I purchase iPhone Air, I will put my GST number and will get that. And while I purchase, so definitely I will claim, they're professional assets, ma. They're not mine. They belongs to my audit firm. CA Rajshekhar, those belongs to. They does not belong to, if at all it is my personal asset, it is called the Raj personal asset. All those are CA Rajshekhar assets. Therefore, definitely business asset. So that's why when I purchased that particular Apple Watch, I purchased it today, whereas invoice is also generated today. But the problem is here, I just want it with titanium grip. It costs some 24,000. They asked me that you need to wait for a few days, sir, where actually we'll get that particular thing. That means strap, what I mean to say. Okay, this one is okay. Strap is a titanium one. It looks very nice for me. I purchased it. But they told me that, okay, but the problem is here, sir, I don't have the stock with me. So within a few days, that means on November 9th, we are going to deliver it. I said, okay with that. Now the question is here, I paid the amount on October 31st. Invoice is also generated on October 31st, but I received the watch on November 9th. In which month I can claim the ITC? On the books of accounts also, I wrote on October 31st itself. Paid the amount on October 31st. Invoice is on October 31st. Entered in the books of accounts on October 31st. But I received the watch on November 9th. In which month can I claim the ITC there? In the month of October or in the month of November? November. This is what the second point will say. In order to claim the ITC, goods or services must be received. Okay, even though you entered in the books of accounts, even though the payment is made, even though the invoice date is in the month of October, it does not matter. Main thing is here when you receive those goods. That is called as planning versus implementation also in the real life. We plan for everything in our life. We want to do this, we want to do that. So we want to start a millionaire business. We want to start a big industry in UK or US, something. So having the dreams is different. Making the dreams successful is different. Planning, everybody will do. Only few people will do the implementation. But for that, you need to sacrifice so many things. You need to sacrifice sometimes family life, sometimes the enjoyment, sometimes the excitements. So whatever things that are there, because in order to get something, you need to sacrifice some. So that is the logic applies here also. That means GST can be compared with our real life also here. So the point is here, what you entered in the books is different. When you receive it is different. I will give you the ITC only when you receive the goods. That is the second one. Sir, if at all, they told me like that, like this. Sir, on this particular day, we will give you the Apple Watch with a normal strap on October 31st. On November 9th, we are going to deliver the titanium strap for you. I said, okay, because I'm too much excited to receive it on today, I just want to wear it today. For example, generally I will not be excited for anything, but generally I'm saying, because I don't excited for any of these things. Okay, let's say on October 31st, I had a feel that, yes, today I need to wear it actually on my wrist. The people said that, okay, sir, we'll do one thing. We will deliver the watch to you. Here, I think, Apple Watch just only this one. This one only Apple Watch called as. This one is strap. You need to purchase it separately. Okay, so with respect to this Apple Watch, along with the normal strap, they delivered to me on October 31st. And the strap is delivered to me on this November 9th. In which month I can claim the ITC? Here the goods are received in installments. If the goods are received in installments, then when we can claim the ITC? When we receive the last installment. When I receive the last installment in the month of November, therefore in the month of November, definitely we can claim the ITC. Let's say, for example, okay, for example, let us take the example that my daughter is studying CA Inter, and after completing CA Inter, she just want to do the articles in the Big Four. She joined there. As Ernest and Young, actually she joined there. And one day, actually, her principal asked her to do a project. On that particular day, it was a holiday. There is a very big rainy season in Hyderabad. If you observe any small rain is there in Hyderabad, the entire drainage system will actually fail, and you need to go by the boats there, not by the bikes. That's why, because it's too dangerous to go, because so many manholes will be opened and so many people died. Before my eyes also it happened while I'm doing my articles. One big, I can't remember which one, that particular. One cyclone came and the drainage lines were actually failed. And almost the water is almost up to this level. At that time, we are younger, so we just want to take the risk. Also, I will take the same risk. That is a different story. My heart says still I am young. So that's why at the time, I saw one bike person is going like this in the bike. Suddenly, along with the bike, is just actually it's just filling a manhole. Manholes will be there now for drainage. Water eledam kosam they will use to open the manholes. In that water, you can't see anything. So that person died actually. We tried to actually rescue him, but we are unable to do that. We can't find him. So let's come to the point. Let's say on that rainy day, my daughter actually, her principal gave her a task to be completed in 2 days. Work from home. Now the problem is here, my daughter don't have the laptop with her. She made a call to me. Dad, actually, I just want a laptop for me. So can you please actually order for that? So I just put an order in Amazon. Let's say recently MacBook 14, yesterday, before 2 days it was released. I liked that particular thing. I ordered for my daughter, MacBook. Okay. And it was delivered to the Hyderabad address, I think, which is there in Bharatnagar. My brother generally resides there. Okay. So with respect to that, I just put an order from Guntur here. And that Amazon order is going to be delivered to this Bharatnagar Hyderabad address. The question is here, who is the recipient? My daughter who is there in Hyderabad or myself? This one is known as bill to ship to model. This one is known as bill to ship to model. With respect to bill to ship to model, order will be given by one person, but whereas goods are going to be delivered to some other person. This mode, bill to Raj, and ship to my daughter. Ship to means delivered. This model is known as bill to ship to model. If at all it is a bill to ship to model, who is the recipient? The person who has given the direction, the person who has given the order, that person is deemed to be the recipient and that person will claim the ITC. Because in that case, I just put an order for the MacBook. I am the person that gave the instruction to deliver the goods. Myself is a recipient. This is an exception to the normal rule. What is the normal rule say? If you receive the goods, you can claim the ITC. But here I did not receive them. But law assumes that it is deemed to be received by me. In case of bill to ship to model, who is the recipient, ma'am? The person who has given the direction, myself in our example, is the recipient and that person will claim the ITC. This is the second condition. Now, let's say for example, suppose for example, I just paid, let's say recently, let us assume that I purchased it, what we call it as, okay, let us take the example that on November 9, in our Gorintla Venkateswamy temple, actually they are going to conduct Satyanarayana Vrat. Okay. For that sake, they approached me, for example, it did not happen, for example, I am telling you, they approached me to give silver murti will be there, in a roop, we will call it as Satyanarayana Swami Chinna roop laga untadi, coin laga untayi avi. Kinda stand vachi ayana photo untunaru, kontamandiki idea undani anukuntunnaru. So they just actually asked me to give those silver ones to the 300 pairs who are going to participate in that. Actually, they are going to participate in that event. For them, they asked me, the temple management, Dharmakartalu untaru kada, those people asked me, because every year I will do, for example, I'm not actually that much generous, generally, I'm too commercial. So, but for example, I'm saying that, okay, so regarding that particular one, they actually approached me. And they just actually gave money to purchase those 300 silver, what we call rupu or whatever the thing, rupe actually sessions from rupu, right? So for that sake, and actually here what I have done is, I just took the invoice in my audit form as a donation, for example. And I just ordered it from my favorite store, Silver Store is there. Besides Apple Store is there, Hotel Grand Nagarjuna is there. Besides that, the Apple Store is there. Beside Apple Store, one Silver Store is there. Models are very good there. I used it to purchase everything. If I want to purchase silver, I will go there. Very nice, that one. So I just went to a particular place and I just actually put the order for these 300 items. I paid the amount. and got the invoice in the name of my audit firm. But later on, what happened is that silver store owner did not make the payment to the government. I did not know that. I claimed the ITC. Is it required that I need to reverse the ITC now? Is there any mistake on the part of? Then why I should suffer? You know, na tappu ledhu kada. I paid the amount to the supplier na. Then why I should suffer? రీజన్ ఏంటి అంటారా, ప్రపంచంలో చాలా మంది అడిగే క్వశ్చన్ ఇది. నేను ఏ తప్పు చేయలేదు కానీ కష్టాలని నాకే వచ్చు. వై ఐ గాట్ దీస్ థింగ్స్? మీకు మహాభారతంలో దుష్ట చతుష్టయం అని చెప్పి ఒక పేరు వినుంటారు. దట్ మీన్స్ 4 బ్యాడ్ పీపుల్. కెన్ యూ నేమ్ దెమ్? శకుని, దుర్యోధనుడు, దుశ్శాసనుడు, కర్ణుడు. These 4 people are called as Dusta Chatushtayam. That means 4 bad people. If you observe Shakuni, okay, Duryodhana, okay, Dushasana, okay, but why Karna was there? He's actually more generous than the entire people who are lived in the era of Lord Krishna. Even Lord Krishna actually is not that much generous as Karna. Respect to tax. So as a recipient, I paid the tax to the government. Sorry, I paid the tax to the supplier. But supplier did not make the payment to the government. Even though there is no fault of the supplier, but still supplier need to reverse the ITC. But for that, there is a time limit. Anybody remembers? No. What happens is generally supplier uploads the data in GSTR1, whereas recipient will get the ITC. Supplier uploads the data in GSTR1, thereby recipient will get the ITC. But supplier did not show. That means my jewelry shop owner did not show in GSTR 3B. That is what will happen in reality. If he did not show it in GSTR 3B, he will not pay any output tax. When he will not pay any output tax, then mismatch will be there between my data and supplier data. Now department send the intimation to both these people, supplier as well as recipient. And there is a time limit to rectify the mistake. The time limit to rectify the mistake by the supplier is next financial year, September 30th. On or before next financial year, September 30th, supplier need to rectify the mistake and pay the GST. If the supplier pays the GST, then no issue. If the supplier did not make the payment on or before next financial year, September 30th, then within 2 months, means on or before November 30th, recipient, myself, I need to reverse the ITC, then no interest is required to be paid. If on or before November 30th, I did not reverse the ITC, then I am required to pay the interest from the starting, the date when ITC was utilized. This is the point you should remember. See, recipient can claim the ITC on self-assessment basis. That is, supplier files the GSTR1 and reflected in GSTR2B of recipient. Supplier fails to pay the tax. That means that sale is not reflected in GSTR3B of the recipient. Then that ITC must be reversed. So for that, what is the point I told you, ma? What is the point I told you? Supplier is there, recipient is there. This is October 31st, 2025. So on this particular date, I purchased. Okay. And let's say the value will be approximately 84,000. Let's take the example. Approximately it will be 84,000. Okay. But these 84,000 sales are uploaded by the supplier in his GSTR1. When uploaded by the supplier in GSTR1, it will be reflected in GSTR2B of recipient. Thereby, recipient will claim the ITC. But later on, what happened, ma? Supplier did not show this amount in GSTR 3B. So with respect to October month, when GSTR 3B is going to be filed? November 20th, 2025. Yes, now October month GSTR 3B will be filed on next month 20th. So therefore, in the month of November, that is November 20th, while filing the GSTR 3B, he did not show that particular amount. Now, in order to rectify the mistake, what is the time limit that is given? What is the time limit to rectify the mistake? What is the time limit, ma? What is the current financial year? This one, 25, 26, now it will come under. So what is the next financial year? 26, 27. In that, September 30th, 2026, on or before this particular date, supplier needs to pay. Needs to pay GST to government. If they pays the amount on or before September 30th, 2026, then the matter is over. If the supplier did not make the payment, then what will happen, ma? Extra 2 months will be given to the recipient. That means on or before November 30th, 2026, recipient needs to pay, needs to reverse the ITC. Then no interest is required to be paid. But if you pays after November 30th, 2026, recipient should pay, along with the interest at the rate of 18% per annum. Got the point, ma? So next financial year, on or before September 30th, you need to reverse, the supplier needs to pay the amount to the government. If he pays the amount, well and good. If the supplier did not rectify the mistake within 2 months, on or before November 30th, you need to reverse the ITC. Then no interest is required to be paid. If the recipient did not reverse within 2 months also, then after November 30th is required to reverse the ITC along with interest at the rate of 18% per annum. Sir, subsequently he pays the amount, sir. We can reavise the ITC. Sir, supplier tarvata eppudo 3 వచ్చి కట్టాడు, sir. In that case, is it possible for us to claim the ITC? Yes, definitely we can claim it. See, that is the line we wrote there. If the supplier later pays the tax, recipient can reavail the reversed ITC. And fourth condition already in Chipano, recipient should file the GSTR 3B. If all these conditions are satisfied, then what is the position, ma? Definitely we can claim the ITC. First one, documentary evidence. Second one, they must be received. Third one, supplier should pay GST to the government. Fourth one, recipient filed the GSTR 3B. What is the first condition? Documentary evidence. Second one, it must be received. Third one, supplier should pay GST to the government. Fourth one, recipient should file GSTR 3B. If all these 4 conditions are satisfied, then as per 16.2, ITC can be claimed. That's it. After the break, we will meet. Correct? 10:39. That's it. So the next point we need to see is here in this ITC. Let's say, for example, let's take the example that it is a credit sale. A credit sale means first you will receive the good, later on you will pay the consideration. I think it is called as future consideration. Future consideration is also a valid one. So based on that, we just made some purchases based on credit sale of the supplier. The point is here, we just received the goods. We are having the documentary evidence, but we did not make payment to the seller. Is it possible for us to claim the ITC? Is it possible for us to claim the ITC? Yes or no? Definitely we can claim the ITC. But there is a statutory time limit within which we can we need to make the payment to the supplier. What is the statutory time limit? 180 days. From which date this 180 days shall be counted from? From the date of invoice. From the date when the invoice is generated within 180 days, you need to make the payment to the seller. Sir, if at all we did not make payment to the seller, sir, then what are the consequences? Whatever the ITC you claimed previously, it must be reversed along with interest at the rate of 18% per annum. What is the rule? Even though you did not make payment to the seller, but still we can claim the ITC. But what is the point that is there, ma? There is the statutory time limit within which you can you need to make the payment to the seller. What is the statutory time limit? From the, touches. మంచి మార్కులతో pass. So what is the statutory time limit, ma'am? 180 days. From which date this 180 days shall be counted from? From the date of invoice. If at all we did not make the payment within 180 days, whatever the ITC that was previously claimed, it should be reversed along with interest at the rate of 18% per annum. Okay. So when it will be added to the output tax liability? It will be added to the output tax liability in the GSTR 3B, with respect to which month this 180 days will expire. For example, January 1st is the invoice date. Then 180 days will expire in the month of June, I think. If you purchase on January 1st, 180 days will expire in the month of June. When June month GSTR 3B will be filed. So with respect to this period, you need to reverse some ITC. If at all you did not reverse it, you are required to pay, you are required to reverse the ITC there, along with interest at the rate of 18% per annum. But subsequently, we made the payment to the seller after 3 years. Is it possible to reclaim the ITC? Yes, for that, no time limit will be there. Whenever you will make the payment to the seller, in that particular month, related GSTR 3B, you can claim the ITC. But this 180 days rule is not applicable in these 3 cases. What are they, ma? RCM supplies, deemed supplies, payment to third parties. Why with respect to RCM supplies, 180 days rule is not applicable? Because under RCM, you can claim the ITC only when you made the payment. Under RCM, you will get the ITC only when you made the payment to the government. That's why with respect to RCM, no logic in applying this 180 days rule. Sir, why with respect to deemed supplies, this 180 days rule is not applicable? Because with respect to deemed supplies, no consideration involved at all. If no consideration involved at all, then there is no logic in applying this payment within 180 days. And third one, supplier obligation was met by the recipient. What is meant by this supplier obligation was met by the recipient? Supplier needs to make the contractual payment, but on behalf of the supplier, who made it, ma'am? Recipient. That means the amount was paid by the recipient on behalf of the supplier already. In that case, again, we need to make payment to the seller? No, na. That's why even though you did not make payment to the seller, but still you can claim the ITC. There is no need to reverse that. So when this 180 days rule is not applicable, 3 cases. One, RCM purchases. Second one, deemed supplies. Third one, when supplier obligation was met by the recipient. In these 3 cases, 180 days rule will not be applicable. Sir, if at all we made the proportionate payment, sir. Let's say you purchased it on credit basis 10,000 worth. You paid 6,000 only within 180 days. Then how much ITC need to be reversed? You paid 6,000. 60% was paid. How much amount that remains unpaid there? 40%. In proportion to that 40%, you need to reverse the ITC. That is partial payment. Proportionate ITC is allowed. There ends 16.2, ma. Next one is 16.3. I think we discussed this point in the previous session. With respect to capital goods, you are having 2 options, ma. With respect to capital goods, you are having 2 options. What are those 2 options? Whether you can capitalize it and claim the depreciation, or you can take the ITC. For example, asset value 100 rupees. 10 rupees is the GST, total 110. If at all you're claiming depreciation on the total 110, this 10 rupees is not allowed as ITC. If at all you're claiming depreciation only on the 100, then this 10 rupees is allowed as ITC. It's a point. Asset cost 100, 10 rupees is the GST. If at all you're claiming depreciation on the total 110, inclusive of GST, that 10 rupees is not allowed as ITC. But if at all you're claiming depreciation only on 100 rupees, that 10 rupees is allowed as ITC. Which one is better for the client? Which one is better for the client? ITC. Kaiko. Depreciation, you will get the benefit in installments. Whereas ITC, all at once, you will get the entire credit. Thereby, working capital blockage will be minimum. That's why client will go for ITC. When the client will go for depreciation? If it already say blocked credit, no ITC is allowed now. In that case, you can go for depreciation. This is 16.3. Next one is, ma'am, 16.4. Time limit for availing the ITC. Because for everything, there will be a time. In life, for doing something, or with respect to ITC also, there will be a time limit. So at what time we need to do, we should do. We should not do the pranks when they will make serious issues. Yes, no? So, with respect to life, what I am saying, we need to take the exam serious. So, what does 16.4 deals with? The maximum time limit to climb the ITC. So, what is the maximum time limit to climb the ITC, ma'am? Next financial year, November 30th, or date of annual return, whichever is earlier. Annual return means GSTR 9. Annual return means GSTR 9. With financial data, we will file that. With financial data, we will file that. So, what is the maximum time limit to climb the ITC, ma'am? Next financial year, November 30th, or date of annual return, whichever is earlier. What is the current financial year? Current financial year is 25-26. So, whatever the purchases you will make in 25-26, what is the cutoff date to climb the ITC? November 30th, 2026, or date of annual return, whichever is earlier. November 30th, 2026, or the date when annual return is going to be filed. In that, whichever is earlier is the cutoff date to climb the ITC. Sir, if this cutoff date exceeds, you can never climb the ITC, or you can climb it in the next year. Life lo konni zarigin tarvata, konni poyin tarvata, 100% we cannot restore everything. Yes, no? In the same way, sometimes it is happened, it is happened. We can't restore it back to its original. Whatever the things that maybe we think that they are original, they may not be original 100%. In the same way, once 16.4 is over, again you cannot climb the ITC. Once it is over, it is over. So year lo miss aithe next year lo climb cheddam ane concept ikkada apply kaadamma. 16.4 time limit, once it was gone, it is gone forever. On that particular item, definitely you cannot climb the ITC. 16.4 time limit is a time limit to climb the ITC on any inputs, input services and capital goods. Once this time limit expires, again you cannot climb the ITC on those items later on. That is the point. Unless court has given any separate judgment for that. Okay. Sir, previously you said that with respect to 180 days rule, no time limit. And in another case, supplier pays the amount to the government, you can reavail the ITC. Sir, further 16.4 time limit is not applicable. And 180 days rule appudu, supplier government ki pay cheyanappudu, తిరిగి reavail చేసుకోవచ్చు ITC అన్నాం కదా. అక్కడ బ్రాకెట్ లో నో టైం లిమిట్ అని చెప్పారు. అంటే ఇక్కడ 16.4 టైం లిమిట్ దానికి అప్లై కాదా? నో. 16.4 is applicable for the first time availment only. When you are climbing the ITC for the first time, then only 16.4 time limit will come into scene. Those time limits are for reavailment. What is meant by reavailment? ITC was taken, but subsequently it was reversed. Now you just want to take it back. For the re-availment, no time limit is there. Whether it is there in supplier paid the amount to the government or this 180 days rule. But with respect to 16.4, it is applicable or confined to the cases where you are claiming the ITC for the first time. With respect to subsequent re-availments, what is the position, ma? No time limit will be there. 16.4 time limit is applicable only for the first time claiming of ITC, not for subsequent re-availments. That is another point you should remember. And 16.4, 16.6, I will tell you later on at the end of the chapter. Those 2 points are the new points we will discuss at the end of this chapter. Next in 17, I will go directly to the 17.5, blocked credits, because they are nothing but here. If at all exclusively used for taxable supplies, ITC allowed. Exclusively for exempted supplies, ITC not allowed. Proportionately used for taxable, proportionately used for exempted, proportionate basis you can claim the ITC. So those are the points, not that much important. Now we are moving to the most important point, blocked credits, 17 subsection 5. So what does 17.5 deals with? Blocked credits. Even though it is used for business, even though it is used for taxable supplies, but still we cannot claim the ITC. Those points will be there under 17 subsection 5. In that the first point is motor vehicles. With respect to motor vehicles, those motor vehicles can be divided into 2 types. One is goods vehicle, second one is passenger vehicle. If at all it is a goods vehicle, 100% ITC is allowed. Whereas if at all it is a passenger vehicle, we need to go by the seating capacity. If the seating capacity is less than or equal to 13, no ITC. More than 13, ITC is allowed. If at all it is a goods vehicle, 100% ITC allowed. If at all it is a passenger vehicle, it depends upon the seating capacity. Seating capacity more than 13, ITC allowed. Seating capacity less than or equal to 13, ITC not allowed. See goods example, railways, bicycle, 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, up to 25cc. Up to 25cc, olden days they were there, like Raghuvaran BTech, his moped will be there, na? When he passed, when he get first, 7th class actually, when he got the first prize, his father gifted him. So those things comes under less than 25cc. Okay, so those one comes under less than 25cc and ITC is allowed on them. And special purpose vehicles. What are those special purpose vehicles, ma'am? If you observe in DMart or some other place, a boxes ni painichi kindaki తీసుకెళ్ళడానికి they will use some different kind of motor vehicles. A boxes చాలా పైన ఉంటాయి DMart లో గాని అక్కడ. ఆ పైనుంచి కిందకి దించడం బాక్స్ ని, కిందన బాక్స్ ని పైకి పెట్టడం. Different way of vehicles they will use. I think you observed it. Those are special purpose vehicles. So they deals with not passenger related, na? That's why on them DMart can claim the ITC or not. Yes, definitely DMart can claim the ITC. If at all it is a passenger vehicle, then we need to go by the seating capacity. Take the example of Masterminds. With respect to Masterminds bus, what is the seating capacity? More than 13. ITC allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Masterminds uses a nano car or a mini van to transport the parents to this Santiniketan campus. Seating capacity will be less than or equal to 13. In that case, even though MM used it for business purpose, still MM cannot claim the ITC. But for every rule, there will be few exceptions. So for what are these exceptions? What is the general rule? Seating capacity less than or equal to 13, ITC not allowed. Seating capacity more than 13, ITC allowed. But in these cases, even though the seating capacity is less than 13, ITC allowed or not allowed? Allowed. First one, inward supply, outward supply is the same. So inward supply, outward supply is the same means car showroom. What is the inward supply for the car showroom? Car. What is the outward supply? Car. In that case, ITC allowed or not allowed? Allowed. And your main business is passenger transportation, like car travels. For car travels, definitely car is essential. Your main business is transportation of passenger there. In that case, ITC allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Next, driving school. So generally driving school is required, na? especially for these people. For women, actually, driving is much more needed for them. So, with respect to give the training or driving to them, that bike is essential. Na? Bike or car, whatever the things that are there, definitely they are essential or not? Yes. That's why in these three cases, IDC allowed or not allowed? Ma? Definitely IDC is allowed. That is the point. Same point is applicable to aircraft also. Aircraft or vessel, generally IDC not allowed. But if at all it is for these three purposes, IDC allowed. Further supply. What is this further supply? Inward supply, outward supply is the same. Means, let's say Cochin Shipyard is one company which will build the ships and sell them, which will purchase the second-hand ships and sell them. ఒక్కొక్క షిప్ వచ్చి యావరేజ్ 7,000 నుంచి 9,000 crores ఉంటుందమ్మా ఒక్క షిప్ మినిమం నేను చెప్పేది 7,000 to 9,000 crores it will be. So they will build the ships, Cochin Shipyard and what is that, Mazdog and another company is there, I can't remember. What is the third name? Garden Ship, okay. Garden Ship. Those three companies generally will build the ships, ma. So their inward supply and outward supply is the same. Therefore, IDC allowed or not allowed? Yes. And your main business is passenger transportation, like Titanic. Titanic is the cruise vessel, na? Cruise vessel means it will carry the passenger. Cargo means it will carry the goods. Okay. So Titanic comes under cruise vessel which goes deep into the sea waters. Yes, no? Titanic is designed to go deep into the sea waters, not for floating purpose. People misunderstood the concept there. Okay, but anyway, it will carry the passengers, therefore IDC allowed or not allowed? Allowed. And cargo ships, the best example for that is Radheshyam. In that movie, he will come by a ship, na? That ship is actually cargo ship. So the main purpose is there is the transportation of the goods there. In that case, with respect to those cargo ships, IDC allowed or not allowed? Allowed. And with respect to flights, flying school, with respect to these ships, navigation school. Ships are also needed some training. I think I can't remember the name of the ship exactly. I think Victoria, I think the name of the ship. The most luxurious ship in the world. It is almost 11,000 crores or something, the shipbuilding cost. It just sent for sailing. And within 1 year, I can't remember exactly the place where the incident happened, but the ship captain that will be there now, that fellow actually, at the time he was drunk. The real incident, what I'm saying. He was drunk actually. So what he has done is just want to put the zero cut for the vessel. We'll do with bikes generally. Just like this, we'll move now. He just want to do it with the vessel. The problem is in the port area, there is a big rock. Almost, our main campus is the port, and whereas Sankarvilas is the ship, where it is. Max to Max plus or minus Gita. Gita Regency is there, na? Opposite. I don't know, that's almost. In that particular ship is there from the port area, there is a big rock there. You need to cross like this. But you just want to do like this. Just like we'll do with the bikes now. And that rock actually clashed with the ship, and actually ship sunk there. So almost 11,000 crores were destroyed due to the ship captain negligence. And that entire video was there in the YouTube, 1 hour, 20 minutes are there. One of the person shooted that particular thing, what happened in the ship. And why it was in the news, the ship captain leaves the ship before all the passengers. Ship captain should be the last person that should leave the ship. But whereas what he has done is the first person to leave the ship. That on-time matter, coastal guard will be there. Now, I ordered the ship captain to go on to that board of that particular vessel and all these things. You can listen to entire conversation. It was there in some other language, foreign language. Subtitles are there for it. Almost 1.5 hour documentary was there. Somebody from the passenger shooted that. Okay, the entire conversation, it was there. With respect to them, definitely what is the major problem? You just want to go like this. Vessel should not go for zero cut. For that, navigation school is required. And flying school, recently Air India is required. After takeoff, just actually take on, they're just practicing only these things. But with passengers, that is the issue. So that's why they also need some training now. That's why for training of aircraft, flying school was there. For training of these ships, navigation schools are there. Definitely regarding them, You can claim the IDC or not? Yes. Next one. Sir, what about the insurance, repairs and maintenance services, sir? IDC is allowed on them. If on that motor vehicle IDC is allowed, then on the services also IDC allowed. If on that motor vehicle IDC is not allowed, on the services also IDC not allowed. Let's say Masterminds bus repairs, IDC allowed? Yes, because on the bus IDC allowed, on the repairs also IDC allowed. Masterminds car, IDC allowed? No, therefore car repairs, IDC not allowed. But whereas this one, however, if we are a manufacturer of such motor vehicle, IDC is allowed. Take the example of, let's say for example, recently one of my friend purchased a Royal Enfield bike, ma'am. The bike cost is almost 290 or something. In that, approximately 22,000 is for insurance. 20,000 is the road tax. Because he's already having few vehicles. And nowadays, how many vehicles you're having is immediate. 20,000 is the road tax and 22,000 is the insurance. And he just made some customizations for that, some other amount, some 80,000 or 1 lakh in code. The total bike cost is approximately 3.5 lakhs, plus or minus 20,000. In that case, insurance of 5 years insurance, no, I think it was 5 years insurance nowadays. If you purchase a new one, 3 or 5? 3 years only. 3 years ke 22,000. Okay, fine. So in that case, definitely what about the manufacturer? Manufacturer is providing insurance service also. Na? In that case, IDC allowed or not allowed? Definitely it is allowed. And your main business is insurance itself. Somebody with respect to bikes, once insurance expires, you will go for insurance. Na? First party insurance, third party insurance. What is the difference between first party and third party? In first party, what will happen? First party insurance lo ఏమవుతుంది అంటే నువ్వు వేరే వాడిని గుద్దినా వేరే వాడు వచ్చి నిన్ను గుద్దినా నీకు ఇన్సూరెన్స్ క్లెయిమ్ ఉంటుంది. థర్డ్ పార్టీ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ లో నువ్వు తప్పు చేస్తేనే ఇన్సూరెన్స్ క్లెయిమ్ వస్తుంది. నీ బైక్ ఎవడైనా డాష్ ఇచ్చాడు థర్డ్ పార్టీ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ లో, ఈ కాంట్ క్లెయిమ్ ఎనీథింగ్. బట్ వేరే ఫస్ట్ పార్టీ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ తీసుకున్నావు అనుకో, డామేజ్ మన వల్ల జరిగినా పక్కన వల్ల జరిగినా యూ కెన్ క్లెయిమ్ ద ఇన్సూరెన్స్ క్లెయిమ్. దట్స్ వై అమౌంట్ చాలా డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. సపోజ్ ఫస్ట్ పార్టీ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఒక 1,200 ఉందనుకోండి, థర్డ్ పార్టీ ఇన్సూరెన్స్ ఈజ్ అవైలబుల్ ఫర్ 400 ఓన్లీ. That's why law says insurance should be there. చాలా మంది లూప్ హోల్ కింద వాడతారు దీన్ని. They will go for third party insurance, only 400 per annum. For example, very much low cost will be there. Only when you have done something wrong to the other party's vehicle, insurance claim will be there for you. Those insurances, whether it may be first hand insurance or third party insurance, everything with respect to insurance company, their main business is insurance. Na? Therefore, definitely they can claim the ITC. Next one. They are mostly for employees, directors, guests, etc., which is used for business, personal purposes, ma'am. Food, beverages, health services, outdoor catering, beauty treatment, cosmetic and plastic surgery, insurance, leasing of motor vehicles. Generally, IDC is not allowed unless inward supply, outward supply is the same, or they are provided as a part of composite or mixed supply. I will tell you only one example. I will go with food. So with respect to this food, Masterminds actually provided you all those snacks. Na? So is it possible for MM to claim the IDC on it? Answer is no. Because IDC is allowed only when inward supply, outward supply is the same. MM outward supply is coaching, inward supply is sport. Therefore, is it possible to claim the IDC? No. Sir, when IDC can be claimed? Take the example of Hotel Sindhuri or Vajram or ITC, they're going to conduct a food festival. And they purchase different items from different places, like Athrepuram, paper sweet, Bandar laddus, and whereas Godavari non-veg pickles, Rajahmundry rose milk, Rayalaseema Uggani bhaji, and Guntur mirchi bhaji, Hyderabad biryani, Goa seafood, and Alwar actually that one, one white color will be there, ma. Near Agra, one sweet is very famous, which look like the white one. It tastes extraordinary, ma'am. Those sweets, let us assume that, like that, so many items we purchase. See hotel. With respect to them, and Kakinada Kaja and Tapeshwara Madhakaja, like that very much, ma'am. If at all they are made, they will be there for 2 to 3 months. Whereas with respect to this, so what is the, with respect to hotel, what is the outward supply, ma'am? What is the outward supply? Food. What is the inward supply? Food. In that case, IDC allowed or not allowed, ma? Allowed. And if at all it is provided as a part of composite or mixed supply. One best example for that is when you just took a flight from Gannavaram to Tirupati. Meanwhile, you felt a little bit hungry. You can't ask the pilot, please actually, కొంచెం పక్క తీయండి ఆ ఫ్లైట్ కొంచెం టిఫిన్ చేసుకుని వెళ్దాం అంటే ఇస్ ఇట్ పాసిబుల్ ఫర్ అస్ నో ఒకసారి పక్క తీస్తే వెళ్ళేదే ఉండదు డైరెక్ట్ గా పైకే సో ఇన్ ద కేస్ దే విల్ ప్రొవైడ్ ద ఫుడ్ విత్ ఇన్ ద ఫ్లైట్ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్ నా ఇస్ ఇట్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ కాంపోజిట్ ఆర్ మిక్స్డ్ సప్లై ఆర్ నాట్ yes in that case IDC is allowed or not allowed next one membership of a club health and fitness center IDC allowed not allowed I told you the example of marketing directors club membership fee చెప్పానంటే చాలా మంది అనుకునేట్టుగా the corporate agreements are not made in the offices the initial stepping stone will be there in the clubs not only with respect to that income tax matters also the people will think that the matter will be settled in income tax offices, but they will settle in some other place else. So with respect to this, let's take the example of club membership fee. Marketing directors will be paid lakhs of rupees. Marketing directors will be paid lakhs of club membership fee to have what we call as big agreements will be there. Na? For that sake, marketing directors will be paid. Okay, they may be for the sake of business, but indirect one. Na? That's why IDC is allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. And leave travel benefits. Why leave travel benefits are given? LTC. LTC. Why LTC will be given? Generally, if you do the work, and people will be of two types. ఒకడు వాడు చేసే పని ప్రేమిస్తాడు అదే ప్రపంచం అనుకుంటాడు వాడికి అది తప్పించి వేరేది పెద్దగా నీడు ఉండదు ఈ టైప్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ ఉంటారు వీళ్ళు హార్డ్లీ 1% ఉంటారు వరల్డ్ క్లోజ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద సొసైటీ యూ నీడ్ టు బి లైక్ దట్ ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి నచ్చినట్టు ఉండాలి మనకి నచ్చినట్టు కాకుండా ఓకే అలాంటప్పుడు వాళ్ళందరికీ ఎల్టీసీ కావాల్సి ఉంటుంది రీజన్ ఏంటి దే విల్ గెట్ ఈజీలీ బోర్డ్ ఎట్ వన్ ప్లేస్ దే జస్ట్ వాంట్ టు షిఫ్ట్ ద ప్లేసెస్ దే జస్ట్ వాంట్ టు గో ఫర్ న్యూ థింగ్స్ దే జస్ట్ వాంట్ సమ్ ఫ్రెష్ ఎయిర్ ఫర్ దెమ్ ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు ఇంక్రీజ్ ద క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ద వర్క్ మామూలుగా అయితే క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ లైఫ్ కోసం వాళ్ళు ప్లేస్ చేంజ్ చేసుకుంటారు బట్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు ఎంప్లాయీస్ టు ఇంక్రీజ్ ద క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ద వర్క్ జనరల్లీ దిస్ ఎల్టీసీ విల్ బి గివెన్. So in that particular period, the person will get a fresh air and fresh mind. Thereby, the quality of the work will be improved. But even though it may be indirectly used for business, but it is a personal expenditure, therefore IDC not allowed. But for this, common point is, if at all it is a statutory obligation, definitely IDC is allowed. Okay, ma. Common point for all these three is, ma. If at all it is a statutory obligation, definitely IDC is allowed. Last points are simple, ma. Personal use, no IDC. Composition tax, no IDC. Tax paid under fraudulent cases, no IDC. These three are namke vase, can remember them. And with respect to NRTP, one point is there, ma. NRTP means non-resident taxable person. On the imported goods, he can claim the ITC. But whereas on the local purchases, he cannot claim the ITC. That is point number 6. NRTP can claim the ITC on imported goods, but he cannot claim the ITC on local purchases. That is the point you should remember. Okay, next one. Goods lost, stolen, destroyed, written off, gave free samples regarding them, ITC is not allowed. Why, ma'am? Because ITC is given because you will pay the output tax. When you are not paying any output tax, ITC is not allowed to you, na? గవర్నమెంట్ ఇంకా ఐటీసీ ఎందుకు ఇస్తుంది నువ్వు అవుట్పుట్ ట్యాక్స్ పే చేస్తావు అని అసలు అవుట్పుట్ ట్యాక్స్ పే చేయట్లేదుగా ఈ విషయంలో బట్ ఐటీసీ తీసుకోకూడదు ఒకవేళ తీసుకున్న ఐటీసీని మనం ఏం చేయాలమ్మా వీ నీడ్ టు రివర్స్ దట్ అండ్ దిస్ ఈస్ అనదర్ పాయింట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ వన్ వర్క్స్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు వర్క్స్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద పొజిషన్ మా what is meant by works contract? Construction of immovable property is known as works contract. Construction of immovable property is known as works contract. It may be a dam, it may be a building, or it may be a canal, or it may be a plant and machinery. So the end result is immovable property. It is known as works contract. Generally, what is the end result of works contract? Immovable property. On the immovable property, no GST. Na? That's why ITC is not allowed. But if at all the end result is plant and machinery, even though it is immovable, definitely we can claim the ITC. Even though plant and machinery is immovable, but still we can claim the ITC, except plant and machinery. On the rest of the, what we call it as immovable properties, definitely we cannot claim the ITC. This is a point, ma. Next one is, ma, what are the things that are not considered as plant and, what is meant by plant and machinery, ma? Equipment fixed to the earth by foundation, including structure or foundation. ITC is available. Best example for this is generator. A vibration ఉంటుంది కదా, in order to control that, in order to have the smooth functioning of generator set, some foundation will be there for it to fix it at a fixed place, including the cement used for that particular foundation. You can claim the ITC. That is what the plant and machinery point is saying. Sir, which ones are not considered as plant and machinery? Which ones are not considered as plant and machinery, ma? Land, buildings, cell phone towers, pipelines outside the factory. See, what is meant by plant and machinery? Whatever the things that will happen within the compound wall of the factory, it is called as plant and machinery. When the pipeline is outside the factory, it is no more a plant and machinery. If the pipeline is within the factory, definitely it is considered as plant and machinery. In the exam, they may give you like this: pipelines within the factory, it is qualified as a plant and machinery. ITC is allowed. Pipeline outside the factory, it is not a plant and machinery. You cannot claim the ITC. Okay. Next one. Same point, ma'am. Repairs. With respect to any building, repairs can be of two types. One is revenue repairs. The second one is capital repairs. What is meant by revenue repairs? Which are debited to P&L account. What is meant by capital repairs? Which is capitalized in the books of accounts and reflected in balance sheet. Which one is allowed as ITC? Which one is not allowed? Revenue repairs that are debited to P&L account, ITC is allowed. If at all they are capitalized in the books of accounts, ITC not allowed. They will give you the exam like this: repairs to the office building, debited to P&L account. ITC allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Because debited to P&L account means revenue nature, ITC is allowed. That is a point you should remember. That is all about 17.5, ma. Rule number 37 already we discussed along with 180 days rule. Along with the supplier needs to pay GST to గుర్తుందా? September 30th లోగా పే చేయాలి, చేయకపోతే November 30th లోగా recipient reverse చేయాలి. That is point this is all about. What is it? 17.4 ఏంటి అంటే with respect to banks and financial institutions. జనరల్లీ రెండు ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఒక ఆప్షన్ ఏంటి అంటే బుక్స్ ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్స్ నువ్వు సపరేట్ మెయింటైన్ చేయగలిగావు టాక్సబుల్ సప్లైస్ కి, ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్ సప్లైస్. టాక్సబుల్ సప్లైకి ప్రపోర్షనేట్ గా ఐటీసీ తీసుకుంటావు, ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్ సప్లై మీద ఐటీసీ తీసుకో. కానీ బ్యాంక్స్ కి ఉన్న ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళు కంట్రీ వైడ్ గా లాక్స్ ఆఫ్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్ డైలీ ఉంటాయి. వాటికి సంబంధించి సపరేట్ బుక్స్ ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేయడం కష్టం, ఏది టాక్సబుల్ ఏది ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్ అని. అందుకని వాళ్ళ కోసం ఆప్షన్ 2 17.4 ఇచ్చేది ఏంటి అంటే టోటల్ అవైలబుల్ ఐటీసీలో 50% తీసుకోమంటాడు, రిమైనింగ్ బ్యాలెన్స్ 50% ఇగ్నోర్ చేయమంటాడు. ఓకే, ఈ 50% దేని మీద తీసుకోవాలి అంటే ఎలిజిబుల్ ఐటీసీ మీద మాత్రం. అంటే బ్లాక్డ్ క్రెడిట్స్ అవన్నీ కన్సిడరేషన్ లో తీసుకోకుండా అవన్నీ అంటే ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్వి, పర్సనల్ యూజ్ ఇవన్నీ తీసేసి ఎలిజిబుల్ ఐటీసీ ఉంటుంది కదా, వాటిల్లో ఏం చేస్తాడు అంటే 50% తీసుకోమంటాడు. కానీ డీమ్డ్ సప్లైస్ అయితే మాత్రం, డీమ్డ్ సప్లైస్ అంటే స్టేట్ బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా గుంటూరు బ్రాంచ్ ఈస్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ సర్వీస్ టు స్టేట్ బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా చెన్నై. ఇది డీమ్డ్ సప్లైగా, ఎందుకని 2 డిఫరెంట్ ఆర్సీస్ ఉంటాయి వీళ్ళకి. ఇలాంటి డీమ్డ్ సప్లైస్ మీద నువ్వు కట్టిన జిఎస్టీ అయితే ఈవెన్ దో నువ్వు ఆప్షన్ 2 ఫాలో అవుతున్న 50%, 100% ఐటీసీ కెన్ బి క్లైమ్డ్. అది సమ్మరీ 17.4. Got it? Fine. So next point, whereas with respect to this one, section 18, I may not be able to tell everything. 18.1, 18.4 and 18.6, I will stick on to these 3. What is 18.1 deals with? This is 18.1, mamal 18.1 ante doubt edo vastundi velki edugutunnara 18.1. Idi 18.1. So with respect to 18.1, ITC is allowed in 4 circumstances. What is the 4 circumstances? One is normal registration, voluntary registration, composition scheme to normal scheme, exempted supply to taxable supply. These are the 4 cases that are covered in 18 subsection 1. Normal registration, voluntary registration, composition scheme to normal scheme, exempted supply to taxable supply. With respect, what is the difference between normal registration and voluntary registration, ma? In normal registration, you are required to take the registration. You applied for it within 30 days and you got the RC. In case of voluntary registration, even though it is not required, but still you are climbing up, you are going for the registration. That is called as voluntary registration. And in these two cases, from the day you got the RC, you are required to pay the output tax. Wait a minute, previous, and suppose heroes, October 31st, you got the RC. That means from October 31st onwards, you need to pay the output tax. Na? October 31st opening stock and the closing stock. October 30th closing stock will be the opening stock for October 31st. That's why on the preceding day, what is the preceding day? October 30th. Whatever the closing stock of raw materials, semi-finished goods, and finished goods that were there, in that particular proportion, definitely we can claim the ITC. Next two. Composition scheme to normal scheme. Previously you are there in composition scheme. Now we are shifting to normal scheme. In composition scheme, ITC is not allowed. In normal scheme, ITC is allowed. Same way. Exempted supply to taxable supply. Previously it is exempted supply, therefore no ITC. If at all it is a taxable supply, definitely we can claim the ITC. But if you observe, the date when this conversion happens from composition to normal, exempted to taxable, on the preceding day, along with imports, even on capital goods also here you can claim the ITC. Whereas in first two cases, only on the imports you can claim the ITC. Whereas in the last two cases, along with the imports, even on capital goods also, definitely we can claim the ITC. Sir, how to claim the ITC on the capital goods? From the date of invoice, per quarter or part thereof, 5% is going to be reduced and the balance amount is allowed as ITC. For example, plant and machinery value, 1 lakh, rate of GST, 18%. After using it for 1 year, 6 months in the composition scheme, we are shifting to normal scheme now. How much ITC is allowed now? 1 year, 6 months means 6 quarters. Per quarter, how much percentage? 5%. 6 into 5, 30%. 1 lakh into 18%. 18,000 into 30%, it is 5,400. After deducting that, 12,600 is the amount. That amount is allowed as ITC. That amount is allowed as ITC. So per quarter or part thereof, 5% is going to be reduced and the remaining amount is allowed as ITC. 18,000 is the tax paid. In 18,000, 30% means 5,400. After reducing that, 12,600 will come. That amount is allowed as ITC. This is the 18.1 summary. Next one is, this is 18.4 and this is 18.6 month. 18.4 and 18.6. What is this 18.4? In 18.1, what are the last two points? In 18.1, what are the last two points? Composition scheme to normal scheme, exempted supply to taxable supply. Reverse them. Normal scheme to composition scheme, taxable supply to exempted supply. Previously in 18.1, ITC allowed. Here ITC reverse. That is 18.4. After last two cases, reverse 18.4 will come into scene. Kakapote, with respect to capital goods, for the reversal of ITC, you will follow a special procedure in 18.4. Anybody remembers that? Okay. No. Rule 43, 42 is for apportionment of ITC. That is different story. You can ignore that. That is not the point under 18.4. Estimated life of the capital asset is 5 years. GST law assumes that estimated life of the capital asset is 5 years. In terms of months, it will be 60 months. For how much period it remains unutilized, in that particular proportion, ITC will be reversed. Take the same example. Plant and machinery value, 1 lakh, rate of GST, 18%. After using it for 1 year, 6 months in normal scheme, now you are shifting to composition scheme. How much ITC you need to reverse now? How much time you are there in normal scheme? 18 months. 12 plus 6, 18 months. What is the estimated life of the capital asset? 60 months. 60 minus 18. 42. So with respect to that 42, so 18,000 into 42 by 60, how much amount you will get, ma? Same amount, 12,600. How much amount you will get, ma? 12,600 you are required to reverse there. That is the point. Okay, ma. So estimated life of the capital asset is 5 years. In terms of months, it will be 60 months. For how much period it remains unutilized, in that particular proportion, you need to reverse the ITC. That is 18.4. Now, what is 18.6? If the plant and machinery is sold as a second-hand plant and machinery, if the plant and machinery is sold as a second-hand plant and machinery, how much ITC we need to reverse? That point will be there in 18.6 mark. So, let us assume that plant and machinery value is 10 lakhs. Rate of GST is 18%. Now we are selling it for 6 lakhs. How much ITC we need to reverse now? If at all we used it for 1 year, 6 months. Plant and machinery value, 10 lakhs. Rate of GST, 18%. After 1 year, 6 months, we are selling it for 6 lakhs. How much ITC we need to reverse now? So what is, first we need to compute based on 5% per quarter basis. 1 year, 6 months means 6 quarters. Per quarter, 5% means 30% it will be. 10 lakhs into 18%, 1,80,000 into 30%, 54,000. After reducing that, 1,26,000 will come. This 1,26,000 will be compared with GST to be paid on sale value. What is the sale value? 6 lakhs. 6 lakhs into 18%, 1,08,000 it will come. So 1,26,000 or 1,08,000, whichever is higher, 1,26,000, that is the amount you are required to reverse as per 18.6. How much ITC you claimed previously? From that per quarter or part thereof, 5% will be reduced. It is going to be compared with GST to be paid on sale value. In that, whichever is higher, that amount is needed to be reversed. So that's why once this furniture is made, it will be sent for varnish. That person will do the varnish and will send it back to the person who gave it. This process is known as job work. The furniture manufacturer is known as principal. This carpenter who will do the varnish is known as job worker. The question is here, when the goods are sent by principal to the job worker, there is any need to reverse the ITC? Answer is no. Section 19 will say that. This is Section 19, majorly. Section 19 will say that when the goods are sent by the principal to the job worker, there is no need to reverse the ITC by the principal, provided the goods are received within the statutory time limit. What is the statutory time limit? With respect to imports, they must be received back within 1 year. With respect to capital goods, they must be received back within 3 years. Then, there is no need to reverse the ITC. When goods are sent by the principal to the job worker, what is the position, ma? If at all they are imports, they must be received back within 1 year. If at all they are capital goods, they must be received back within 3 years. Okay. And extension possible? Yes, with respect to imports, another 1 year. With respect to capital goods, another 2 years by the department. So in total, imports within 2 years, including the extended time. With respect to capital goods, 5 years, including the extended time, it must be received back by the principal. Sir, from which date this 1 year or 3 years shall be counted from? ఏ డేట్ నుంచి కౌంట్ చేయాలి? 1 year లేదా 3 years? The date when it is sent by the principal to the job worker, from that particular date, they should receive back within 1 year or 3 years. Okay. But sometimes what happens is, it can be a bill to ship to model. Order may be given by the principal, but the goods are received by the job worker there. In that case, from which date this 1 year or 3 years shall be counted from? But principal పంపలేదుగా. Principal పంపిస్తే principal పంపించిన date నుంచి 1 year లేదా 3 years అన్నాం. In case of bill to ship to model, order will be given by the principal, but the goods are received by the job worker there. From which date this 1 year or 3 years shall be counted from? The date when the job worker receives in his factory or place, the date when the job worker received, from that particular date, this 1 year or 3 years shall be counted from. And no time limit for molds, dies, jigs, not jogs, jigs, fixtures, and tools. That means there is no need for returning of these items, there is no need for reversal also. Yenduku sir, they will have a very short shelf life. Short ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి వాటి life, 1 year, 3 years, lifespan will not be applicable for them, even though they are not returned within the statutory time limit. In those cases, what is the position? Definitely in those cases, there is no need to reverse the ITC there. Okay, sir. Within 1 year or 3 years, neither the inputs nor the capital goods were received back. Then what will happen? Then what are the consequences? Okay, principal did not receive the inputs within 1 year. Capital goods are not received within 3 years. Then what will happen? It is deemed to be supplied by principal to the job worker. It is deemed to be supplied by the principal to the job worker. That's okay. But from which date? When they are sent. With respect to capital goods, let us assume that it is extended period of 5 years. Day 1 means 5 years back, it is deemed that supplied. When for 5 years you are required to pay the interest at the rate of 18%, it will come to 90% of the tax. Per annum 18%, 5 years, 90%. Tax 1 lakh, interest 90,000, penalty will be there and almost it will become 3 lakhs then. 1 lakh tax will become 3 lakhs then. దానిలో ఉండే లాజిక్ అది. అంటే వాడు ఎక్స్టెండెడ్ పీరియడ్ కూడా ఇచ్చాడు 5 years నీకు. ఏ రోజున డీమ్డ్ టు బి సప్లైడ్ బై ద ప్రిన్సిపల్ టు ద జాబ్ వర్కర్? 5 years ఎక్స్పైర్ అయిపోయింది నెక్స్ట్ మంత్ కాదు. ఏ రోజైతే ప్రిన్సిపల్ జాబ్ వర్కర్ కి 5 years బ్యాక్ పంపించాడు, దట్ ఈస్ ద డే. Then definitely you are required to pay the interest on that. Okay. And if at all they are received directly in the job worker premises, then the date when it is received, that date is deemed to be the supply. Sir, మరి ఒక 5 years తర్వాత జాబ్ వర్కర్ క్యాపిటల్ గూడ్ ని సెండ్ చేశాడు అనుకోండి మళ్ళీ తిరిగి. దాని జాబ్ వర్క్ దాన్ని ఎలా తీసుకోవాలి? ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో ఎ సప్లై మేడ్ బై జాబ్ వర్కర్ టు ద ప్రిన్సిపల్. ఉల్టా 2 సైడ్లు పదునున్న కత్తిది. ఫస్ట్ ఏమో విత్ ఇన్ 5 years లోగా రాలేదు కాబట్టి ప్రిన్సిపల్ సప్లై చేసినట్టు. 5 years తర్వాత ఇటు పంపిస్తున్నాడు కదా జాబ్ వర్కర్, ఇట్ ఈస్ డీమ్డ్ టు బి సప్లైడ్ బై జాబ్ వర్కర్ టు ద ప్రిన్సిపల్. 2 సైడ్లు ఇక్కడ దెబ్బ మనకి. ఒకటి ప్రిన్సిపల్ జాబ్ వర్కర్ కి పంపించినప్పుడు సప్లై, జాబ్ వర్కర్ తిరిగి ప్రిన్సిపల్ కి సెండ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఇట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ as సప్లై. దిస్ ఈస్ వాట్ ద పాయింట్ విల్ సే. ఓకే, ఫైన్. అండ్ అదర్ పాయింట్స్ యూ కెన్ రిమెంబర్ like while sending the goods by principal to the job worker, or job worker to another job worker, or job worker to the principal, it is not a supply generally. If at all it is not a supply, what should be the supporting document? DC, delivery challan. CMA interlo untundi, tax invoice, credit notes, debit notes chapter. Whenever there is a physical movement of the goods, if at all the reason is supply, tax invoice will be there. For that physical movement, there is it is not a supply, then it must be accompanied by a DC, delivery challan. గుర్తుందని అనుకుంటున్నాను, CMA ఇంటర్లో వచ్చి లేదు మనకి. సో ఆ DC కంపల్సరీ ఇష్యూ చేయాలని ఒక పాయింట్ ఉంటుంది. అట్లానే సార్ మరి డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి ఎలా తెలుస్తుంది సార్ విత్ ఇన్ 1 year 3 years? మరి ఆ డౌట్ కూడా మీకు వచ్చి ఉంటుందిగా. హౌ ద డిపార్ట్మెంట్ విల్ నో దట్ విత్ ఇన్ 1 year it was not received, విత్ ఇన్ 3 years it was not received? How the department will know? For that you need to file a statement that is known as ITC 04. If with respect to your aggregate turnover is more than 5 crores in the preceding financial year, then half-yearly you will file the ITC 04. April to September, you need to file on October 25th. October to March, you need to file on April 25th. The 6 months ఒకసారి principal need to file this particular statement with the department. Based on that, department will decide whether it come within 1 year or 3 years or not. Others means, if your aggregate turnover is less than 5 crores, then yearly once, April 25th, you are required to file this ITC 04. So these are the major points. Rest of the things you can study. There ends this ITC chapter.